เ turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
농심 화이팅!
농심 레드버스 화이팅!
리온 화이팅!
이온 화이팅!
리온 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of regular season for LCK 2024 Summer. I'm Atlas, I am joined by Chronicler, and we have a special treat for you today. The Giga Chads dominating the Noodle Boys. That is our first matchup. Our second one need not apply. I think we're going to be incredibly satisfied after the first one.
I have to stop you right there. Obviously, Noodle Boys, they're going to slam Brion. I am the known bro anti. This is a match with, some might think, zero stakes, but the Nongshim Twitter knows the feelings of the fans will be affected all the way through to 2025.
That is true. Bro fans going to be incredibly excited when they win this series easily against Nongshim. Let's bring up the standings here and talk about the fact that they don't matter at all. Who cares? Straight up,
We don't
look at
care.
that. Giga, like if you
Doesn't matter.
If you just spun this all the way around, kept rotating it a couple of times, Bro's first place.
Atlas.
Because that's a 0-1. That just means 1.
If you zoom out far enough, nothing matters. But we know how much this match here today matters. Yes, Brion can't overtake anyone above them. And to be fair, that's not going to matter because the Noodle Boys are going to slam him into the ground. My boy Vital, he is here to stay for today's series. Could have probably been brought in earlier during the year.
Well, it's the final day of the regular season and the ultimate Nongshim versus Bro matchup. I love it when we're in line with the points of the match here on the Korean side. Bro are unfortunately on a 6-match losing streak, but do you know what that means? That means charging up. In order to make the car, you know the cars, the toy cars,
that
you pull them back, they've been pulling back the car for 6 losses in a row, Chronicler. Do you have any idea the level of acceleration the Bros have prepared going into this match? Because there's nothing else after this.
This is it. The whole team, both teams really, as they're saying here, desperate to win. The team that is more desperate will win, and I think that's the Noodle Boys. As Edgar make sure to handle the pressure and secure the win. As we say, some might think that there is no pressure, but we know better.
Oh, yeah.
You, the viewer, sitting out right now, enjoying what is about to be some peak League of Legends, knows as it's Fisher versus Fate. First time these players are going to meet, and Fisher, I think it took him some time to warm up, but recently he has looked a lot better. And I gotta say, Fate, unfortunately, I don't think he's been reaching his previously lived sandbox heights. And he's going to have to if Brion want to win it today.
Definitely looks like the better of the mid laners that they have been experimenting with on the side of Bro, though, and I think the first mate is probably enough to take care of the failed EDG mid laner on the side of the Noodles. But we are going to mention them first, as they do have side selection moving into game number 1. Not an advantage I think that they will be able to effectively utilize against the true Gigachads of the LCK. Still, Mihail making his way out first, Sylvie, Fisher, Jiwoo, and Vital there towards the bottom side of the map. And if you are a Bro fan, a true Gigachad, then you are most frightened of Jiwoo and Vital. I think that they are definitely a big linchpin of this squad.
Clearly the superior roster here on the day. The Noodle Boys, they have been spicy. They have brought us some very creative drafts. We saw the Neela Senna come out. I think that Neela is also going to be banned here today. And even though I miss Old Reliable, I do think Mihail has been a step up in terms of individual laning phase. But as you're saying, it's that bot lane that I'm looking towards. Vital, role swapped like Plata has done before him and has looked a lot better over the last couple of weeks.
And now we don't have to talk about those players because we can talk about the best ones that are making their way out into LoL Park for the final time this season. It's your lord, Morgan of the top side of the map. It's Young Jay, it's the first mate Fate in the mid lane. Samber is going to be jumping into the AD carry position once again. It's not going to be Envy this time, although he is here just in case they need another one. And then Polu making his way out as well. The man that is so incredibly tall, it does make things look a little bit comical when the walkouts do happen. But it's his aggressive playstyle that I think that I've really enjoyed watching so far this season. The Bros, I'm just feeling it. I just think that today is going to be the day that the Gigachads rise up. Even though it doesn't mean anything, that doesn't matter.
I don't know, Atlas. I think they're going to get stewed. And part of that is going to be this man in the mid lane, Fisher, having a much better round 2. I think that Fisher coming in hasn't really been able to consistently have the performance that maybe some were hoping. But backed up by the power of one of my favorite new emotes, which is just a cute raccoon, which I think in its simplicity really kind of nails the concept of a fun team emote. Nongshimir today are looking poised. I also want to remind you, 6-game losing streak for Brion. The last time they won was in spring 2023, and I trust my Noodle Boys to do that again here today. They are, and I don't know if that'll continue into next year, you know, a true born and bred challenger roster. And yeah, I know some of the parts have changed, but the core is still there, Atlas.
Yep, they still have a subpar top laner, and that guy is going to be taking on the Lord.
Wow.
This is the problem.
Oh, you're playing it personal.
No, I'm just playing it accurate. I'm just being honest. I'm just trying to remain truthful here, because honestly, if you're going to argue for the Bros, you need look no further than the top side of the map. I think Morgan has actually had a great few games despite the results.
Or can you not look further?
It's both.
It might be both.
It's definitely both. I'd prefer not to move on from there and just say that the Lord, he haveth our back, and everything is going to be totally fine. I do think that Sam has had some really rough games over the last couple, so we'll just have to look to see whether he can shore himself up. He's been falling so far behind in farm. I think that's been one of the biggest issues, is that getting him into a lane where he can actually last hit creeps in the mid game, that has been one of the toughest things. So if Bro sort that out, then Morgan will just hard carry. That's what I think. As long as the rest of the team isn't too far behind, the man on the top side of the map is going to get it done. That's my feeling.
Yeah, really both teams have had a lot of struggles when it comes to the laning phase, but today, that should be the least of their worries, as I think neither team has really been a stand on that department. It's going to come down to the team fights. And in the case of Nongshim, I do got to say, I think they have been stepping up their team fighting. Let's not forget, this team got a 2-0 victory very recently up against T1. Part of that was some creative drafting, but part of that was also just solid team fighting. And we're about to get into the match of the week. The real match of the week, Atlas.
Exactly. You might have thought that the Saturday Showdown was good. It wasn't. Because now we have the Sunday Brodown. And I am very much looking forward to seeing what they have for us here, as the Renekton Respect obviously has to come in. This is our Lord. He's going to take away the Rumble here, as Rumble Maokai do seem to be our red side bans of choice for a lot of these teams. Do have to remind everyone that, once again, Aurora not going to be enabled for today's games. Hopefully we can sort out all of those issues and she will be back with us, but it's not going to be happening anytime soon. As Ash and Misfortune, the Misfortune ban I think is quite interesting. One more to come through here. Vi, certainly something that's worth looking at, although not necessarily a Sylvie champion. See what they do decide to take away here is Yone is the one that's going to go. Ever since Fisher had that decent game, yeah, you can see having a bit of a giggle about it, as Lilia will be the priority lock-in here. A champion that we've seen really rise in success. I feel like her popularity has remained the same, but she started off losing a bunch of games and now has actually found some value here in the LCK, which is definitely great to see. But what are the Giga Chads going to answer it with, Chronicler? That is the big question. The blind Gnar. Beautiful. Tried, true, tested. You love to see it. That's going to be Viego as well into the Lilia, which is a gamble. But when you have weighed the dice in your favor already, like the Giga Chads obviously have, it's not really a gamble, is it?
I'm not convinced, Atlas. I think Blind Gnar has been kind of dropped from drafts for a very good reason. It's that it feels like there are a lot of answers. Now, I know my boy Mihao. He's not going to go for any of those counters. He's just going to look at Cassante, which is a self-counter. But he knows what matters is the team. I want to highlight here as well, the cool thing to me about the Lilia is that it is a pick that was already much higher priority, I think mostly in LPL. And we didn't really pick it even when AP junglers were stronger. We were more leaning towards the Zyra. But it is, I think, still a top-tier champion. The Viego specifically is cute because you can ult out of the sleep, right? This is one of the reasons why Viego has been, I think, more popular. And that 2v2 for the bros is looking good. And the Blind Gnar, I was going to really hone in on as being a weak spot. But after Mihao's pick, I don't think that's where my avenues go. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about Jiu being able to pick up the Ezreal, even despite the nerfs. Top tier pick, and there is a lot of opportunity to further ban out the bot lane of Breon here. Imagine that we're going to see, I was about to say a Jhin ban here. Jhin is one of those picks that you can just pick and kind of provide utility, especially when you are playing a more pick-oriented comp. Are they going to ban the Karma here is my main question, because you can end up in a lane that is really unfun and uninteractive to play into, and Samba and Palu have really struggled in the 2v2.
I do think that you don't need to worry about it. I think it's about engage that Nongshim kind of need here. If they locked in Karma, I think you're just kind of very happy, because then the bros get to do nothing for 50 minutes and then just win the game. Which is obviously their desired playstyle in any situation.
Recently, Atlas?
Well, the thing is, they keep coming up against teams that want to win the game. And if there's zero engage on your opposition, they can't do that.
But even in the games that they won, they were actually so proactive. Again, the Kwangdong and KT wins both.
But that's not how they want to win.
It's only if
there's winning, and then there's winning in a Giga Chad way. And the Giga Chad way is to do not that much at all and then win. So Rel is going to be locked in here. That means that Polu can actually do a whole bunch of stuff. And that is a Poppy.
Ooh, okay, I was actually expecting the Alistar, which I do think is still the most likely. The Poppy, though, I actually don't mind. It does lack when it comes to the engage, but Poppy has been a rising priority support pick. We saw Mako play it a ton as well. Alistar, I think, is more well-rounded in terms of what he provides, but I do think that the combo Alistar Ezreal is okay.
Yeah,
not great. Corgi is still available, which is kind of insane to think about, but playing that into the LeBlanc is definitely going to be tough. I wonder if they have something more fun prepared, and if it's ever a time to pick out something fun, it's now, because the timer ticks down.
Just play Cassidy.
I'm starting to get worried. That is...
Yes! Oh my god, it's Nefiri! Okay. When in doubt.
What are you saying now? Huh? Atlas?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's Nefiri. That's what I'm going to say. That is the first time that we've seen it. Yep, this is a champion not designed for pro play. That is going to be a Varus lock in here for Samba, and so many of our mid laners do have cheeky Neferi games. They just often play. I basically like I've never played this champion. It's never been relevant really in pro play. So this is going to be a learning experience for me as well.
So I've played against it a ton in Arena specifically.
Yeah.
Because that's where it is meta. That's going to be the main talking point here. But man, out of nowhere, Fischer coming in here with the Neferi, not something we've seen. But this is the opportunity to try and bring it out, right? This is the final game, or the final series rather, of the split.
You're never going to win anyway because you're against the Giga Chads. You may as well just throw caution to the wind, as it were, right? Like, that's what you mean.
That's not what I meant, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. I just trust Fischer, okay? This Neferi, it might seem like a bit of a gamble, but guess what? LeBlanc is not really one of the champions that can punish Neferi's biggest weakness, which is that everything she does is very telegraphed, because she just kind of dashes at you in a line and then stat checks you. There's not a whole lot you can really do about it, but there are some champions that can punish that, right? If you're something that can that has a skill shot that allows you to just interrupt that. That is one of the things she really struggles with. That's not going to be the case here. And that mid-jungle 2v2, I think Brion is going to rely on. I think Manu, the boys, have got that one covered.
I do think that having Bro with a lot of single target could be a problem when there is going to be a bunch of dogs in the mid lane. But let's see what happens. We jump into the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift. As you can see here, Fischer is a walking minion wave, or jungle camp, here in the mid lane. Looking forward to seeing what the Neferi is going to do. A pretty binary champion.
Yeah.
Here, basically one of those ones where if you don't kill your opposition, then you're not really doing too much more.
So let's quickly go through a kit. Also, I am pretty sure that you are going to be able to block so many of the very important mid-jungle skill shots, right? Like the Viego stun as well as the long chain with the dogs. As, maybe a lane swap coming through here as well, which would explain the Cassante pick. But let's talk about Neferi. So her Q is a little projectile, and if you hit, it bleeds, and if you hit it again, it does even more damage. Her W is a channel, which will allow her to just kind of jump on top of the enemy, and then her E is another dash.
Yep.
Which
W and E just seem to be the same ability.
Kind of, yeah, in
a lot of ways. And then her ult is you get a shield and you do stuff. As we're fighting, Sylvie is in so much trouble. Is going to be able to get the heal back from smiting the camp there. As Youngjae, unfortunately, not able to lock that one down. 2 apiece, though, when it comes to sharing out the popcorns. Sylvie does slink back towards his side of the jungle. We'll be starting off on the Wolves, and by that I mean he's not. He is just going to queue it and then walk over to his red side and continue over there. So let's see how this lane swap is going to fare. You can see Mihail already up towards the top side of the map to help out his lane, as Fischer dashing forward does land a Q, and Fate wins the trade.
As we saw there, that little icon, Neferi's bleed.
Yep.
Want to highlight, so really interesting, Brion actually reading the lane swap well, then having enough people at the ready, and then on one hand, Youngjae was able to steal away the buff on the weaker side of the map.
Oh no!
And on the flip side, Sylvie was able to get only the Raptor camp. So favorable trade for Brion in that regard. As we do see top laners both just pathing towards their respective bot lanes.
Fischer is not having a great time. Cannon does go over to Fate pretty comfortably here, as this walking wolf camp is just spawning extra Merc Wolves. Love to see it. Going to tank a turret shot though, and that is going to be the end of that one. Now, I'm just interested in where the power spikes are going to come from. Is it going to be like first item for Neferi? That's when you can start roaming around and killing people. Yeah. Is it like a level situation that you're looking for? You can see that he has taken the electrocute. Is having a bit of a giggle here is Fischer.
드디어 쓰네. 드디어 쓰네.
What's the reaction from
나도
Fate?
이렇게 모르는데.
Okay, Fischer says he's finally getting to play Neferi, and he's very excited about that. And Fate said, I don't know how to play into this champion.
Yeah, which is actually that's one of the big advantages that you have with these counter picks, right? So, in my experience, and again, this is really tough because what a champion does in solo queue generally is pretty far removed of what makes a champion good in pro play because it works so differently. I do think Fischer's gonna have to work on hitting his Qs, but in my experience, Neferi is really interesting in that she actually is one of the assassins that I'd argue skills relatively well, but she is really just a side lane threat and not much else. I think piloting this champion in teamfights is really, really tough because what normally happens for a lot of assassins is that you have, you know, either a form of stealth or you have
some way to dip and
escape,
dive.
Right? You have Aurora, for example, has her stealth. Zed has the ability to, and it's not like Zed is good right now, has the ability to snap back very quickly.
Ooh, there's a Q landing.
But when it comes to Neferi, she is very much just, it's and by design. Like this was a character that was made for if you want to try an assassin out for the first time, this is her.
Yep.
And we're going to see how that ends up working out. But I think Neferi is, in terms of like thematic design, a really cool champion, and I'm really happy that we get to see it in this game. And
I just like that you get to play as a jungle camp, as the chain is going to connect and Fischer has to flash to get out of the way of Fate there. If that hadn't landed, then that could have gone directly the other way. But unfortunately, it does now mean that he's just in the 1v1. It's actually Neferi going down.
Actually, a really good example of what I was saying earlier. I didn't expect it to be disfavored for Mr. Fate, though, is that when Neferi starts channeling her W, like, you know what's going to happen. You know the timing, you know when she's going to go in. So you can actually use that to guarantee that you land skill shots, which is also why I think she feels so snowbally, because if she can do that and your skill shot hitting doesn't matter, then there's not really anything you can do.
Yeah.
One way or another. As Fischer only sitting on a long sword, and the main thing is how are you going to be able to get this Neferi kind of back in the game? Because right now, things are looking a little rough, but I trust my Noodle boys, and I imagine once it gets to side lanes, Fischer is going to pop off Atlas.
I think that he is probably going to try and not be in a lane with anyone if he can possibly help it, as Mihail forced to flash towards the top side of the map. Sylvie, though, going to make use of the time by taking at least one of these grubs. Fischer moving on over as Polu gets on in here. That is going to be a crash down employed, and so much damage onto Sylvie. Does have to flash away, but Fate easily follows up, and now Fischer and Vital. Oh god, Fischer is going nuts! He's able to get two here as Polu is trying to run away. All the doggos come out, and it's a double, make it a triple, and I think Fischer's back in the game.
Who let the dogs out, Atlas? I think Fischer did. As he gets a triple, and all of a sudden, all his laning woes forgotten.
I think he's probably doing okay now. Yeah. That is the... So did Fischer hit he hit level 6?
Yeah, so...
Getting towards the fight. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and when you, as many assassins, I haven't talked about this yet, but if you activate your ultimate and you start getting kills...
Yeah, because you get the shield back over and over again, right?
It refreshes it. So it's not fun for the opponent to play into. Fischer ends up getting a... like, again, I want to reiterate, this is a very snowbally champion.
Not pity, not pity.
Oh my god, Atlas!
Oh, Fischer's coming alive today. And I mean, I am the bro guy, but this is, it's pretty difficult not to love a new champion being played and Fischer having so much fun whilst doing it. This is a rough one.
Still, like, gonna be about 10 CS behind when all is said and done. Has now picked up the early Tiamat. It's gonna help out a lot with the wave clear, as we see. Want to ideally try and hit the Qs on your opponents as opposed to, you know, using them to clear the waves, because then your trading becomes a whole lot weaker. And now we're starting to see Fate struggle a little bit, and again, I think this is only going to get better. I wonder if Fischer is also going to go for Mercs, which I think are pretty decent, particularly into this 2v2.
Yep, looks like that is
corruption as well.
Probably going to be the way. Sylvie just taking down Gromp and is blue buff, and we'll head over towards that bottom side. I haven't really seen this bottom lane too much. The Ezreal Alistar, which is famously one of the weakest lanes in the game, has certainly become a whole lot better given the resurgence of the Ezreal. But since the nerfs, it's probably still not going to be feeling the greatest, as Polo's going to have his back interrupted. And him and Samba are having a pretty decent time towards that bottom side. As you can see, Samba actually ahead in farm by just a little bit. There's the Mimic Distortion, but in goes Fisher. Headbutt Pole going to connect onto Fate as well, but Fisher not wanting to go too close to the turret. Biting off more than he can chew there, but Vital is doing a great job making sure that he's in the right place at the right time. Fisher will be able to get another wave to crash.
And Vital coming in the last couple of weeks, not unlike Moham really. After a full year of Kellen, comes in. I think Moham also had to kind of clear a higher barrier because for all of Kellen's flaws, I think he also had a lot of great games, a lot of great weeks. It's more so just the type of player that he is. Whereas for Vital, I do think the bar was a little bit lower. Unfortunately, the Googer experiment, not necessarily the most successful, even though you can see the thought process behind it. But thus far in this game, has been all across the board. And I gotta say, Atlas, I'm feeling good for my Nuda boys. A Fed Assassin in the mid lane.
That is the only way it's going to be successful. That
was kind of a prerequisite of them winning. I do agree.
And so now, winnable. Now it's looking like there is some possibilities here on the Nongshim side, as Fate does have a wave stacking up here, and Fisher not quite going to be walking into it right now, as doesn't quite find that Q. And all that one. As now Fate thinking about an opportunity to dash in. The Electrocute really just does a lot more than it used to. It catches me by surprise almost every time. Just feels like it shouldn't make your opponent explode. Quite like that. As Fate and Polo up against Vital and Fisher here. So it's just a duo lane in mid. Samba rotating down and Grubs being considered on both sides. 2-1 is the score so far, as Sylvie going to be a little bit late getting on over here.
Do know
Reward goes down.
Mihal does have his teleport available, so Nongshim, okay, Nongshim can basically choose, do we want to TP him in or do we just want to have him shove that bot wave out? Ideally they'd shove out and then TP, but that might be a little bit too late. Ideally you want to deny a fourth stack as Sylvie stacking the passive.
Yeah, Fate getting dashed on there, but does get to go back to his Distortion. Jiwoo taking a little bit of damage as the Bros, I think, looking for a disengage. Wallop comes down, double flashes do come on through as they get put to sleep. Mihal going all out though, and now Polu, can you actually hold them at bay? As it's 2 on the floor already. Fisher going to be going down low though, and that is a shutdown picked up for Young Jae. Nongshim, they do get the 4 out of 6 on the Grubs. That is good news, but that shutdown gold for a Viego is dangerous.
Not ideal for Nongshim. They could have done one of two things, and instead tried to do both, which wasn't the best, I have to admit. But
wait, so you're saying that instead of doing one of two things, they did 2 of 2 things?
No,
that sounds way better.
No, they still kind of ended up doing only one.
Okay.
Well, they got the Grubs, so I think that part is fine. But I actually really like the initial fight setup here for Nongshim, as Sylvie's able to deny the engage, and this is where Lilia ideally wants to be. And here everything looks great. The teleport from Miao, I think, is the right call, because otherwise there definitely would have been a team fight. And then here, we can commit, but not really, kind of. And if we do, we also need to make sure that we do actually have, you know, Sylvie in a position where he can follow up, Vital in a position where he can follow up. Instead, none of that happens, and they just kind of go into Maganar, hungry for kills, and end up donating a bunch of gold. But you know what? The Nuda boys, they're just trying to keep it close and entertaining, Atlas.
They absolutely are. I think Fisher a little bit early on the ult that time around. If, like, she had have been able to jump over the wall, having the ult activated, getting the shield resets and stuff like that, could have been a little bit of a better option. As you can see, the Merkwolves have made their way out into the river now. As Fate dashing in one more time. Chain's not going to connect there, as Polo could be in trouble. Headbutt Pole does come down. He's going to try and crash his way out of it, but in goes Fisher once again. Magnet Storm coming on through, as Fate not able to offer anything back there. And he does indeed have to flash over. Fisher now landing another Q here as the bowling ball doesn't connect. And look at these Wolves. They're getting very, very upset. Fisher, once again, with that ult on cooldown, but it's not on cooldown for all that long. You can see now with Brutalizer picked up, as well as those Merc Treads, it's feeling like Fisher is getting more and more dangerous in this game. We'll be able to get some spare time with this outer turret on the top side of the map as well, as Youngjae, with all of that gold, has built his Trinity Force. This is a very scary Viego. It looks like Fischer is just going to be able to get out of here just fine.
One of the big things you have to be careful for is that, as we saw there, if you do overextend, there isn't really a get out of jail card. So you do have to be very mindful of when you go in, because if you don't, you're just going to get focused and taken down very rapidly. As now, taking a look at the game, what has actually transpired. So turrets are all still standing. We do have 2 Drakes for Brian, but it's Chemtech.
Oh no, we weren't paying attention. We were distracted by the Neferi.
I imagine Ox was as well.
Yeah.
But the only explanation is here we see turn coming through. This is a 4 versus 4, but I do agree with Brian's instincts, which is that ideally you want to try and be the one that starts a fight, right? You want to find a single target, isolate them, and blow them up. Like Viego, LeBlanc, Varus, that's kind of how the composition functions ideally. And then, yes, you have team fighting power with the Rel and the Gnar, but for me, the main power of this composition comes specifically from your ability to find target, kill target. And there are some good targets, right? Sylvie, even though he now has the arm guard, can get taken down very quickly when focused. And same for Fischer, who does now have his Profane Hydra done.
Yep, Profane Hydra going to be completed here. We'll see where Fischer goes as far as next few items are concerned. Right now, he's got an item, and Fate does not quite have one built up just yet. Also, doesn't have a whole bunch of health bar here. Is looking to try and distort away. There's the Mimic as well, as goes back to the first distortion, but there is a whole bunch of bad guys, and he is going to explode. So's Jiwoo, though. My goodness, the bros finding an angle here. As Neferi going aggressive, these puppies getting annoying. As you can see, Youngjae just going to heartbreak at the wrong direction. Not going to be able to contest this Herald, and that is going to go over to Nongshim. Gold still very even between these 2 squads. I think probably even made up for by those couple of dragons that you were talking about before. But with the Rift Herald, I think that Nongshim should be able to pull into some sort of pretty respectable lead.
I'm telling you, Atlas, playing a champion that the opponents have not played against is such a... It's so... Remember when Ivern was first played in the LCK?
It's a cheat code. It is an
and
absolute
everyone was
cheat
like, what does this champion do? We don't really know. I think that Fate getting killed here is a really good example of, yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot of outs there. You are able to just follow the LeBlanc. That part of the fight, I think, was fine. Nice turn from Brian, but then this is really funny. We don't actually get to see it, but it was just Youngjae ulting away because the dogs were like just a little bit too scared. He's like, I can't take that damage.
Yeah.
The Fairy's gonna follow me. Might have been right, but that does mean that the Herald does go over, and this upcoming Drake fight might be a lot more doable here for Nongshim if they can utilize that.
Should be an opportunity as Youngjae moving on down. Charging up that stun. Chains are going to connect there, and oh dear. Sylvie in a fair bit of trouble, but they do get the teleport out from Mihail, and my god, the explosion of damage here from Fischer. Press W and everything is just fine.
Oh, and we talked before about the Lilia ults when combined with an MF ult, right? Because it doesn't actually cancel because it's damage over. The same for the bleed. I think for Neferi there, you saw that the sleep on Fate didn't actually get cancelled.
Yep.
Till it was already too late.
Damage over time is not going to interrupt it, so it works out very, very nicely. Bro going to be able to take an outer turret in the mid lane against kind of the flow of play, but that's because Fischer is alone in the bottom lane with a Rift Herald, and maybe this inner turret is also going to fall because there's no one making their way over outside of Fate just coming out of the Death Chamber. And Fischer, with a bit of spare time, I think should be able to just take this one down. And yeah, looks like Fate not going to be able to get here in order to stop this whatsoever. There it is, 700 gold over to Neferi.
Paulo.
Yeah, Paulo, I'm not sure if he's in a very good position right now. Mihail actually really smart, going to be taking away the Mega Cone, and that is going to mean Jiwoo can rotate around and pick up a freebie. That is going to be Paulo falling down. The bros kind of just falling apart here.
Yeah, but you know, as casters, we always like, particularly the color casters, right? We like to pretend we know everything. And then when a champion like Neferi comes in that you've never seen in pro play, you're like, oh, this is going to be a bit tough. You know, I'm not really in... I've played the champion a little bit, I've played against it, but it was in arena. But then you see pro players have kind of the same issue.
Yep. I mean, Fate actually said it. Even though in solo queue, I feel like Nefiri does happen a fair bit more.
Yeah, it does.
A lot of our pros do like to just have that cheeky Nefiri game, but it's not seen all that often, and it's not going to be seen in scrims. So it's very, very cute that we do see it come out from Fisher here in this one. And what a way to have our final day of regular season, as Sambo kind of wishes this wasn't what the final day of regular season looked like, as the kiting was pretty good. And Fisher says, no, I will right-click, and you will die.
Ooh, yeah. Actually, nicely done by Samver there. Between the barrier and him being able to dodge the Q, actually almost enough to win that. But unfortunately, not only is Fisher fed, but was also able to just about burst him down. And the opportunity now done as well.
How much does it mean? Because like in a straight-up 5v5, you feel like Bro should still have some of the answers, right?
But this is where my boy Mihal just counterpicking himself actually ends up working out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right. Fate is going to be able to get over the wall before having a nap. Watch out, Eep is not going to hit for too much, but Fate's still going to be taken down to 50%. And the LeBlanc still ahead in farm, but that's like the only thing that Fate can really say in the positives when it comes to this game. Outer turret getting lower and lower here as well, as Morgan in the longest lane in history. Have to be a little bit careful, although is still up against Mihail, so is kind of doing fine. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, Samba just kind of caught out, trying to go back to the rest of his teammates. Decent flash, but yeah, like you were saying, just not quite enough.
The fact that it was close in the first place is kind of insane, given how bad this Nefarious. You see there as well, Nongshim actually catching Brion off guard a little bit. There was no banana brush control, but there were two people of Brion in the Nongshim jungle. And I think that's why Samver felt like he could actually make it through. Yeah, right now, Fisher truly taking over the game. And as mentioned, I do think that, okay, we're okay. A little scary there. As long as they're able to maybe punish Fisher if he goes into aggressively, there is still an angle. But Viego and LeBlanc, when you're playing on the back foot, really lose a lot. It makes them good as...
That's a Magnet Storm, guys.
He didn't even need to flash. That's not ideal.
Yeah. Sometimes the walk strategy is just enough.
Especially on Lilia. She is so fast, man.
She is quite fast. It's the extra legs. As Young Jay, he's going to be able to clear out his Raptor camp, now looking for a little bit of an angle here, but they're going to have to wait for this Magnet Storm to be back up and available once again before they go for anything. Minute and a half on this next Drake. Nongshim did manage to take the first Chemtech. And look, healing and shielding power, anyone? Nefiri, ultimate does get a shield, so there you go. There's the value, there's the power. Vital going to be triumphantly roaring all over the place for those extra heals. A quad stack of Chemtech Drakes. Oh my goodness, the value is actually absurd.
That's nice for Sylvie and Mihal as well.
Yep.
It's fine.
It wouldn't be bad if Polo
okay.
got it, you know, and get that bit of a shield.
Yeah, it could be good.
Morgan builds his Sterix, you know? There you go. There's the value. All right, Banana Brush being fought over here as the bowling balls going a little bit wide. Looks like Rift Scuttler will be taken here by Nongshim, though. And the Baron's been up for 2 minutes. There's a little bit of a consideration as both teams just trying to make sure that they have the vision where they can find it. Fate going to be denied a back, which is not great 20 seconds before this Drake does come on through.
This is such a nightmare game as LeBlanc. So you have Neferi who, if you go into aggressively and you're like on a flank angle, she will W you and you will die.
Yep.
There is Lilia who, if you jump in and you get slapped and you're in the wrong position, you also die. And then there's also just Alistair, who is very strong appealing. And then the enemy AD carry is an Ezreal.
Yeah, and Cassante can just press R on you, and then you're not in there doing damage.
It's not even build. Look at the disrespect.
Yeah.
Atlas Mila's just building full armor.
Well, that just means that it's Vital's job to deal with the LeBlanc, as Nongshim going to be grabbing this second Chemtech Drake. And it looks like there's not going to be any response to it, just happily clearing out minions in the mid lane. And Bro, looking a little paralyzed, looking a little bit confused here in this game number 1 as we creep towards the mid game. And this has been sort of the nightmare of the Bros. Their early games have actually been navigated relatively well in the past, but it's trying to get their ducks in a row when the mid to late game rolls around. where things have slowed down for the Bros in very considerable fashion.
Now, unfortunately, Nongshim have been able to get their dogs in a row. With Fisher continuously applying this pressure inside. Now, mid turret being sieged.
Ooh, that is a Shattering Strike, not really finding the mark, and this turret will just fall. Nongshim not needing to invest too much there, as you did see Fisher sneaking towards the mid lane. That is just going to be looking for a little bit of a back angle. You mentioned the opportunity. Going to have item number 3 coming in really, really soon. And this Neferi is going to be very, very frightening. Not quite there just yet.
Oh, no Edge of Night just yet, but with that,
that's a lot of purple items.
that is not only...
Purple and blue, you know?
It's a lot of purple, it's a lot of lethality, and it's also going to make it even harder to try and deal with this Neferi. Obviously, he does have a lot of mobility when it comes particularly to the E and the W, but that one's only offensive, so that doesn't really provide you any outs. As we do see now, who's going to be able to match Fisher inside? And I think the unfortunate answer is no one really. Fate, because he has been able to keep up with CS, actually ahead of the clock in that regard, sitting at 230 here, whereas Fisher is sitting a lot lower. Still okay in terms of items, but once that third item comes through for Fisher, it's going to be really tough. You can see as well, Fate, I think are going to have a tough time to try and fight for priority. Imagine Fisher is just going to show up, shove this in, and then maybe they'll look for a collapse. I think Nongshim have the Baron on their mind, Atlas.
Yeah, thinking about it, Fisher looking for an opportunity over the wall here. As we can see, the pack has regrouped, and he's now looking for a way in. Going to find that Q right there. As you can see, Morgan not with a whole lot of Narbar right now. Going to be throwing some boomerangs around. With his newly created Black Cleaver, though, Vital is forced to ult very early in this one. A possible opportunity. They're still going to chase him down. And now Sylvie looking to try and get on in there. Young Jay will be able to finish off the cow as Fisher wanting to kill Fate, who is incredibly low and is still going to be able to survive. Polu may not be so lucky as Mihail looking for an all-out angle. That wallop was phenomenally placed. And they are playing right on the edge here, the Bros. Morgan hops his way out. Mihail tries to go all out, but unfortunately it's Samba that locks him up. The Neferi has destroyed his feet, teleports back in to save the team fight for the Bros. Oh, ward goes down, teleport immediately back in here as Morgan says, you obey your lord, you put down that 75 gold worth of value here as there's the Samba is just dead, but Jiwoo is going to have to sacrifice himself for that one, and that is another kill going over to Fate. That is 2 now to his name, and this LeBlanc is starting to get online.
That is a lot of Baron damage gone, though, and these health bars aren't super high. I think we're going to see Nongshim at least try. Fisher, 10 seconds. Yeah. MVP's available, so they really just want to stall, but no ultimate available for Vital. Yeah. They're buying a lot of time, though.
Young Jay will be able to take him down.
Yeah, they got
out of the pit. So they do buy enough time. And there is at least no Baron going to be taken. Still, good to see that the Bros have some fight left in him.
So we take a look here. It's Vital overextending, and then a really good chase coming through from Morgan and Polu, where they're able to put a lot of pressure. The re-engage doesn't really work because there isn't actually a lot of damage. Fisher is chasing Fate, but Fate's able to stay alive, even if just barely. Bleed not quite enough. And then Jiwoo just isn't able to really find a lot of impact. But it's the teleport from Fate that I think is the master stroke here, because otherwise Jiwoo might be able to actually get at least someone down. And this is such a messy fight. Fisher is looking for a re-entry, and as a result completely misses.
Yeah, just gets W'd.
That the LeBlanc is there, and then actually really nicely read here by Fate. Jiwoo was going to die anyway, like he was on the enemy territory, so I think him getting this picker is nice. Didn't have to invest his flash. But this is a showcase that if the fights get messy...
The Magnustorm actually going to connect this time around as Jiwoo just Samba getting his revenge immediately. The bottom lane are wiped out. And there's a Lilia in the bottom lane. Fisher is also trying to push that lane through. This Baron, an opportunity now for Bro, as they may give up Soul Point, but who cares? It's a Chemtech Soul. As Bro will be taking this one down. Fisher, can he actually threaten the base or something like that? It looks like that's not going to be the option as Bro tear through this Baron very, very quickly. It's on hit Varus. They're not too worried. And now, the Bros just have full control.
And back-to-back team fighting, Atlas. Putting the Bros back. And Jiwoo, as Ezreal, you can feel so insanely safe, but you don't have Flash. And Paulo, I think a lot of his engages this game have not really been it, but that one mind and
luring them into a false sense of security, Chronicler.
Yep.
It's the mind games that Paulo has maxed out. Throw away a Magnet Storm so you can win the game with it later on. It's all about investment, and it's beautiful. Just like right here. He might just be straight up dead. By might, I mean I guarantee he gets the lilting lullaby,
yes.
and he's dead. So he's like, oh, mark down that cooldown, baby.
No, but you know now that the next time they see him, they're going to go in him again. So Paulo is actually setting up the next play.
Psychological warfare at its finest.
I love how we started out at odds. You know, you, a Broly, me, a Noodle Boy, but now we've both been swept
We've come
away.
together just purely because of the phenomenal League of Legends that we're witnessing on both sides of the rift, Chronicler. And I think that that is exactly the way that our friends with different favorite teams need to approach this.
I wholeheartedly agree. And we joke, and I think this series is pretty silly, but what I do love is that both teams very clearly, they want to win this.
Oh, 100%.
Like, and stakes are one thing, but when it comes down to these players, as is any athlete, they're just really competitive and they just want to win.
Yeah.
The stakes are kind of whatever.
No, I'm good with like chicken breast or like eggplant. I don't need steak, especially not every day. We've had plenty of steaks this week. Just not required.
Yeah, no, that's... I normally love cooking jokes. How could you do this to me?
I was planning that one for a while, actually.
Really?
Like, this one's terrible. I need to fit it in. And I'm really glad you gave me the opportunity. I appreciate you. Sylvie going to be clearing out this wave as Morgan's coming on over. And, is Fate just going to be able to kill him? That's the question. Almost. That's down to 100 or 93.
There is a bit of a problem here, but looks like they are going to be able to get the backs in.
There's a pack of mid lane moving into the bottom side of the map. Morgan's going to be there to sort that one out.
Oh, look at that gold graph. That's perfect.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's the noodle hump.
You can at least call it Noodle Mountain.
It wasn't really a mountain. I think hump is probably... You can go with hill.
Yeah,
Noodle.
hill.
Do you like Noodle Hill?
Yeah, well, we don't have mountains in the Netherlands. The best we can do is like a 300-meter hill, man.
Isn't like a speed hump, a speed bump, you know? Man-made.
I kind of, yeah, kind of is. That's actually my favorite part about living in Korea is the mountains.
Yep, the fact
Even
that it
in
does
Seoul.
go somewhat vertical. As all right.
That's Mininar.
Morgan could be in trouble. The ulti's being pressed, an explosion of damage.
That's what I was referring to at the beginning of the game with Neferi and side lane.
Yeah.
When you're Mega Nar, that's, you know, you're fine. When you're Mini Nar, not so much. And your mobility doesn't really mean that much because she's going to be able to jump on you with the W and then follow with the E even if you try the hippity hop away. And
good old double dash is pretty powerful.
Side laning. I mean, you've told me double dash isn't very good, but I beg to differ.
I mean, you can still do it. I just don't think that it's the best Mario Kart, okay? That's all I said. I think that all of the other ones are better. That's all I'm saying.
You can't beat my nostalgia, Atlas. Let me live.
What about my nostalgia? Like N64 SNES? That's even more. That's more powerful.
Yeah, but that's okay. I also know, objectively, I am wrong. We have very straightforward here. Gets the ultimate in. And
look at that. Mechanically ridiculous. And doesn't even give an assist to his teammate.
Yeah,
kills him too fast.
that's my favorite part about Neferi. It really does feel like the Trundle of Assassins. It's like,
oh, yeah.
Do I have the stats?
I'm pretty sure pillar mechanics are actually
very and Neferi
difficult.
needs to hit a Q. Okay, but outside of that, that's not really the pinnacle of mechanical excellence, Atlas.
I mean, you say that, but I think that everything can be played to a level where you can see the skill expression. But you're right. I mean, we're getting really to the base end of it. All right, there's a little bit of a stun on Mihail, but he's happy to tank it up. Magnustorm connecting onto a few here from Bolu. But where is the follow-up? Where is the angle? As Fisher, the call of the pack comes in, and look at the Varus explode. Fate gonna go down as well, and Fisher, yeah, if he can press W on you, I think at this point you're just dead. And Nongshim, after losing a couple of team fights in a row, they decided, we're not doing that again.
And this is what Neferi looks like in solo queue. Generally in pro, you don't really get this experience as Vital, trying to make sure that Morgan can't TP or back so that the rest of his team can end.
Oh, that was a cute one there from Morgan, but I think he's still going to have to watch from the enemy jungle as Vital hit the oh no, the interruption, too powerful. And these Nexus turrets will go down. Neferi, for the first time, will be picking up a victory here in the LCK in the final day of 2024 Summer. Oh, and Fish, a huge grin on his face there as well. I'm a little bit sad for the bros. But, you know, sometimes when a wrench is thrown into the works like this, it's difficult to pivot correctly.
Atlas, when you see a player have that giggle, you know that one of two things is about to happen. Either they're going to come up with...
It's 0-9 or 9-0.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but also there is still a timeline where they're like, no, let's just play Corki and play it safe, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then the coach is like, okay, and the players, you can see their face drop. None of that. Fisher keeps giggling, locks in Neferi, and we get... What is a great opener to what I imagine will be a wonderful series.
I'm looking forward to the Neferi POG there as well, which is almost 100% guaranteed. What happens in game 2 though?
You ban it.
Do you actually?
You ban it, man.
Do you have to?
Well, no, but you do. Just ban it.
Like you have to, just based on the respect.
Yes.
That's deserved. Look at this. We did actually, like, it is very, it's hilly terrain here, as we can see the Nongshim Hill coming back with a vengeance towards the end of this game. 25.2k damage here from Fisher as well. The Neferi worked. I don't know whether it's going to work again if we see it once more, but I'm hoping that we do regardless. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back to space, going to break it down, and then we'll have game number 2. See you there.
끝날만해? 어때?
끝날만해. 나 나르랑 놀 생각할게 계속.
얘고 궁은 없는데 풀은 있을
가게.
그럼 불궁한 거야, 불궁한
그래
거야.
오케이 그럼 맞았다. 뭐야 나 집 갔어?
아니야 아직 못 갔어. 얘 텔 찍을 걸? 가져.
나 뛰고
나르 끊었어. 야 끝내.
끝났어
그냥 타워 쳐줄래? 나 죽어.
끝났어.
타워 쳐줘.
everyone, and welcome to the space as we break down the Super Bowl. That's right. Bro and Nongshim, our only series of the week between two teams that know this is the last series they have for the Summer Split. Degon here alongside Ox and Wolf. Nongshim strike first, and there's a pick that stands out here.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to do the cool interview at the end where you get the whole team on the stage, you get to talk to the fans, how nice would it be to say you got to win first ever LCK Neferi, you pulled it off, you lost lane, doesn't matter, accidentally got a triple kill right afterwards, boom, suddenly your stat sticks, you got them to keep popping out of the ground, they look like dogs, but they're actually just your little stat sticks, boom, you blow people up, you win the game.
Is that easy, you know? And I think Neferi has kind of struggled to find a place in pro because she's very straightforward, right? She's got targeting, dive, and I think she's really going to be about her numbers. But I think if you get fed on a skirmish like that, you're going to flourish in the champion. You get 3 kills in Neferi, allows you to take over. LeBlanc obviously had a lot of pressure in the early lane, but I think Bro opting into that fight and giving that window open really kind of backfired in that situation. And it's interesting to see, you know, more AD mids coming out, because obviously for the longest time it's been these AD carry picks. We've seen a bit of the Win brothers, and now getting some Neferi in. Does make me wonder, because next patch Kiana is getting buffed. If we maybe see some more assassins in the mid lane. I'm not sure the meta is really a great place for it, but, you know, it's interesting.
Yeah, I just want to add, I don't think Neferi is strong enough right now to be considered a meta pick, but if you do get massively ahead, her kit does allow you to just point and click collapse on people, get shield resets in team fights, and actually pop off. So against an uncoordinated team, against one of our West Side teams here in the final match of the season, if you do get those kills, then you can actually just keep clicking on people and blowing them up.
Yeah, and despite Bro fighting back a little bit here, Neferi strong enough to close it on out. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. We talked about those 3 kills. Here are those 3 kills over by the Grubs.
Yeah, and they end up focusing so much of the engage onto the Lilia, but we have this level 6 Neferi, and people start to get low, and the execute damage this champ has on the Q is pretty absurd. So, you know, picks up 2 kills in quick succession, and then at this point, Bro kind of knows that they've messed up, but there's no real way to get away from the Neferi. Triple kill, immediately monster fed.
And now that you're this big, you can actually contend with the LeBlanc that was crushing you in lane moments before. You can also then transition this into big skirmishes, moving into objective fights, as well as the side lane. So you put Fisher in a side lane, no one can contend with him. We saw him blow up Morgan. It basically just one-shot him there with a full combo. That's the power of Neferi when you do get ahead. It's just so difficult to stop this pretty mobile champion as well when she's in sides. And then you can take turrets, you have map control, it's hard to get vision. So very oppressive when this far ahead.
A little bit afterwards, on the top side of the map, we saw the Bros fight back. It was a long, drawn-out brawl, and we got to see what happens if Fisher doesn't one-shot a target when after Fate wasn't able to get the kill, which then led to this skirmish in the mid lane. Bro tried to take the game into their own hands. TP comes in, and they get punished.
Yeah, once again, really scrappy game, and we see a lot of back and forth, but unfortunately the rel engage doesn't connect onto any meaningful targets. The sleep comes in for the counter engage, and then this is such a perfect window for the Neferi to enter the fight when the big CC tools have already been burned.
Yeah, Fisher flashes to get the kill there. It was honestly just, I feel like a story of this game, a lot of it was Palu either having a really high value engage, which was less often, or kind of messing it up, getting caught a few times, trying to hard force these team fights without follow-up, without getting those meaningful targets like you just mentioned, Ox. And this was another one of those moments where it felt like the fight was definitely winnable for Bro, but they were not on the same page as Palu. So uncharacteristically weak rel performance from them really cost them big in this one.
All right, well, time for the POG. We can guess who it is.
Jiwoo?
No, not Jiwoo.
Oh.
It's Fisher.
Of course.
Yeah, so I was a solid guess. He had that cool flash play topside before he died.
Yeah, I mean, he brings out the first Neferi game. The triple kill, obviously, big moment where he got fed, but, you know, for the most part, really just used his lead effectively and found opportunities. And I think particularly when your side laner is a Gnar as well, we saw that moment where he was able to jump on Morgan and just completely blitz him.
Look at these moments, too. You can just basically 100-0 the AD carry as well, so very difficult to play against when you are an immobile AD carry like Varus. This is that Morgan moment. Yeah. Rip in pepperoni.
A lot of counterplay.
Maybe rip in pepperonis in this case. A lot of counterplays. Like, this champion, because she has that point-and-click dash, it's so easy to just take over the game when you're ahead. And that's why I was saying she's got the stat sticks, because when she gets the items, the Profane Hydro first and then some more lethality, it just snowballs.
And I can tell you, if we saw that skirmish where she got the triple kill go the other direction, and then a Fury fell behind, it would have not been
wouldn't heard
pretty.
the end of it.
It would have not been
Absolutely.
pretty. It would have not looked good.
But it's always great when something like this in the draft, a lot of times when we get the 12 out of 12 vote, it's not a player or a champion that we're like, wow, this is it. Everything is on this. This is such a cool moment here for Nongshim, for Fisher, and for the whole squad to be able to be like, wow, this comp is built around this, and it works to perfection here.
There was some question about whether it should be banned in the second game. I think probably not. Just don't let it get ahead. I mean, Fate handled the laning phase really well, so I think you just play around it a little bit better. If they do lock it in again, as Bro, I think you should be able to win game 2.
All right, well, hopefully the draft is just as exciting for game number 2 here. One more game left if Nongshim win, or will the Bros be able to battle back? Let's find out.
It's not even a question, Digon. Obviously, the Bros are going to be able to battle back because we deserve 3 games in this series. It's the last day of regular season, and if it doesn't go to 6, I'm going to be quite sad. That's it. No
I'm
grand
with
statement or
you.
anything like that.
Yeah, sometimes you need to keep it small. And I will also be sad because not only are we really clamoring for a
We don't want
great
stakes.
end to the
It's not about
season.
stakes.
No. It's about getting the maximum value out of your LCK season. And to be fair, there's been a good amount of 2-0 Atlas. And not only that, we're also recording the POC state afterwards. And I personally hold the belief that the more exhausted and exasperated we are, the
better the
funnier
quality.
it is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's very, very true. So everyone, we need to be hoping that we're maximizing the content here today. That's what we're going to go
Suffer for the art.
Indeed. Let's dive into the draft here. And speaking of art, what does Nongshim have for us this time around? As Bro, maybe it's their turn to go with some experimentation.
So I saw a tweet from Genie, who does the social media for the LCK.
Yes.
There is only a single champion that has not been played in the LCK.
Is that Briar?
It is Briar.
Oh.
So Sylvie and Young Jay, you have
It's
a
on
job
you.
ahead of you right now.
Hey, I've actually seen some Briar being experimented with in the top lane. I'll have you know. So maybe the Lord brings out the Briar.
Briar top.
The Briar top, baby.
Oh no.
It would not be great. But we'll just have to see. Sometimes you just have to go for the experimentation. As Sejuani and Yone going to be both banned away there by the Bros, as Renekton and the Maokai taken off the board. Last ban probably going to be Rumble on the side of Nongshim. And there is a Cassante being taken away from Mihail, the one champion that the guy is just very happy to blind in any situation whatsoever. Not going to be there. And I think with the Cassante ban, you definitely force the Rumble ban. It is a champion that is picked into it relatively often. As the Bros going back to an old favorite here, Umpty really did love the Lilia, and of course isn't on the team at the moment. Young Jay going to be taking that one away from Sylvie.
Are we prioritizing the MF here?
No, it's Briar.
As the MF has been very good in trying to not only do good in lane, but then also combine that with the Lilia, which I think is a really strong one too. And unfortunately, we are strayed from the path of max entertainment. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure the Neferi was specifically tech into LeBlanc. As Nongshim have instead just embraced that we're going back to very straightforward, very classic stuff. So it's going to be Dinar to come out here. I imagine Cannon is going to follow. Although Cannon Lilia is a bit awkward in the 2v2. You can go GP if you want to. Ashe is still available and is, I think, completely fine.
Yep, wouldn't be a bad one. I wouldn't mind, Morgan going back to like some of the Jax tech and stuff like that we've seen employed into the Gnar. Can be something that can tango alongside a Lilia a little bit more effectively. But we'll see what they do decide to do. They can elect to counterpick one of the lanes. I would imagine, and especially based on what the cameraman is doing here,
Lucian?
that Fate wants to get something into the Corki, and there is that Lucian that you were talking about.
Lucian or Smolder have been our main 2 picks.
I would have liked the Smolder, but
I
that's
do
all right.
feel like the Lucian, if you can really excel on it, is better, because it is a lot more oppressive. But I also think the barrier for it to actually work is way higher. And as Brion, I don't know if that's really the angle I would have taken, with how messy the previous game was, imagine if you had a Smolder.
Yep.
Could have been a
Is that Evelyn?
completely different. I'm not gonna get fooled by hovers.
But that was an Evelyn.
It
That would
was.
have been really fun.
Yeah.
Ah, Ziggs jungle.
Ooh.
I like the Ziggs jungle.
Okay. Okay. I like Ziggs here for Jiu. You already have double AD in
Wait,
your
for
solo
Jiu?
lanes. Yeah.
But they were hovering Evelyn before. That means that it's the jungle spot that we're locking in. And so it's jungle Ziggs. It's gonna be jungle Ziggs until it's not for me. That's gonna help me feel better about everything. Poppy going to be banned away here. Do like sort of just not wanting to deal with Poppy.
Banning junglers here, I imagine. Oh, actually going to be the Leona instead.
They already know the jungler Chronicler. Last ban to come through here for Nongshim. I don't know why I'm committing to this one so
For
hard.
a second, I'm like, wait, no, I'm not missing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So Poppy already banned away. Do they want to go towards the Rakan, I guess, then for Vital here? So you can go Rakan, in which case you're basically just abandoning the lane and letting the Ziggs roam free. We are obviously a much bigger fan of trying to play lane oppressive and try to utilize the Ziggs to get max plates, which Gen G very recently failed to do, which was very sad and unfortunate.
Yeah.
We were trying to... Was it you and Ox, or was it Valdez and Ox that were like keeping track of every single plate?
Yeah, no, that was me and Ox.
Yeah.
And it was really sad because
Like,
they
what?
got so close to the threshold in the bottom lane, and it just
And then
sat like
Canyon-
that for
yeah,
7
no,
minutes.
yeah.
It was very
Oh.
depressing. Ivern going to be taken away for next to no reason because we already know what the jungler is. Jiwoo, what is he going to be locking away here?
I
That
don't
is the
want to see
question.
Zyra. I know Zyra is still a strong jungler, but I feel like Zyra into Lily has such a miserable matchup.
Yeah, Zyra's support is just really out of vogue at the moment as well, so probably not going to happen.
Okay.
As Rel the consideration.
Okay, Sylvie's cooking. Rel does work very well together with both the Gnar and the Ziggs, so I think in that case it does make sense. It's probably going to be answered by an Alistar, as we have seen many a time, is kind of the preferred counter matchup in that scenario. Alistar and Ashe, I think it's not great. Ideally, you'd like to have a support that can actually utilize the early pressure.
Like Nico.
Yes, but I don't. Yeah, we're not getting that. I don't love Nautilus.
No, he's been doing a fair bit of losing. That's Camille. Okay,
That's cool.
I was asking for Jax. Camille is the even cooler option and was also one of the reasons why Oh my god, are we doing it? Do it. Don't be scared.
No, it's not.
Oh no, come on. It's the last one! Oh man!
It's fine. It's a game free haul for Atlas. We'll get it in game free.
Well, Viego has been only losing so far this series. And so that might be a good sign. And this is also, to go back to my previous point, the Camille was the champion that Morgan used on Hanwha Life Esports to make it all the way through the World's qualifier and then make it all the way to top 8 at the World Championships.
Yeah,
as well.
he did have Chovy and Deft on his team, which I think helped.
Okay, you can add your caveats if you want to, but it was Morgan in side lanes that I saw winning the game, and I will stand by that until my last breath. Sorry, Yasuo. I'm looking forward to this game. I actually think that the Ziggs lane going to be a little bit of fun. A lot of AD towards the top side of the map. I think steel plates are going to have a lot of value. Steel caps, sorry. So that is going to be pretty good. But I think that Bro, very well-rounded composition, a lot of engage from a lot of different angles. They can be the ones playing around with this, with Bambi in the jungle, putting everyone to sleep and having a good time there. I think that OK Savings Bank Breon have set themselves up with a pretty nice draft. And I think if you are an enthusiast of 3-game series, this is the place to be.
I hope so, Atlas. I can only hope so.
You don't need to. It's happening. We have decided. Let's jump onto the riff for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We almost had a Briar here in the LCK. Would have been the final champion for us to tick off the list. But unfortunately, we don't tick off 2 in the 1 series. At least not yet. Not until game 3, perhaps. That's where Sylvie brings it out. He's like, no, guys.
Wow, those cues look really cool.
Yeah, this is a really old skin as well, right? Pretty sure? Relatively old. Like the mad scientist one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a specific chroma or not, but those cues look...
It always reminds me of Professor Putricide.
Yes!
And I feel like
It does.
he's just going to talk about the slime pipes again, and I'm going to have PTSD from
that was my favorite.
2007 or something.
Yeah, 2007, 2008. That was my favorite.
ICC was really good.
Yeah, just Wrath of the Lich King in general. I had a wonderful time.
Yep.
Did cost me an extra year in high school. Non-ironically, that was a bit unfortunate, but it was worth it.
Yep.
Yeah, I got up to a lot of good times.
Indeed, me too. I didn't perform well at university that year. Let's just say that. But I did perform well in Trial of the Crusader. And so that's
but that one
trial
was pretty,
I did want
that
to
one
do
was
well
pretty
in.
easy, no?
I mean, it was, but I just felt like I wanted to have something that sounded like it was a test, and Trial of the Crusader was the one that I went
because
with.
it's a... yeah, no.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's on me.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I apologize.
All right, Bro, with some control of this lane, as we can see, generally you want your first back to come through on the Ziggs before you're really comfortable. So just going to be awaiting this minion wave as level 2 is going to be collected here by Samba and Polu. Samba able to throw out that hawk shot just to see exactly what's going on. I believe knows now that the entire bottom side has not been taken yet, so they can expect that Sylvie might be in the area coming up relatively soon, as we need an extra link in that anchor chain. All right, Nah has not been doing super hot.
Yeah, you mentioned extra link. The missing link, unfortunately, not been doing so hot. As Nar really struggling thus far. We have seen him drop in priority pretty considerably, which I think is warranted. As
wow,
Fisher showing again that Corky's early game knows no limits, even in the face of his supposed counter. If you can find the right trading windows with your E up.
Yep, I feel like Fate did the thing where he's like, I'm going to hit the Q and hit my double tap, and then Fisher did the, I'm going to press Gatling gun and face you.
Yeah,
and that worked.
I do think this is still favorable for a Lucian in this instance, because you are so much better at at supplying very, very high upfront burst, but you do struggle in the longer trades. As no smite available for Youngjae, do they want to try and?
I don't think they're going to quite get here in time.
Yeah, might be a double scuttle angle here. Sylvie falling behind a little bit as Youngjae crosses over, but there's also not that much prio towards the top side of the map.
Ooh, Samba going to get stunned up here as Jiru does land the bouncing bomb. Nice little satchel there, but
ooh, that's
going to be able to do too much. They're just going to zone him away just to make sure. Bro did invest a fair bit, as there's a flash hook. All right, Polu, I see you, as Fisher is going to get ardently blazed to death.
Got to flash that initial hook. Fisher thought he could tough it out. Not the case. And it's really rough here, because that snowballs into an immediate Raptor steal here for Youngjae. And I think the bot lane scenario is actually great, because when you're the one with teleport and you get your opponent stuck in a bad set of backs, that's super valuable.
Oh yeah.
I think Jiu is one of the buying.
Morgan. Little sidestep was very, very cute. As the next tech sweep comes through. Does miss the cannon, but Morgan doesn't need cannons. We've spoken about this, especially in reference to his Camille many times in the past. Often just falls behind in lane by a considerable margin and then wins the game.
As we have a nice little look here at our jungle invade timers, and I'd argue that one of those crabs also kind of counts as an invade, right? Normally you're supposed to spread these, and yeah, I think for Fisher you gotta just flash that one initially, which is unfortunate, but dying there is way worse, even with the TP still up, because it does mean that immediately that camp was taken. So although Polo was there, so maybe that alone would have been enough. As I was saying, I'm a little worried that Gio is going to go for the Seraphs first. Although looking at what Brion have, I don't actually think Seraphs is that bad. I've obviously spent a lot of time with very opinionated Ziggs players, but this is the type of composition where having a shield to eat upfront burst, I think does actually have a good amount of value. Between the Lucian and the Camille, I think you're able to get a good amount of value out of that.
Ooh, a lot of damage here onto Fisher. Fate hitting level 6. Polo once again lurking in this mid lane. And so Fisher just going to have to hang back. Isn't behind by too much, but you can see Youngjae, he is ahead by a massive amount. It's the Lilia's abusing Viego happening once again, this time on the other side of the rift, as Sylvie was considering going for a dragon, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get enough free time.
Jonas Strong is so mean. Like the fact that he's able to clock that Youngjae misses the timing on the W there.
Yeah.
Which doesn't matter. It's a little burn on the dragon here. Are we going to get a 4v4?
Oh god, the culling is going to soften up Vital and Sylvie quite a lot as we begin this. Youngjae just going to move on down. He's taken all of the grubs and now he's looking for the dragon as well. And Nongshim looking a little paralyzed at this point in time as the rockets are coming on in. There's the hook onto Polo. He's going to take a fair bit of damage. As Vital flashes away, they take down the Nautilus. And so that is going to be an evening out of the kills. It looks like Bro's still going to be able to grab themselves the Drake. But Jiwoo looking for another angle here as Fisher may have them exactly where he wants them. 1 versus 3 though for the Corki, not something that he really wants.
Well, that was so close. If Sylvie had to flash over the wall to save his own life, and we can see the replay if that was actually necessary, but if he can get the Nautilus, then they can just continue playing that fight. That could have been alone, or that alone could have been enough to then turn it around. But instead, it's going to be at least a kill picked up for Nongshim. They won't be able to get the dragon. 1 grub is still up, but I imagine Youngjae is going to take that one because not only does he have prio in his lanes, he's also heavily outpacing Sylvie. And yeah, this Viego into the Lilia just doesn't really seem to be working out.
Yeah, and we've seen it quite a few times. I feel like it's sort of like the accepted answer. Or something like that people have gone for,
it feels,
and I'm not a big fan of it.
It feels the same as, because I think in concept, the idea is if you get on top of her, you can burst her down quickly. I want to take a look here, because Sylvie does get low, but I'm pretty sure that there was a window there for him to just take the Nautilus. The cooldowns this early in the game are pretty low, or pretty high still, but like with the health bar still in G, with the health bar still in Fisher, I think there could have been an angle, could have gotten more out of that, because you see that then afterwards they don't really have the tools to get on top of the Brionne squadron. And now, early game, pretty even here.
Yeah, well, Bro going to be able to shove this wave towards the bottom side of the map. You mentioned even. I was kind of expecting that Bro would be able to leverage this jungle advantage that they've had to create themselves a gold lead. It's just not really happened. The farming has been very good by Nongshim in their lanes, especially top and mid lane. Fisher being able to keep himself in it, even though that first blood did go over to Fate in that lane. Very nicely done. I find it really interesting because I do associate a lot of my solo lane Lucian memories with Fate. Only because he was playing with Summit, playing so much Lucian top lane when he was on Sandbox.
Wow, that's a deep cut.
Yep. It was a thing that they did a whole lot. They didn't do a whole lot of winning with it, but it just happened all the time.
Yeah, that was a consistent problem for Summit, unfortunately.
Bit of a theme.
I say as a Live Sandbox early days fan, do right now have another back force here for Sambo, or at least that's what it looked like. Wonder if he's actually going to commit to the back this time around, or if he is going to cancel it again. This is, again, one of the big advantages that you do have with Ziggs and Teleport. You should be able to maybe get a plate going here again.
Ooh, Fisher getting softened up a little bit here. That piercing light through the minions, hitting quite nicely. But Sylvie, you can see, lying in wait. Vital, only level 5, but still right place, right time right now. As I said, right too many times. Did use it in different ways, though, so I hope that you don't think that I'm just repeating myself.
We all are, Atlas. We are commentators, unfortunately.
Yeah, well,
the arrow.
Yep, it is going to sail through. Looks for Fisher. Fisher looks at it and says, "Not today, sir."
It was closer than I thought that was going to be.
All right, hookshot does come in as Morgan looking for an angle here. Hextech ultimatum might be enough, or he might just be dead, and he is. So I was spending a lot of time praising Morgan's Camille. I do want to remind everyone that his Camille was often 0-3 when he was winning games, okay?
Okay. That's some important lore there, Atlas, because right now we saw there Morgan trying to go in To me, Camille is one of those characters where until you have your Triforce, she just doesn't feel like a real champion. Unfortunately, and I think we saw there, just didn't quite have the amount of burst that you thought you would.
If he hits the hook shot, I think. Then
Yeah, but if Gnar
maybe he does
has hop, like you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
Realistically. So if like I think the setup for that is fine. If Youngjae is closer, but that just wasn't really the case. So bites off a little bit too much, and now Mihao actually sitting on pretty substantial lead. Picked up 2 plates, has now his, or rather, he already had his steel caps in that earlier instance, which was, I think, what kept him alive. But now he's going to have even more pressure here onto Morgan, and Nongshim starting to pull further ahead here, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm just confused why Bro's jungler is in the top lane when the top laner is in the jungle, based on these CS numbers. Youngjae well and truly ahead of Morgan right now, and is competing with Mihail on the amount of farm that he does have. So this Lilia is very strong.
Yeah, we are not playing for grubs, Atlas. We are looking to dive Samver here.
Yeah, I think they're wanting to make sure that Samver is not going to have very much fun playing archery here in this bottom lane this game.
Oh, maybe Morgan can TP, but even that's hard. I think Samver's just dead.
Yep, I think they're just going to give him up. Make sure that they maximize the amount of grubs that they can pick up. And there it is. Sylvie very comfortably tanks that last turret shot.
It's happening? We're doing
it? Yeah, there is another flash to come out. This time it's Mihail that has to use it. Hextech Ultimatum coming in. Let's see whether Morgan did give enough time to Youngjae this time, and he absolutely did. Puts him to sleep, and there's the kill going over to the Camille. That's what it was supposed to look like. And you did mention that plates do go over to Jiwoo, and so he's at least able to do that. As now the Blast Cone going to be used in Brendan Valdez's favorite way to get Fisher out of trouble.
Good example there of Mihail's inexperience just after he finds a great outlane the 1v1. Being that far up in your lane when your team is diving on the opposite end of the map, you just can't do that, right? You can't be that far up. As we are feeling swifty today.
Youngjae is going to walk too far.
Oh yeah, no, he really is, especially if they get a bunch more of these dragons. But that means that now Jiu made his way towards the mid lane, and let's not kid ourselves, he's not getting full plates, but this is what I'm saying. I agree the wave state is a little bit awkward here for Mihao, and I think you can see that he kind of knows that he shouldn't be up. Tries to play a little bit safe, but he doesn't have Mega just now, and if he has Mega, then maybe, oh, never mind, this is the earlier
This is the first one, yeah. He just kills him.
In which case, I still feel like if Morgan plays that better, that should also just be a kill. Just goes in too early. And then here, I have nothing to say. This is very straightforward. But look at Mihail's positioning right now while this dive is happening. That's unfortunately not something you can get away with.
Yeah. A little bit of a shame there, especially when you kind of know that the jungler wants to be on the top side to take those grubs that was spawning anyway. Like, that was why that play was being attempted by Nongshim to try and catch them out, thinking that perhaps there would be a gentleman's agreement on the second round of grubs battle. So yeah, like you're saying, it is just kind of an unforced error.
Chiyu, that's good.
Yeah, he is going for the build, as there's the knockup. Fisher is going to have to flash, and does so. Will be able to clear out a lot of this wave. But you can see that there are Void Mites here, and that is a Corgi lying on the floor. So a little bit unfortunate with the positioning of the solo laners around the top lane turret. Hasn't necessarily been executed on perfectly, as the plates do fall down. 5 on the bottom side, 3 in the top lane. It's not the best for a Ziggs composition to have this many, but it is still not too bad. As Fate going to get a bit of a shove in here on this top side of the map. 6 grubs going to be really helping out here, as I don't think the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be enough to take this down, and Fate just tanks it. No fear. All right, Rift Herald. Going to be getting impatient pretty soon, and there goes Shelly. And Samba could be in trouble, but is going to be saved by Polo's hook zoning them away.
Ult's been used there by Gio as well, as we sold towards that top wave, which means that that is a big team fight ultimate they're missing.
Oh, Vital! Just
Jungle Rel is back?
Youngjae here as he tries to crash his way out of here. But look at this, like the Swift Rift, man. It is allowing Youngjae to get these Qs in exactly the positions that he wants it. As Arrow going to be flashed out of the way off here by Jiwoo. Bouncing bombs coming on through, but I don't think Vital's surviving this one. That's Samba locking down the kill. And that should be Rift Herald going over to Bro as well. And Youngjae able to grab almost anything that he wants right now on this map. It's the Lilia that's the biggest problem that Nongshim needs to find a way to deal with.
And in the previous game, let's not forget, Youngjae actually had a wonderful game himself as well. It wasn't enough to actually get the win, but I feel like he was one of the bright spots. So right now, we take a look. A couple of back-to-back great punishes here. Just keep the flash, Fisher. If there's a teleport available here to like bail you out, then maybe you can get away with that, but it's just not realistically going to happen. This is a bit of a split call. I imagine that they know that the teleport might be coming in, but yeah, Vital definitely not in a position where he gets to be that far up. Maybe just walk through the pit and then you can either crash over. Still had flash available as well.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case, but this is good news for us 6-game enjoyers, right? Brion make the gold basically even. My main thing that I am a little bit worried about is that I was expecting Brion to actually have a pretty sizable lead coming out of the laning phase, given that they got, and top lane counter pick isn't really a laning counter pick, but it should still be, I think, quite solid when you play with the jungler, which they tried. Because the comp is very finicky and very squishy. Like, I do think that you need to be very on point with your target selection, which they have been so far, don't get me wrong. Like, Apollo's hooks have been good, they find target, kill target, but if anyone missteps, they do just get blown up very quickly by Nongshim's burst. And against the Viego, that can backfire a little bit.
Really can. Rutero going to come down here in this mid lane. And I agree with you. I think that there is a fair bit of finesse, but what it requires could be a worry for some of our bro fans, because what it's going to need is an overabundance of bro activity to really get this one working the way they want it to, as Fate taking a bit of incidental damage here as Fisher does teleport back into the mid lane. Looks like a battle for this Cloud Drake, the pivotal first Cloud Drake of the game, as Morgan's found the backline. The arrow is going to sail by as Mega Inferno Bomb does a whole lot of work. Sylvie baits Morgan in, but Morgan's going to be able to pick up a double in the interim. Youngjae now trying to dance his way around, but Fisher is going to point, click, and destroy as this Corgi is so incredibly scary. The flash from Fate. Can he get a double tap? The answer's no, and it's a triple for Fisher.
And Brion, they pulled the trigger, but it doesn't feel like they hit the mark just right. Unfortunately, Sylvie stays alive for much longer, and this feels like a bit of a necessity because Morgan is looking for a flank, which he finds, I guess, but the arrow goes wide. The immediate ultimate from Gio comes through, and you can see trying to fight in this position against the Mega Gnar and the Ziggs. That's not really where you want to be. And even though the damage comes through, and yes, they have a nice turn onto the Ziggs, the damage is already done and the cooldowns are low. There's still Mega Gnar, and Fisher, unfortunately, for Brion, stays alive throughout all of that. And that was, I think, a pretty big winner. Looking at the sums, though, a lot invested here on either side, but it's mostly been on Brion, Morgan, Youngjae, Fate, and Samver, all flashing in that engage. Fisher almost as is available. And Nongshim looking towards the second dragon here.
Yep, that's going to be the first Cloud Drake of the game. Likely being picked up here by Nongshim. They're keeping Bro at bay very effectively. And this Corki, after those 3 kills, now has the Trinity Force done and very, very close towards that first big 2-item spike to come on through. Almost has the tier stacked up. Same can be said for Jiwoo here, who's got the Horizon Focus as well as his Ludens now completed. No Archangels in sight, and we will not see one because Seraphs will be immediately completed if he decides to even buy it, because I could imagine that getting some Magic Pen could be a thing to look at, as item number 3. Wouldn't mind a Crypt Bloom to come on through. As Nongshim now playing with a 1.3k gold lead, but Bro looking to try and answer that as Mihail possibly in trouble. There is a turret still up here, but Hextech Ultimatum's going to mean that Mihail's not really going to be getting out of here. And yeah, that's the kitchen sink landing on a Mini Gnar, and he is not going to survive that.
Remains Mihail's biggest difficulty. Every team fight, I think, if he's playing his champions, I'm like, man, good angle, Mihail. And then he just dies in side lane immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
It's a very consistent thing that we see with a lot of players when they come to the LCK, as you need to be very aware of where you are on the map at any given time.
He's absorbing pressure, Chronicler. I think you're being too rough on him. That's exactly what he's supposed to do. There were 3 people that were down in that bottom lane. He got some ultimates. You know, you love to see it.
How am I the one getting called out for being mean to Nongshim? I don't like this, Atlas. This is some reverso that's happening here.
Yeah.
And now at this point, Morgan is fed because, as you mentioned, did pick up a bunch of kills. And from here on out, the Camille is going to remain a big issue. Now, Sterix has been found. Levels are starting to come through. Level 13 right now. So base AD is rapidly rising. Those Qs are going to hurt. We're going to see to which extent Brian can utilize that again.
That was a very cute little hook that almost didn't do anything at all. As Mega Inferno Bomb, just to stop it back here on Samba, also stops his health bar existing.
Yeah, that's not going to get better. That's the one thing that I am a little worried about, is that Nongshim do have Ziggs, and outside of straight up, diving him, there's not that much you can do about it, which obviously can work. But if Gio ults himself and places down mines and maybe gets a satchel off, that's still going to be a pretty unreasonable amount of damage. We haven't really talked about the Ziggs that much, but he is sitting at 10 CS per minute.
Yep.
With 2 kills and 5 assists.
Yeah, the Ziggs is going to be a big deal in this game, and we know that Ziggs doesn't really struggle too much in the scaling department either.
No.
And so as this game goes on, going to be more and more valuable.
Yeah, there you go. That
cute. Solo AP source as well, so it's really difficult to itemize effectively into the Ziggs.
There's none, yeah, as you're pointing out. There is plated steel caps, there's an arm guard as well. And no MR to be found on Brian, which makes sense, but means that it's easy pickings for Gio as Mihail.
He's getting real angry, throwing the house at Morgan. He does avoid the wall up, but he can't avoid the Gnar as the Sterix does come on through. Mihail just finding these fights. That is a very dead Jiwoo, but it's going to be traded for a Morgan immediately afterwards. Still, the 1-for-1 actually going to be helping Bro here, as there is not really much to fight for right now. Polu probably regretting the angle of that hook, as Vital finding the Magnet Storm onto 3. Polu ignited, and so he will be falling down, but everybody else having a nap, as Nongshim forced to use some flashes to get themselves out of the way.
And I think Gio got caught by an arrow there based on the cooldowns and then into a calling.
Yeah, that's looking like it might have been the angle.
Cool. And then on the flip side, Nongshim not only get the kill, as Mihail showcases that yes, Morgan did pick up, his Sterix, and he had a bounty, but he still needs to respect Mihail, who is still quite strong if you don't have the damage to quickly burst him out. Because right here, level up, has the Mega Gnar available. Actually really like his reluctance to ult initially, because he knows Morgan will just use the ultimate.
Yep.
So plays that slow, and then as we see, very straightforward. Gio gets hit by an arrow and dies. Not really a whole lot more to that play. But then the decision for Nongshim to actually go in on Polu, who I do think, to be fair, does obviously make a mistake, goes for that hook, really shouldn't have. Ends up just barely dying to the ignite. Is that worth it? I'd say so. Yeah, flash on Vital's not the end of the world.
Yep, I think it's fine. He activates Hex Flash, and we know that that's more valuable than regular Flash anyway. So
very true.
I think it's totally fine. Jiwoo, I think, going to be finishing off his Seraphs relatively soon. And I was talking about possibly wanting to get some Magic Pen. I guess he just doesn't care about that because no one's building any. And so he'll be fine. We do have Cloud Drake being started up here by Nongshim. That's going to be sole point, as they do get full information as to what's happening. Bowling Ball going to connect as Fisher's big one's really hurting here. Heading towards his rapid fire cannons. That sidestep! Woo! Oh man, Fisher is having a day today. Gets his Nefiri game and he's like, I'm going to use that energy and put it into my Corki play. Just ignore all the times that he's died this game. Looking pretty good, doing a lot of damage, and that is going to keep them alive. Sidesteps on the Bowling Ball, very nice as well.
Yeah, as mentioned, his round 2 has genuinely been good. I think that Fisher was really lackluster initially. When he came in as...
Oh god, Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Samba is almost just dead at the start of this fight. Another great ulti to come on through, as Vital will take a little bit of a nap alongside Mihail. But the flash forward from Sylvie, I'm not sure about that one. Still, they're going to be able to now move towards the river, and Nongshim, they just grabbed themselves a kill onto Morgan. Now they're looking for more.
Yeah, Sylvie tried to get the extension on the hook shot, like the hook shot extension, because you're hook shotting towards someone with the flash, but it doesn't really work. It doesn't matter though, because they'll get Nash.
Yeah. And Polu not going to be able to make his way in. Of course, Jiwoo very, very good at just keeping them out of the area. The satchel already in place. That's the Baron going down. And even if Vital is going to have to sacrifice himself, it does not really matter. Youngjae going to get slowed down by the minefield. As, yeah, not even willing to face check this tri-brush. Decent sidestep there. I think Vital is still going to be dead. As Youngjae going to have to go golden. And Vital's still alive, guys. Arrow is going to sail by and not do anything of note. Samba might be able to do a bit of a dent into this this inner turret, but this is getting a little bit worrying, Chronicler. I was promised 6 games today.
Me too, Atlas, but no Noodle was left behind. Oh my God.
Boom goes
at
the
you.
dynamite.
Look at you. He's not building Sarah, sir.
He's just gonna build a
Straight death cap?
That's my boy. Somewhere there is an Orcs that is extraordinarily proud of what's going on, and by somewhere I mean at the space. He's here. It's fine. We'll be able to get his take on what is possibly his favorite build path for the Ziggs that we've seen so far in the LCK. But I'll let him say it. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe there are some other things that he wants adjusted, but that's going to be Ziggs taking down a turret in the mid lane. This is a Ziggs with Baron. This is a really rough time. Speaking of rough times, oh God, Fisher does so much damage. Doesn't even have the rapid fire cannon completed just yet. I thought that might have been a rapid fire hit, but no, it is just a Trinity Force hit. That is only going to get worse, ladies and gentlemen, as Nongshim pushing ever forward. Jiwoo with that satchel in place. They don't need to do that much to this turret, and it will just be going down. Vital comes on in. There's the flash out from Jiwoo as the Magnet Storm onto Polu. He takes so much damage, but that is the Corki wiped out at the very start of the fight. Mihail needing to get in here if they want to be able to take this one down, and there goes the turret. And so even though they do lose Fisher, they are still going to be able to get so much money from this Red Bull Baron power play. 2.5k already.
A bit of a betrayal there, fortunately, as I actually like the initial angle here. If not for the fact that between Fisher and Gio, they just have way too much damage, so the backline's just immediately dead.
Yeah, Sylvie's thing looked weird there.
Yeah, trying to do the call. And then here it's...
yeah.
So I think Gio flashing is the right call, but there needs to be some form of coordination. If either Gio places that ult better or he has death cap, they just end the game straight up. It does have death cap now. And also, it didn't really matter because they still got the 2 turrets. Don't get the inhibs, which obviously would be ideal, but I think Nongshim are about to 2-0 the Bros here, which would mean that Brion, as if I remember correctly, they 2-0'd both times, right? When they won.
So they 2-0'd Kwangdong and KT.
Yeah.
And then just pieced out.
Yeah, which very based.
Absolutely
cool.
based.
Very, very brazen from the Bros.
And I think that, you know, they see that Neferi pick come in, they're like, Nongshim?
Oh no.
Man, you are ready to tango.
No, they don't know about Vital. They don't know! Oh, I guess Vital didn't want any of it.
Well, I mean, they kind of just wanted to take the last remaining inhibitor turret, as an arrow is going to sail on through. Great sidesteps there from Fisher and Jiwoo. And yeah, now the culling is coming in. The Bros are coming from the other side as we have the circle of mist down here for Sylvie. In goes Morgan into the back line, but he's out again instantly. Fate diving forward, but it's a 1-for-1 trade of mid laners, and Jiwoo's still alive. It is going to be Polo able to finish him off, but now Mihail, he's going to be the carry. And Samba, let's see what he can do up against this Nars. It's a triple kill for this massive Viego. Mihail going to be able to help wipe the floor with Samba, but it's now only Morgan against 2 here. And Nongshim, they don't like those odds, I guess, because Morgan is still pretty scary, especially when Mihail has barely a health bar.
Yeah, so they could risk it and try and play for the inhibs, which obviously would be a surefire way, but you can also just get soul. As I actually like the call here from Brion, you have to, right? Like, otherwise they're going to get triple inhib and you're going to lose the game guaranteed. As we see, a lot of damage comes down initially here from Fate onto Fisher, and the teleport that comes in is a mini Nar, so there is actually a reasonable fight angle. Despite the attempt to peel for Fisher, eventually they're able to get on top of him thanks to Morgan's ultimate, but the wallets are too heavy, right? There's too much gold, there's too many carries on the Nongshim roster, which is why this fight still ends up being a big blowout.
Yep, Sambo not really able to do anything in that fight, as we kind of saw.
And again, Meow's team fights, man. It's
Yeah.
really just don't be in a side lane when you're not allowed to be. It's got to fix it, which is very hard and takes even experienced players years, and also sometimes
Like I
they
was saying,
unlearn it.
he just absorbs map pressure. As Nongshim, based on all of the map pressure that has been absorbed by Mihail, they now have Cloud Soul, the greatest soul in the game. And they're going to be able to try and leverage that, get themselves towards the enemy base, and they can do so by moving a bunch quicker, which is definitely going to be employed nicely here. As you can see, Vital sprinting, cantering, galloping around the map right now on his pants that are a horse. And Fisher in the top lane just going to be shoving that one in. 2 inhibitors are still up. It might just be that in 11 seconds' time, this Baron's going to go down, and then they can use the Baron-empowered minions to walk down these lanes and win the game.
Huh. So we're actually going for Witsend third here.
An interesting maneuver.
Yeah, it's only Lilia. I think Witsend's a good item, though.
Yeah, a lot of AoE.
I think our observers are trying to show us, and they are doing so very successfully. What do? You know Baron is being taken, but you don't have vision as, oh, the Hail Mary, level 16 can be...
Yeah, you just got to get proactive, Chronicler. That's what you've got to do, as Mihail is going to jump on top of Morgan.
Look at the bot wave.
Yeah, Vital is now, look at him. He's corralling. That is going to be a lot of damage. The shield fully removed here as Young Jay going to go golden. Trying to buy some time, some space, but it does not work. Magnus Storm under 2 from Vital, and it's a triple instantly for Fisher, who is now just Valkyrieing forward. That's going to be the quadra kill, and Morgan might be able to give him the penta as the teleport's coming in. I don't know whether you want this 1v1 though, Fisher. This is a little bit dangerous. It is a Camille after all, as he might get brought down to his GA. That would be set up for the pentakill. As Morgan, are you going to give it to him? Are you a benevolent god? The answer is perhaps yes, as now they are... Oh, Jiwoo, really? In your last game as Fisher, yes, an understandable int into the fountain there as the Nexus goes down. Nongshim, 2-0 bro here in the last day of the regular season. They just looked real good. Vital having a big giggle. And yeah, Fisher, I don't think he's too upset about that one being stolen away.
Atlas, I gotta say, seeing the Nongshim smile like that, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of that this year. Last year, the team, even in their losses, was always good vibes. But those smiles right there, Gio, like, oopsie, I really didn't mean to. Getting the penta, I'm a big fan. What a game here from Nongshim, ending their season on the resounding 2-0.
Yeah, the Noodle Boys looking powerful. Mihail, that is that's a smile. This guy has been pretty, I feel like he's been pretty hard on himself. He's been quite nervous in a lot of these games. Finally looking like he's a little bit relaxed, and it's good to see. And after a great game on the Nara as well, despite some, things in the side lanes not necessarily working out. But honestly, today has just been about Fisher. This guy has just really come into his own. Jiwoo had a great game on the Ziggs. He's like, stole away a penta. Feels good, man. And that's what Ziggs is like to do. But is it a Vital POG for the last game? That's my question. Because his Magnus Storms were amazing.
I actually don't know who gets POG in this one. I think that it's probably not Jiu.
Yeah.
I think that Vital's a good one.
Yeah.
I think that Fisher's a good one.
Mihail,
I think Mihail's
the vibes.
Yeah. Yeah, the vibes, but also like genuinely his team fighting was actually...
It was very good.
It was really big, and he won his lane, right? Actually absorbed pressure in early game. I don't know he gets it. It doesn't matter.
I mean, Fisher is getting a lot of camera attention right now, so it might just be the back-to-back Fisher votes
I wouldn't
come on
mind
through.
His Corki was clean.
It was definitely very clean. And the Noodle Boys just in general, having a bit of a day out here today. Obviously, the bros let them win because they're just nice like that. Nothing happens without the bros say so. But the winning the League of Legends was not something that they managed to really do here today. And that is okay.
That said, I'm not unhappy with the way that Brion went out. At least, I think, particularly mid-split, there were a lot of moments where they were the type of team that would just lose with, like, no deaths. Well, they would get some deaths, but they would just give up And I think they fought valiantly here today. Unfortunately, even the arrival mid-season of First Mate Fate, not enough to turn the team around. And the team fighting just wasn't there.
It wasn't. It was interesting as well that just all the way until the end of the season, it was Samba and not Envy, right? This week's games, they just stuck with this roster completely. I think that Samba had some pretty forgettable games this week. Unfortunately, I think he had some moments in the middle of the split when he was making his way in, where a lot of us were like, oh, why aren't we seeing more Samba? But it hasn't been how I've been feeling this week necessarily, as we're going to have a listen in to Nongshim in these final moments. Mega Inferno Bomb absorbed by some shields, but it does then mean that Bro don't have a lot of those for these battles. And that Magna Storm from Vital, just gorgeous.
I want to hear what happens when the pentagon.
Yeah.
펜타?
몸 집어. 아 근데 쟤 잡을 만한 건 스테라기긴 한데.
잡고 싶은 가인인데?
아 가인이.
뭐야 이거?
그냥 주면 안
Yeah, he
되나?
wants it. Just be careful with the GA.
잠깐만
일단 그게 중에 펜타가 중요하지.
And now they're all going to group up.
정태 펜타 좀 먹여봐.
Nexus doesn't matter. Penta matters.
몸 집어넣을게. 펜타 줘.
반년이네 생각해보니까.
빨리.
Go tank, go tank.
아 진짜. 지금 악질이긴 하다 근데.
Jiwoo is such a bad guy. It is basically, you are sick, Jiwoo. What is wrong with you?
What a mean man!
All right, and Jiwoo does do almost 40,000 damage in a 33-minute game, so the Ziggs definitely was very powerful. I think out-damaging your opponent by 20,000 is pretty decent, so maybe he's not a bad guy. Maybe he just does too much damage, even when he's not supposed to be doing damage and giving pentas to Fisher.
Struggling from success. He just accidentally killed the Camille with no health.
Yeah, what can you do? But now we get the full team interviews as well, with Nongshim and with Bro immediately afterwards. But first, it's time for us to throw it over to the space to get Orcs' opinion on the Ziggs build.
What do you think, Ox?
Pretty good, you know? I mean, we've seen a lot of this go in the tier, but not finish in the serve. So you actually, isn't it crazy, you actually dealt damage? And it's kind of like the one-shot build where you go the Ludens, Horizon Focus, and then there was no MR. Grab the Rabadons, big Bomber. You know, I approve. Good job. There was some things I wasn't really happy with, you know? Like the fact that they didn't really lean in the plates. He TP'd mid when top was really low. He could have TP'd top when plates were still up. But, you know, it's okay. I can't expect perfection.
I mean, I like wearing the Nuguri headband, but just not against the Bros.
Biased host confirmed.
Let's take a look at the draft.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. This one was a little bit more standard than our previous one. The Camille pick was pretty interesting, right? Like, I actually think that Camille into Gnar is quite strong, and if you're playing towards that top lane, you can actually get a lot done. It was Lilia, though, so it doesn't have the best synergy in terms of damage. Can be okay, but it's not the same sort of oppressive duo that you could have with like a Sejuani or a Viego or a lot of other AD junglers. The problem was that he kind of got crushed in lane, made a lot of mistakes, and you know, it just went very poorly, and that's not what you expect to see from Morgan, who has been known for his Camille play. And I think that was kind of the crux of how this early game played out, is just the Camille being super far behind, was never really relevant in team fights.
Yeah, and I think part of the issue as well is we're seeing Ashe struggle quite a bit in some recent games. I think part of the problem is, as Ashe, you need to get in range to be consistently auto-attacking, stack up the flurry. If you're playing into like Corki Ziggs, you step in a range, you lose 70% of your health bar, and immediately step out of range and go, okay, never again. And I feel like we just haven't been able to see these Ashes. Like, there has been some players who've really shown what the pick can do, but you need good spacing, you need to be dodging the skill shots, and you need to really pick your times. And I think in this one, the Ashe really struggled. And this is really where I think Ziggs can shine as well, into immobile picks like Ashe, immobile marksman in particular. You just press the ult on them in the fight, they lose more than half the health bar, and it becomes unplayable.
I'm so glad that Ziggs was picked while we have Ox here on the desk. He is such a connoisseur of sorts of Ziggs. Just like we have the connoisseur of Rumble, we now have the connoisseur of Ziggs getting the gameplay action. Let's take a look at our first highlight here. 18 minutes in, and Bros, they start well, but again, arrow miss.
Yeah, I mean,
Ulti
arrow
not
misses,
so good.
the dredge line misses. And if they had just waited, like if Morgan waits just a second longer for the rest of the team to be better equipped to follow up, then maybe they don't get all of Nongshim right. I think they really got greedy. They wanted to get everything out of this play. But the coordination was super poor here. And up until this moment, the game felt very winnable, very playable, but everything kind of whiffs there. And then they still indexed into the play. And I think that was kind of the story of Bro in this game. Is like, oh, we messed up the engage. We messed up the start. Oh, we lost our health bars to Ziggs. Let's go anyways. And it backfired in a big way.
Yeah, and I think really we see some stronger teams in the league. If the play doesn't go perfectly, know when to cut the losses immediately. And it might be, okay, they lose a member or two, it's not that big of a deal. But I feel like there was multiple instances, as Wolf said, in this game where it's like, okay, well, we're already fighting, so we might as well keep going. And it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Perfect example here with highlight number 2. Again, the Bros try to start the play after the tower goes down. Your damage dealers get out, Morgan goes in, and that's the fight.
Yeah, and you look at how the Ashe just gets completely nuked out of the fight. Unfortunately, Fate takes a ton of damage as well, but you've immediately lost the ability for your backline to do anything. They still try and commit to the engage. They end up losing Morgan, and then because everyone's so low, this leads to the Baron that really closed the coffin on this game.
Unfortunately, Lucian also doesn't have any real range or poke or anything when his ultimate is down, so if you don't end up controlling the fight, the Lucian is also fragile, also not able to really do damage, versus Ziggs that could just simply outrange both of them and do the boom boom. So I think you could start to feel the desperation. Bro just sent it, and Nongshim get the 2-0.
All right, well, with that 2-0, that means it's Pug time. Let's see who from Nongshim take this one, and we have an idea. Yes, Mihail on the top side of the map taking this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was in a matchup that we've seen Camille's do well into Gnar before, but he really handled it pretty well. This opportunity where Morgan goes a little early and he managed to get the solo kill, but it feels like in team fights as well, he was such a consistent threat on the Gnar, managing to do a lot of disruption and locking down targets to allow his Ziggs and Corki just to clean up.
Yeah, this is when Bro over-indexed there, and it's, again, partially because they missed a lot of their skills, but also because he turned that around. Became a side lane threat later on, just completely shut this Camille out of the game. And for me, that was just enough for POG. I mean, it was a pretty good game from the bottom duo, right? Ju and Vital having a pretty solid game. The engages were pretty good from Vital in this one. Ziggs did a lot of damage, but the top lane was just so one-sided. Some Fisher votes for some reason.
Media. They almost tried to do it. But analysts reign supreme on this one.
Stand down, media.
Yeah, I mean,
let the analysts take it from here.
You know what? Maybe if he got a pentakill, I could have seen the vote. But he didn't. He didn't get the pentakill, so I couldn't vote for him. I feel like that's the thing, you know.
Now, both seasons for these squads are over. What are takeaways? How about building block takeaways from this? I'm going to force you to, let's look at it from a positive lens here.
I mean, I think for Nongshim, some of the adjustments they've made, Vital and Mihail, clear upgrades. And I think, maybe not all the way to playoffs, but if they'd had these players in earlier, maybe they could have been closer to contesting that. And maybe that should be the thought process going into next year. These adjustments have worked well. Just invest more time into them, and maybe you can start talking about playoffs in 2025.
Bro made some adjustments to their roster, also bringing in Fate and Poolbay, which we haven't seen too much of. I think Bro never really, though, solidified what their roster was. Like, we were like, okay, it's Envy now. And then in the last few games, they're playing Samber again. So I don't really know what their identity is going to look like. Maybe they change this roster up even more going into next year, but we'll see. I think for Nongshim, I'm definitely looking a lot more positive.
All right, well, we have these end-of-season interviews with both teams. So for the translations, we have Ji-sun. Ji-sun, take it away.
오늘의 첫 번째 매치 농심
Thank you very
레드포스와
much,
오케이
guys.
저축은행
This is
브리온의
Ji-sun
대결
for the
함께
post-match
하셨는데요.
interview translation.
승부와
First
상관없이
off, we
정규
are
시즌
joined by the
마지막
entire
경기를
Nongshim
선수와
players
인터뷰를
as
나눠보도록
they
하겠습니다.
finished their
먼저
summer
오늘
regular
경기
season.
승리를 거둔 농심 레드포스 선수분들 만나볼 텐데요.
First off,
미하일, 실비,
let's hear from
피셔,
Mihail,
칼릭스,
Sylvie,
지우,
Fisher,
바이탈
Calix,
선수
Jiu, and
모셨습니다.
Vital.
승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, everyone.
네, 먼저 미하일 선수와 이야기 나눠보도록
Firstly,
하겠습니다.
Mihail.
선수 정규 시즌 마지막 대결 승리로 장식하셨습니다.
How do you feel about winning your final matchup the regular season? You even won a POG on Gnar in Game 2.
제가 2세트 나루로 POG를 받긴
I won
했지만 저희 팀
POG
오늘
on Nar in game 2, but it was not just me performing well today. I think everyone was able to step up and display a great performance, so it makes me feel really happy. I think you had a very solid performance throughout the season. What kind of aspect do you feel you have grown personally?
부분도 있지만 솔직히 뭔가 좀 이번 시즌
I mean, I can't say myself also improved, but overall, looking back at the season, we were not able to kind of pull off the performance that we wanted. So it's a big bummer.
이런 말씀해 주셨는데 앞으로가 더 기대되는 미하일 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다. 앞으로의
I also want to know your thoughts on your future. You know, what are your resolutions moving forward as a professional player?
저희는 계속
Well, the summer season has come to an end, but we will keep working in order to come back stronger. So please keep supporting us. Thank you so much.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 미하일 선수였습니다. 이어서 실비 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Now moving on to
실비 선수,
Sylvie, the
오늘
jungler
정규
of
시즌 마지막
Nongshim
경기
Red
승리를
Force.
거두셨습니다.
That
마지막
was
경기이기
the last
때문에
match
좀더
of the regular
여유로운 모습을
season.
저희가
You
볼 수 있지
seemed
않았나
a bit
싶은
more
생각이
relaxed in the
드는데요.
final
어떤
game.
마음가짐으로 임하셨는지
How did you approach it?
들어보겠습니다.
사실 여유롭진 않고 살짝
In fact,
긴장이
we were
오늘따라 더
not
많이 있는데
relaxed. I was more of
첫 경기
being
끝나고
nervous, to be honest,
되게
because it was
긴장도
the
많이
last
풀리고
one.
해서
But after the
더
first game,
침착하고
I became finally
그렇게 해서
relaxed.
잘
So
이길 수 있었던 것
I
같습니다.
think that
오늘
kind of
정말 좋은
enabled
모습
me to win the
보여주셨는데
match
이번
today.
서머 좀 돌아보면 어떠셨는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
How do you feel looking back on this summer?
물론 그 플레이오프는 가지 못했지만
Although we
그래도
didn't make it to the
강팀도
playoffs,
한두
we
번씩
managed to
잡아보면서
take
되게
down the
좋은
top dogs of
경험이
the
되었다
LCK a couple
생각해서
of times, which is a great experience for us. I think based on this experience, we will be able to do even harder next season and even hopefully make it to the playoffs.
이번 시즌 되게
As a
힘든
team's
일도
captain,
많았고,
anything you want to say to your
좋은 일도
teammates?
많았는데
We had a lot of rough times
이런
together also. We had so
기억들을
much fun
그대로
together
가져와서
as
다음
well.
시즌에
So
열심히
let's keep all of this precious
네,
memory
해보도록
in
하겠습니다.
our heart
박수
and move
부탁드립니다.
forward as a
실비
team.
선수였습니다. 이어서 피셔 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next
피셔
up is
선수,
Fisher.
정말 기분 좋은 승리 오늘 가지고
Congratulations
가셨는데요.
on your
소감
win
어떠신지
today. How do you feel?
일단 마지막 경기인데 이렇게
So that
깔끔하게
was
2대0으로
the very last
승리해서
match of the
되게
season,
기쁘고
and I'm happy that we
기분 좋게
managed to get a
마무리한 것
2-0 on a day
같아서
like this.
네, 좋습니다.
I'm happy that we were able to end the season on a really good note.
좀 여쭤봅니다. 나피리가 오늘 등장했습니다.
I have to ask about your Nafiri. So how much have you practiced on this? Well, it's actually been a champion that I've always practiced as a counter into LeBlanc. Laning phase is decent, and also he's pretty powerful and disruptive in team fights. So based on those aspects, I was able to kind of unleash that today, finally.
오늘 솔로 랭크에서 나피리 플레이하실 소환사.
So any tips for all the summoners out there who's gonna try that in solo queue as well? This champion is very tricky, so do not just lock it in just after watching the LCK match. You know, it can lead to a very, very bad result. Don't play this on solo queue, actually. I don't recommend.
마지막 경기였기 때문에 좀 아쉬움도 남으실 것
Since this
같습니다.
is the very
내년을 향한
end
각오의
of
말씀
the
부탁드리겠습니다.
year, so what would you like to say about your resolution heading into next year?
팀 상대로도 좀 업셋도 하고
I believe we were able to make some
괜찮은 모습을
upsets
보여드린 것 같은데
at the end of the
내년에는 꼭,
season, you know. I think we were able to put up a good fight.
보여드리면서
Hopefully
지치지
next year we
않고
can do well from the beginning.
기세등등하게
Also
좋은 경기력
remain
보여드리겠습니다.
confident
기대해
and
보겠습니다. 여러분,
display
큰
the
박수
best performance
부탁드립니다.
we've got.
이어서 칼릭스 선수 만나보도록
Next up is
하겠습니다.
Calix.
칼릭스 선수 이번 서머 칼릭스 선수는 어떤 시즌이었나요?
Looking back on the entire
제가 이번
season,
시즌
how was it?
1라운드 중반부터 합류해서
I joined
지금까지 하게
Nongshim's
되었는데
lineup
되게
mid
배울
summer
점도
season.
많고 또 좋은
Maybe
경험이
in the middle of the
된 것
first round
같아서
robin, I was able to learn so much. It meant a lot to me.
앞으로 어떤 목표를 갖고 달려나가실 예정이신지
I want to know your
목표
goals
말씀
and
부탁드립니다.
resolution as you move forward now.
제 프로게이머의 마지막 목표는 롤드컵 우승
My end goal as a professional player is, of course, winning worlds.
내년 목표는
But my goal for next year is qualifying for LCK playoffs.
응원하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 칼릭스 선수였습니다.
And that was Calix. Please give it up
이어서
for
지우 선수
the
만나보겠습니다.
mid
지우
laner
선수
of
연패를 끊어내서
Nongshim Red
마지막
Force,
경기
and let's
승리로
move on to
장식하셨는데요.
Jiwoo,
소감
the
들어보고
AD
싶습니다.
carry.
우선 오늘
How how was the last match of the season? Because it was the final match, I really wanted to get a win. I'm happy that we made it. And I am very proud and happy of my team because we have become so much stronger. Exactly. I think Nongshim showed great potential by upsetting some of the top teams. Is there a match that stands out as the most memorable one for you? Of course, the T1 series where we were able to pull off an upset. I think that's like the favorite moment of myself. Then what are your resolutions as you prepare for 2025? I really appreciate all the support, even throughout the losses. Hopefully next year we can do better and come back stronger. One more time, please give it up for Jiwoo, and let's hear from Vital, the support of Nongshim. So you were brought in the very end of the summer season, and you also had a role swap as well. How do you look back at it? Yeah, I joined Nongshim LCK lineup. So at first I was kind of flustered, you know. But still, LCK is a huge opportunity, and I was able to get the chance. So I really wanted to prove why I was called up for the LCK stage. Then, what do you kind of aim to show as a professional player in the future? I think this season I was able to learn so much and get a lot of takeaways. So based on those experiences, I want to prepare for the upcoming season and come back stronger. And that was Vital. Please give it up for him one more time. And lastly, before we go, Sylvie asked the captain, anything you want to say to the fans as well? I mean, I know supporting a team is not easy, but you guys were always out there starting from spring to the summer season, so thank you so much for all of your love and support. Thank you. One more time, congratulations on the win today, and Nongshim Red Force, thank you for your hard work throughout the year. And now let's move on to the next interview that will be joined by OK Savings Bank Brion players who, despite today's unfortunate loss, gave their best until the very end. The players will join the interview shortly. Please welcome Morgan, Youngjae, Fate, Semver, Envy, and Polu for the post-match interview and season-ending interview. Please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. First up, Morgan. So this marks the end of the regular season. You also pulled out a Camille after a long time. How did you approach this match today? Because this is the last match of the season, I really wanted to get a win, but it's a bummer that we could not. And Camille does have a very, characteristic. Camille sometimes can hit a power spike and pop off in game. I think I was able to reach that moment, but could not exert a lot of pressure. So too bad that it didn't really connect to a good outcome. And this year, I think there were a lot of moments where we were showing our weaknesses and some of the bad gameplays throughout the year. So I really wish you can work on those aspects and come back stronger for the next season. Now, Youngjae, although the final match ended with a loss, how do you feel about the summer season overall? I really wanted to, show something else this year, but too bad that I was unable to get the result we all wanted. However, we always had the believers supporting you throughout the year, so anything you want to say to them? I'm always feeling very sorry for all of our fans because we could not play up to their expectation and their support. So I really wish next time we can display the best performance we can. And let's hear from Fate. You have joined Bro in the second round of the summer season. How do you look back at the entire experience? I can say it was relatively short, so I thought it could go maybe better, but it was actually really difficult, I really wanted to pick up more wins, and I could not meet my goals, so it's a big bummer. But we are also very excited to see what you will bring in the future. What are your resolutions for next year? I wish I can play on stage longer. Probably, make it to the playoffs and qualify for many bigger stages. Now let's hear from Samber. So you and NB were protecting the Bros bottom lane this summer. How do you feel looking back at the regular season? I try my best to, give it my all, but I don't think the results are showing, but still I think we were able to learn a lot. What kind of performance do you want to show in the future? I want to improve all of my weaknesses and come back stronger, hopefully. Next up is NV. You led the team to its first victory of the summer season. Looking back, what stands out the most for you? This year, the general outcome or the result is very disappointing. I'm very sorry to all my fans, but also, because we are continuing and repeating some of the failures, we also learned about our weaknesses. So based on this lessons and takeaways, hopefully next year we can come back stronger and also with a stronger mentality as well. Then anything you want to say to all the believers? I mean, we always want to show you guys the best we've got. We all worked so hard for it, but we couldn't really pull it off on stage. So I feel so sorry about that, because the entire year we were pretty much underperforming, but if you could continue supporting us, we will come back with solid performance and stronger form. And last but not least, Polu. You were called up during the spring season and completed your first full season this summer. How do you feel about it? Yeah, I got called up in spring and spent the entire season on the main roster this summer season, but I think I left a lot to be desired. But you've shown a lot of promising performance with your rookie spirit. What are your goals heading into next year? I hope I can come back stronger and win more matches and get to meet our fans more often. And before we go, Morgan, anything you would like to say to all the Bro fans, the believers out there who has been supporting you throughout the year with so much energy? I know this year, our run was not easy, but you guys were always there sharing this hard time together, and because of your love and support, we were able to always cheer up and keep moving forward. Thank you so much for your support, and I really appreciate it. One more time, let's give a big round of applause to the OK Savings Bank Bro players, and this will be the end of the post-match interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. Great to hear from those players for the last time in the 2024 League of Legends calendar, as Nongshim and Bro have concluded their run here in the Summer Split. 5-13 for Nongshim. and 2-16 for the Bros.
Yeah, a sad ending, I'd say, for the Bros, for sure, but maybe there'll be some improvements next year. You see the standings? Gen.G can break a record and go up to plus 32. They can also be over 10 games ahead of second place. That gap could be massive if they win the series.
Yeah, a lot of stakes on the line. And I think as well, you know, other than the KT upset, I feel like a lot of teams are looking at Gen.G obviously as the team to beat. They seem pretty unstoppable. Expectations, they're going to go to the finals and have a chance to once again win. So hopefully Hanwha Life Esports can bring a bit of a challenge and prove they've got the stuff.
That'll be our next series. It is Gen.G versus Hanwha Life Esports. We've got the weekly mic check. But until then, just a quick 감사합니다 to Nongshim Red Force and the OK Man Bro Breon for giving their best for the 2024 split. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have that series for you.
벌써 모니터가 올라갔네.
나
다시 올렸어.
왜?
광동전 올리고 이겨가지고. 지원전에 내리고 졌단 말이야.
타만 놓고 따지면 킹겐이 굉장히 좋아하는 수치입니다.
현민 씨, 상대 전적이 또 나 기죽이네.
너무 부담 가지지 말고 오늘 경기 알았지?
저도 돼.
그건 아닌데. 그건 아니야. 선 넘지 마.
돌아왔습니다만 결국 래퍼까지 잡아냅니다. 이거면 BNK죠?
BNK도 만만치 않네요. 나 캐넨 왜 딱 캐넨 올 사람 없나?
캐넨. 야, 바텀 맞아야 돼. 바텀 맞아야 돼.
내가 먼저 가.
파이 나가서 천천히.
다 깨냈어.
천천히.
야, 이번엔 세게 하자. 세게. 쭉쭉 가자.
갈렸어. 보자.
가볼게.
제리. 풀고.
야, 캐넨.
나이스. 아, 미드 걸렸어.
야, 봐줘.
할만.
안 되겠다.
야, 잡았어.
아, 끝내자.
미드 가보자. 끝내놓을 수도 있겠다 이거.
근데 이거 후반은 집중력 싸움이야. 집중 잘하면 이겨.
가볼래?
야, 그럼. 아이고, 이거 천천히 해야 되는데.
야, 다 뭐냐?
나이스.
장로 바로 나오고 끝낼 생각하다.
그래.
잘해보자 마지막.
야, 재밌다.
오케이, 얘들아, 진짜 집중만 잘하자.
집중하자. 그냥 버티자 이거 얘네 못 끝낼 것 같은데.
잘해보자. 보자. 아, 별로야?
아, 별로. 야, 제리.
야, 보자. 야, 제리 잡았다.
야, 장로 있어 아직.
장로에 쫄지마.
천천히 봐. 앞에 거 봐. 야, 나 2초. 야, 아래 거 말자. 천천히 해, 천천히. 야, 나 본다. 바이. 야, 그렇게 지키면서 이제 잘 봐, 이제. 야, 코르테 오른쪽. 야, 코르테 보자, 형. 코르테
잡아야 돼.
코르테 잡아야 돼, 호은이 형.
제발 어떡해.
끝내줘, 제발. 아, 진짜 힘들다.
무슨 데인가요, 진짜? 아, LCK 주반 예상 다 틀렸습니다.
형 스몰더는 반깍템 안 가? 걔는 트루뎀이 있으니까 안 가긴 해.
잘해보자. 아, 괜찮은데? 야, 보자. 야, 앞으로 좀 가자.
그냥 근데 안타 많이 좋아 보이긴 한다 그냥.
답 없음, 이거.
그냥 개 터는 듯?
나 지금 괴물이긴 해.
야, 진짜 잘해보자, 이거.
야 보물더 가자 보물더. 야 뜰. 여기. 야 천천히 해.
빨리 좀 와. 야, 고르게.
잡았어. 나이스. 이겼어. 가자.
수업 때 좀 손해 많이 보긴 했다.
아 괜찮아. 이겼어.
이기면 그만이야.
와 레전드.
고생했다. 나이스.
한 판만 더 이기자. 한 판만.
첫 판이라 생각해, 첫 판이라. 아, 근데? 두 번째 판인데? 흥분하지 말고.
진짜 딱 한 판이다. 딱 한 판.
빠질래? 접자. 야, 물려.
나 준비해 있어. 나 봐줘.
빠져. 야, 빠져.
야 근데 천천히 싸움해도 돼.
이거. 야, 다야.
야 캐내고.
탈진 걸었어. 야, 각 좋아. 견적 좋아. 이제만 살아봐. 이제 좀 깨냈고. 지금 포지션 조금만 더 신경 써봐.
좀만 더 신경 써볼게. 긴장 좀 풀어라.
허여운데?
좋다.
야, 알리 노플 천천히. 견적 좋아 보여?
야 빨리면 안 돼.
바이 노플.
야 캐내 재울게.
야, 캐내.
줘.
야, 자야 빨리 좀 와. 자야한테 빨리 좀 와.
야 맞다.
야, 끝났다. 야, 니네가.
끝났다. 이겼다. 진짜 너무 잘했다 우리 팀.
그런데 이번에 보니까 그 LPL 올 프로가 나왔던데 난 사실 뭐 거기서 말하는 올 프로를 그렇게 뭐 믿지는 않아. 난 너네를 믿거든. 각자 현 시점 리그별 올 프로 한 명씩 한번 뽑아보자.
자신감 넘치는 제가 먼저 하겠습니다.
그렇지. 먼저 시작해봐, ICS. 너 또 카드 꺼내서 보는 거 아니지?
카드 압수해
올 프로. 압수당했어?
압수당했습니다. 일단 탑에서의 퍼스트 임팩트입니다. 모두가 예상했겠지만 꾸준히 잘해주고 있고 한타를 할 때 뭐 뒤를 잡는 플레이라던가 본인이 해줘야 되는 역할을 좀 제대로 해주고 있습니다. 그리고 정글은 레버. 최근에 AP 정글 폼 나쁘지 않습니다. 사실 정글 라인이 조금 애매합니다.
헬리오스 피셜 엄티는 애매하다.
애매한데
엄티 어차피 APA가 월드 보내준다.
냉정하게 좀 분석을 했을 때 블레버가 좀 더 교전을 잘합니다.
굉장히 뭐 깻잎 한 장 차이지만
그렇습니다.
본인이 보기엔 블레버 낫다.
한 끗 차이였습니다.
한 끗 차이로.
그리고 미드는 이게 정말 힘들었습니다. 미드 고르는 게.
그래도 지 우린 파는데 커드 뽑지 않았겠어?
아니, 저는
커드겠지.
힘들었다고 하는 거 보니까
커드도 이거 볼 텐데.
솔로캐도 땄고.
미드를 땄으니까 솔로킬 한번 두둑형 그냥 엉덩이 들썩들썩 하는 거. 미드는 쿼드 뽑았습니다.
진짜 코드 뽑았네.
아니 근데 진짜 잘해가지고.
아, 그거 알았다고. 그럼 바텀으로 가볼까?
그리고 원딜은 C9의 버서커.
버서커.
계속 공격적인 모습 보여주고 있고 플라이 퀘스트가 원래 게임을 이길 때 구도가 바텀이 세서 많이 이기는 구도가 많았는데 이번 C9의 바텀을 만났을 때는 쪽을 못 썼습니다. 그 정도로 버서커의 라인전 실력과 한타력이 뛰어나기 때문에 이건 아마 이견이 없을 것 같아요.
버서커.
마지막 서포터는 고제이지. 저와 또 한솥밥을 먹었던.
그러면 임팩트, 볼레버, 쿼드, 버서커, 코어제이,
LCK
아닌가? 한국인이 4명인데.
이거 어떻게 된 거지?
이거. 자, 다음 에리치 한번 들어볼까? 기대가 되는구만.
깔끔하게 가겠습니다. 탑 비비입니다. 어차피
블레이드.
유럽 탑 다 뒤죽박죽입니다 지금. 그 뒤죽박죽들 속에서 그래도 포텐셜 있는 게 비비입니다. 정글은 우리 라족입니다. 라족이 보여준 퍼포먼스, 그 설계 능력, 초반에 스노볼 굴리는 건 정글 역할 크다고 생각해서 그래도 라족이다. 여기서 미드는 보드룸에 또 출연해줬던 휴머노이드.
휴머노이드.
그리고 바텀은 전 좀 묶어서 봐야 된다 생각하는데 G2가 오락가락하지만 한스랑 미키가 받는 게 맞지 않나.
한미연합.
그리고 LPL 기대가 되는구만.
정말 뽑기 어려웠습니다. 제가 뽑은 LPL 올프로는 빈, 디안, 스카웃, 룰러, 메이코입니다. DLG의 본체 빈.
네.
오.
아, 여기 뭐 벌써 이름 하나 나올 때마다
장수가 한 명씩 나오는 거야.
무게감이 다르.
정규 시즌의 절대자 패왕 티안.
근데
그건
정규
맞긴 해.
시즌의 절대자라는 수식어 뭐지?
올프로니까.
정규 시즌은
정규
잘하시잖아. 그리고 미드는 강팀전에서의 크랙 그 자체 스카웃으로 가겠습니다.
스카우 안정감 있지.
원딜은 솔직히 말해서 사심 조금 들어가긴 했는데
사심 들어. 잠깐만 사심 빼고.
사심 빼고
빨리 솔직히 네 속마음을 얘기해. 편하게 얘기해.
갈라가 제일 잘했습니다.
그럼 갈라로 해, 이 자식아. 뭐 사심을 넣고 그래. 자, 원딜은 갈라.
서폿은 중체포 메이코로 가겠습니다.
메이코. 야, 이러면 유일한 또 한국인이 여기는 스카웃이네.
근데 확실히 LPL은 장수 네임밸류가 좀
이렇게 팀 짜면 되게 무섭겠는데.
지금 이 올프로끼리 붙으면 뭐 LPL 일단 세 보이는데 LEC랑 만약에 LCS 붙으면 누가 이길 것 같나?
그래도 LCS가
그래도
국장님.
LCS가
재밌는데 이거.
이렇게 올프로 붙으면 좀 재밌긴 하네.
국장님 근데 이렇게 끝입니까? 국장님이 LCK 올프로도 뽑아야 되는 거 아니에요?
내가 여기서 LCK 올프로 공개해버리면 오히려 우리의 정보를 남에게 넘겨주는 거 아닌가?
근데 그럼 페이크를.
그러니까 나보고
거짓 정보를
흘려라. 그럼 네가 한번 거짓 정보로 교란시켜줘봐.
우리 베가스가
베가스가 꼽은 LCK의 올프로. 자, 탑 누군가?
근데 저는 이거
진짜 LCK는 따로 있다.
그치.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fight bleed or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine can't sleep without the sour pain is my superpower 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐 Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave that just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fight bleed or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my
함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still I'm still Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of the regular season of LCK Summer 2024. I am Atlas, joined by Chronicler once again. I didn't get a new co-host for this one. We don't do that here in the LCK. If he's in the first series, he comes back for the second one. I didn't need to tell you. But still, we have potentially, Chronicler, and this is a big deal, potentially a little bit of a glimpse into what one of the upper bracket matches could be before we get the T1 versus Gen G final. Isn't that exciting?
No, it is. I'm thrown off by your shenanigans, which I shouldn't be, before we even get into the series. This series, even though it doesn't have stakes on paper, neither did series number one. And that one was a banger, and I assume most of you know because you watched the first time Neferi in LCK history.
I mean, obviously people stuck around after the premiere match of the day.
Yeah.
In order to watch the...
I'll watch the first place team versus the second place team.
Something must have really gone wrong, by the way, because I think Cadril only started up his stream for the second match.
Wow.
Could you imagine missing? Could you imagine missing the first series? Something must have, like, his house must have been on fire.
No, I'm sure he has a good
I really hope he
excuse for
recovered.
that.
He recovered from whatever the outrageous issue was.
It's bad.
That prevented him.
I don't know what it is, but I can only imagine it's bad. As Gen G are on the brink of setting the highest point differential record, can Hanwha Life break the streak? To remind everyone, the only team in the LCK to beat Gen G it's still KT.
Yeah.
2 seasons in a row.
One of the only teams to have lost to Bro as well.
They got 2-0 by Bro, yes, that did happen. I love the LCK, man. These things just never get out of stuff. They just stay the same.
Yeah.
And coming in to today, my expectation is still that it is going to be Gen G. I do think Gen G have very clearly been taking it a little bit easier, but this is a common theme. Let's not forget that last summer, they got 2-0 by Breon before they won the split.
Yeah, and having a look here, the Zeka versus Chovy matchup is not great for Zeka.
Hey.
Yeah, wow.
But we always pull this one up. What if you include Worlds?
Yeah, there you go. There's an extra game or two. As Lehens is approaching fast the 5,000 assists. This is, he's going to be the first person to do it. He's going to require 18 this evening if he's going to get there. This is Lehens. This is Genji. There might be 18 assists to be had in this series. We'll see whether it does go the distance to allow him to get there. But having a look at it, maybe the Nautilus might be required. He does have a lot more assists on that champion than a lot of the others. Very happy that Yuumi is also there because he was one of the guys that we tolerated playing Yuumi.
What really blows my mind is one, how little Renata games he's had. Because I like, obviously, is very good champion, but I do think that that's a good thing. Renata, to me, is very much a very specific, but also 11 Lux games, which I do not
The 7 Singe games are my
favorite.
favorite.
But those I love, because those are the anti-Yuumi games, right? Those are earned.
Well, it's also, not all of them would
Well, I know, he also is just Lehens. So
yeah,
like,
sometimes he's just allowed to Lehens.
And I hope that after the Neferi that we had, that maybe in this series we can get a little bit of fun as well. I understand teams don't want to give anything away this close to playoffs. Both these teams will be, of course, in the second round. So we're not going to see them in the initial matches. They are waiting, and Genji is going to pick whoever they'd like, and Humble Life is going to get the leftovers in that first round, or the second round of the playoffs.
Yep, and we will be going into that. We're recording the POG State this evening, and that will be out in a couple of days prior to the playoffs going live. So you guys will get all of the information about what is to be expected coming into the playoffs. But first, we have what could be a precursor for an upper bracket match here in the playoffs as well, assuming both of these teams are able to take out their first round opposition. And by their first round, I mean probably round 2 in the playoffs. If they can manage to get there, as the Angry Orange, the Muscle Orange for Humble Life Esports, as they do find their seats. This would be a big deal if Humble Life Esports can actually find even a game win against Genji in this one, because like you mentioned already, Genji's only lost to KT, and that is losing to a coin, so it's a very different story. I think that if this can be somewhat competitive, then I think people can be pretty excited looking towards the playoffs for maybe another 5-game banger like we have seen in the quite recent future, quite recent past. But Genji going to be making their way out now. They really did shake off that loss against KT pretty effectively, dispatching their next opposition very, very quickly. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they have for us here today. The Jungle Skana was a lot of fun there from Canyon. And they've done away with things like the Draven and stuff like that we saw them experimenting with. Didn't quite work out. The Tiger Dab looking pretty sick here from their new emote as well.
Really do like it. Very cute. Very adorable little emotes. We are taking a look. Yeah, Pays in round 1. He was solid, but he was outshone, I think, by Canyon and Chovy. Pays round 2. It's getting a little silly, Atlas. This is also taking into account these stats, while also being on Senna for a good amount of them, which generally really cuts the stats. And then also the only one where he isn't looking to be second, even LCK first or leading, is damage share, which he has Canyon on his team.
Yeah.
So, and for Viper, I think Viper is still an exceptional player, but to me, round 2 Humble Life has been more about Delight rising up, which was something that at the beginning of summer wasn't really the case, and Peanut just absolutely monster gapping a lot of people, and Zeka being just a very solid, well-rounded mid laner. Then it has been about Viper, which compared to, I think, the rest of the year and even round 1 of summer, that wasn't really the case.
Yeah, this is a team that is... It feels to me like Humble Life Esports wins based on fundamentals. They don't win based on flashy play or things that are like a player outplaying somebody else and getting things done. Like,
they're no DK or KT.
No, absolutely not. They're not hands diffing other people. They're brain diffing, and that has really put Delight and Peanut in the forefront of the conversation when it comes to Humble Life Esports, because they're the ones that are navigating the map and making these plays happen. And Peanut is just refusing to let the other jungler play the game.
But it's also why I think Genji have such a good matchup in the home one. Because it feels like Genji, when they have lost, even individual games, it's a DK game where a Showmaker plays mid TF. which hasn't really been a thing even outside of that series. It is when KT just go full KT and pull out the mid smolder. And obviously, yes, they play incredibly well, but to me, it really feels like that's what you need to beat Gen G. You can't just try and approach them at their own game. And unfortunately, as you're saying, I think Hanwha is by a really large margin right now. I think the gap between them and DK is actually pretty substantial. I think this is a super strong, super well-rounded team. But can they get over the hurdle? Because mid-game against Gen G is so insanely hard. And I think that's why we've seen, again, DK, KT kind of find a way to throw Gen G off. Whereas Hanwha Life, they just don't really play to that, which means that Gen G gets the mid game, they make two free great macro calls, and all of a sudden you're looking at a game that's always winnable, regardless of what happened before.
Yeah, and the pressure is always on you if you're against Gen G as well, because they're just going to win lanes. That is how it kind of goes. It almost doesn't matter about what matchups we have as well, because they're just so incredibly good in the laning phase. And when they can also just make better macro calls than you, then that becomes a massive problem. But Hanwha Life Esports, I think they're going to have to dig deep into a lot of these macro plays. You can see Mata ready to take as many notes as possible in case things go wrong in the first game. Make sure that they can bounce back effectively. And the thing that's like super interesting about this is we had our flowchart, right, of the amount of times all these players have been on each other's teams. And it is kind of absurd how well everyone knows each other. What is this? Are we catching the oranges in the trophy?
I see some 5-peat. I don't know what the penguins were about, but I love it. I'm a big penguin fan.
I think
great artwork.
Maybe it's just to do with Peanut always using his penguin emote.
No, but I think there was a Gen G fan.
Huh. Maybe it was when Peanut was on Gen G. I don't know.
It's what you were saying, right? Because looking at this lineup, Doran, Peanut obviously have won with Chovy, with Pace, with Lands. You can now go back to Griffin for some of these players. Delight was obviously on that roster in 2023 together with Pace after he had broken out of Bro Prison.
And we had Bro here today as well. So technically we had Sword in the building and Viper, Doran, Chovy, and Lahens.
There you go.
It's brilliant. We just need Tarzan to come home, for goodness sake. And then we will have Griffin all back together again, theoretically, in another day, depending on where Tarzan does go. As first pick, going to be the Corki. Let's go through the bans here just a little bit. I didn't really quite do this table setting like I'm supposed to, but it's the last game of the season. I'm sure you guys can forgive me. Leona, Ashe, and the Cassante taken away. The Maokai and Rumble, which have been pretty standard bans, are going to be the first ones.
I was afraid that this was going to happen.
Yeah.
So, to me, the previous series, which didn't have stakes, was also the final series that those two teams will play. These two teams are reasonably our two favorites to make it to the final.
Yeah.
And obviously, as I'm sure we'll be getting into during the POC state as well, there are some very strongly held beliefs as to what an LCK final is and has been for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So we might be tied to that. But right now, these two teams don't want to really give anything away, and I don't think we're going to see anything crazy. I don't think we're going to see anything too creative out of them as a result. So, yeah, Peanut might self-counterpick Sejuani into Italy, which is a dreadful matchup, but it doesn't matter because he's Peanut and he is going to try and make the best of it. He's going to sync up with Delight, and it's going to be fine. I feel like the
2-3 for me could have just been Zyra Renekton, and you would have felt all right about it. Zeker is just hovering as many champions as he possibly can. Will eventually land on the Zeri. And the way that he was doing that makes me feel like we might have some more experimentation, but we'll see exactly where things are going to go. Right now, it is 2 range champions and a Sejuani, the things that make us the most sad. As Chovy has been playing a lot of Tristana at the moment in solo queue, of course, we know this guy really does like taking the Tristana into the Corki matchup, even though it has gotten worse. He's still feeling like he's going to be able to get it done. Tristana and the Nidalee hasn't always been our favorite, but it's Gen G, so I guess we'll just deal with it.
Yeah, not super excited draft so far. There are some flex potentials. This could theoretically be Zeri mid for Zeka, and Doran could be playing the Corki top.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's like the one flex angle that you have. For Gen G, they're going to be looking to solidify this lineup with a good amount of CC. Right now, they have all damage, but very little setup. We already have seen the Cassante and the Leona banned by Hanwha. I imagine that they're going to kind of continue in that vein, because for them, they already have the Sejuani, so Sejuani alone, I think, has struggled as hard engaged into some compositions, but generally, you can rely on that pretty well. In Gen G, they need CC, right? Like, the Renekton ban makes sense given that Nidalee is on the board and you don't really want to deal with that. That's just not very fun and interactive gameplay. But if they don't get CC, so many of the fights are going to be so reliant on just hitting these skill shots, which, if you already look how mobile that core here for Hanwha is going to be insanely hard. The Rel, to me, is probably the highest priority here for Gen G because it has so much team fight setup. Nautilus is another one just because it's really good into Zeri specifically, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G or Hanwha Live Rider end up taking one of those two away. But that does leave the Rakan open for Delight, which maybe that's what Lahans wants to go to. And yeah, there we do see the ban of the Nautilus.
I think Rel does make a lot of sense here, though. Rel Misfortune has been probably the most popular pairing as far as Misfortune lanes are concerned. Last pick Malphite is now very obvious and face up. And so we'll see what Hanwha Life Esports do to mitigate their rock ability.
Nice.
Yeah, don't pick too many scissors. Gwen would not be the choice. Yeah, Gwen actually has a great matchup into Malphite. Isn't that just wrong? Isn't that wrong in like every way? What were we taught?
Think what Paper is. Paper is what, like Papercraft Anivia?
Yeah, or like Mummy Amumu.
Sure.
Something like that.
It's just Gnar. It's Cookie Cutter, Atlas.
Yeah.
The Gnar comes through. It's probably going to be GP then from Keen. There could be an angle here for a Cannon, which has really struggled in terms of general power in the meta, but we do know that it's a good matchup in the Gnar. It also, I like having AoE damage when the Rakan is in play. Oaks always talks about this as well, but...
Nasus.
I need a moment. Because I'm baffled. We've seen the Nasus specifically as a counter pick into the Cannon. And that in theory makes a lot of sense, right? You can shrug off a lot of the early damage. Eventually, Cannon can't really stat check you. You can just stack early, and then post 6, you have a lot of extended all-in power. But at the same time, when you think about it, Nasus is so insanely good into any AD carry, really. And I know that AD carries have been so insanely strong recently. Widow is just super broken. Does it provide setup? No.
Sort of.
Well, yeah,
it
Widow,
makes
I guess,
it harder to do walk.
Yeah, that's true. And we all know walk is one of the best weapons in the game.
Turns it into trudge.
I can't wait to see this. Build as well. Wonder what's going to be. Can either go towards something like the Triforce and then the second item, Frozen Heart. Something we see often when you get a lot of armor. The passive is obviously insanely good into the composition that is here for Hanwha Life, and it's going to make their life pretty hard, I think, because this Nasus is going to be an absolute raid boss come mid-game.
He's going to be a monster. I'm looking forward to seeing how well he's going to be able to stack up as well. We do often see the Spirit Fire being the early max just to make sure you can take control of the lane.
2 dogs in one day?
I know, it is kind of crazy. Definitely an older dog in this one.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see whether Keen has learnt some new tricks as we hop onto the Rift for Game 1 of Gen G vs Hanwha Life Esports.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, self-nitpick here just a little bit. It's actually Hanwha Life Esports versus Gen G. I apologize. Should have said it in the correct order, but there you go. For all intents and purposes, it's the same. Zeka and Chovy facing off here in this mid lane. The more things change, the more they stay the same. This was our most common matchup at the beginning of the season. It is now our most common matchup at the end of the season.
Yay!
Yeah,
Woo! It's back.
Well, it's not the most common, but it is what we have in today's game. It's the most common of this game. There you go.
As we do have Keen, obviously, as you pointed out, Spirit Fire is very, very strong early. Imagine it's going to be the classic where you go like 3 points and then go from there. There was also, which is a build that definitely got a lot weaker as the season progressed, but initially you saw even people going like Faded Ashes Rush, and then you went like Blackfire, and you went Emax with First Strike, and then you could just kind of print gold, but then First Strike got nerfed. And I imagine Keen is just going to go for some very early arrest, which is very effective, as we see the Scorch, as well as the Mana Flow Band, so no surprises there. Eri going to really help you, because Mininar does actually hate having to deal with ranged threat, which the E can definitely provide. And then you just scale, and again, this is a full AD composition from Hanwha. Yes, there is some magic damage. Yes, there is some true damage on the Corki, but all things considered, Keen is going to be very tough to kill if you also take into account the fact that we have that Nidalee as an early laning phase here, looking good for Viper in the Light in these first few trades.
Yeah, and I think Keen probably still wants to end up building us like a Spirit Visage eventually or something like that, but otherwise he can just build armor.
Oh yeah.
And be so incredibly happy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as I said, I imagine it's going to be Triforce into Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what he ends up with. It's not like...
Triforce, Frozen Heart, Randuin's, and then be a model.
Yeah, well, that sounds pretty good to me, Atlas.
It does have to get there, and that's the difficulty for Nasus just in general. They require a game to continue. The thing about Gen G that is pretty handy here for Keen is the fact that every other lane is pretty good. So they should be all right with being able to buy as much time for their doggo in the top lane as they would like, as Chovy does have shove in this mid lane. Zeka still dealing with a little bit of Chovy's harass here. I wonder how the trade went not so well, just because we have seen Tristana's kind of abused in this matchup in the early game these days, as Lehens does still commit to the crash down, as Viper Delight going to be moving away. Level 3 is gained here by Gen G a little bit earlier, as Canyon is moving in. I think hops away from that ward as well, as the spear is going to miss. Needed to get it in there before the minion wave conga line through, not quite able to connect it. Hanwha will be okay for the moment, but presence known here of Canyon in this area is going to help out as Viper gets a bit of a heal. And so far so good here for Hanwha Life Esports. Bottom lane that are just trying to weather the storm as best as possible. And Peanut here towards the top side, seeing what he can get done. The hop is good, and Doran will have the Mega Gnar available. Gets the wallop down as well as Keen. He might be able to flash it, but he does not go for it, as there is first blood going over to Peanut.
Oh man, Keen initially looking at the positioning on the map, because we saw Canyon taking the bot side scuttle. Reasonably, you know, Peanut's towards that top half. I think maybe overestimating how far he could be up the lane. Not going to be the end of the world in terms of his individual laning phase. Kill going over to Peanut actually, I think, kind of bails him out in that regard. Yeah. It would have definitely been much worse if the kills had gone over to the Gnar. But him still missing out on a bit of XP, him having the TP like this is quite rough. And again, you know reasonably that Peanut's going to be towards that top side of the map. So, like, if anything, probably would have wanted to flash there, but with both flashes available for Gnar as well as for Peanut, you realistically just end up dying there, I think, no matter what, with the position that you're in the lane. So, not the end of the world, but definitely a big early win here, and Peanut making his presence known.
Yeah, that's Delight.
Hello.
Moving towards the mid lane as well. Zeka winning out on that trade very, very nicely. And there are a lot of minions making their way forward, so it looks like things are going to remain very, very even as far as farm numbers are concerned between both Chovy and Zeka. And I think that Tristana, it's going to be all about getting as many items as you possibly can and scaling into the late game. So this early laning phase, not something that I think Gen G are too worried about. As far as Zeka getting in that extra harass, as Chovy misses 2 minions, and that probably makes a lot of people sad, because normally he gets all of them. As Lehens on a ward, we'll be able to get a control ward down, as Canyon looking for his Gromp here towards the bottom side. Sort of the last camp that he has up and available. See what he's actually going to do with the rest of his time, as most of his lanes are just kind of shoving. Outside of the top side where Keen is being pushed underneath his turret. Probably happy about that, just because Nasus getting caught in a long lane can feel a bit sad, and Peanut is towards the top side of the map looking for these first grubs. As Canyon will be able to move on over, see what he can do about taking 1 or 2 of these down. It looks like Peanut might be able to sneak one away though. Definitely good news into this Nidalee.
Oh, 6.
Yeah, level 6 going to be gained here by Peanut, and Canyon realizing that he just has to get out of there. Spear not going to connect either, as Chovy could be solo killed, but the Buster Shot is going to keep him alive. Keen moving on in, does have Fury of the Sands, but it looks to me like it's going to be 3 grubs going over to Humble Life Esports, and they are really controlling this early game.
And I want to highlight something that we've noticed, and it's always hard to know what is genuinely just how people work, which is that once you get a guaranteed first place, once you're a team that is very clearly gearing up to playoffs, I think we always see the top team kind of, you know, take a little bit of a more laid-back approach and more mistakes start slipping in. And this might be one of those, as Peanut still has his ult, still has Flash.
Yep, rockets coming out. Zeka does not have a whole lot of mana, but he doesn't need it to auto attack. Still just going to flash on over. Gatling gun at the ready, and that is a second kill for Humble Life.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Gen.G have definitely looked a lot sloppier, say like the second half of round 2. There's been a lot of games, which is why I think Pace has actually gotten this many POGs, where he's had to do some genuine lifting in the team fights. And in general, I think there's been individual members of Gen.G, depending on the day, depending on the game, that help him with that. And I think Lahanta's team fighting is still there. But right now, Gen.G definitely look like they give way more openings than they did earlier in the split, as they'll be able to just strut that one off.
Yeah, I was going to say, the walk strategy somewhat improved on your Misfortune.
Movement speed's so good, man. It's always fun to watch. But yeah, Gen.G definitely getting exposed a little bit here, and Peanut, he gets it, man. He's been so active. He really does. Chovy thinks he can just push this wave out because Zeka is low, doesn't have mana, but guess what? Boar is here.
Yep, Arctic Assault going to connect, and then Flash is invested here by Zeka, so there is at least that. Chovy does hold on to his.
Yeah, does have to. If he doesn't, then Chovy walks to the wall and then probably flashes over, and you're not sure if you're actually going to be able to pick him up, as it is indeed, as we saw, 3 points in Spirit Fire, and then now going into Q-Max here for Keen. And this is the type of composition, particularly when it comes to Keen, I think, and Pace, where you want to get at least level 6, but ideally want to get to your first time, want to get to mid-game. But right now, Gen.G's play doesn't look particularly inspiring. Canyon hasn't really been able to have either an impact or generate a lead, and that's really big, because that's really what you pick the
Italy for. Yeah, and so hasn't quite been able to get off the ground just yet. 1,400 gold is going to be the lead here for Humble Life Esports. Most of it just because Peanut has been in the better positions across this map.
Yeah.
It has been criticism that we've had for Canyon in the past, to be perfectly honest. He has had some games where he just kind of AFK farms and isn't able to have the same impact as his opposition. Peanut is not one of those players that lets you get away with that almost ever. And so right now, the jungle does kind of belong to him. You can see decent lead being built for Doran towards the top side of the map as well, as you can see, almost towards his Trinity Force. Keen still a decent ways away from that. First Drake will go over to Gen.G. Second one going to be an Ocean here this game, so still a chance for the Chemtech Soul. So we're going to require Orcs to make sure that he pays attention, isn't too sausage. As Gen.G now will move Canyon towards the top side, probably going to head towards the Krugs, and then see what he can actually impact. As this is the last bastion of hope for Gen.G, honestly, in this game, and that is the fact that Paze and Lahens are actually in a pretty good position in the bottom lane.
Good, and up about a wave, but MF is definitely the more early to mid-game dominant pick. Like, you pick her both for having a good amount of prio in the laning phase, and then also her team fighting prowess. But when you get to actual later stages in the game, which is where Gen.G has generally done well, is Doran.
Yeah, Wither is already down on top of him. Fury of the Sand, so the Keen to tank up this turret, and he's going to grab some stacks for his trouble as well. And that is going to be Gen.G finally on the board with a kill onto their Susan.
Zeka is just dunking on Chovy right now. He's, we'll see, Peanut.
Oh, there's the Glacial Prison! The buffer is gorgeous! The flash is going to come out! They get everything out of Chovy, but he does survive! As Lahens is like, I am here! And that is going to help allow Chovy to pick up this experience and farm underneath the turret. Very nicely done. Canyon gonna even out the grubs, and Gen.G kind of coming alive in the last minute or so.
This is exactly what we talked about at the beginning of the game, where Gen.G, even if they struggle in the early game, you're always only a couple of plays away from them retaking control. And this is by no means enough, right? There's still gold lead for Humble Life. But this sequence, topside gank, into immediate setup here. And I understand why Doran feels very safe, because he is about to turn Mega, but then there does get hit by the spear. The damage, even for this Maganar, is enough. The wither value comes through, and one of the big benefits when you have the level 6 available for the Nasus is that your ult just genuinely shreds people, right? So the fact that Doran is tankier doesn't really make a whole lot of difference if he is within that zone. And then Canyon turned that into grubs, and then the fact that Blahant is able to roam up also means that the fact that the Light was looking for a continuation in the play doesn't end up actually making a huge difference. In this first game, it really is, as I think you'd expect between these two teams, this is very slow, very calculated.
Yeah, methodical gameplay.
Yes.
And last time these two teams met up as well, especially in Game 2, it was kind of what felt like Hanwha's game to lose for a large portion of it, until Gen G just decided from about the third Drake onwards that they were going to win.
We can even go back to when these two teams met in like the upper bracket. That was the Chovy Insane 1v9, right? Like in spring,
yeah,
upper bracket finals. Right now, gold lead, about 900. Nothing too riveting in the grand scheme of things. Early Drake lead for Gen G, but it's only a single one. Grubs free to free. And then it's going to come down to how these fights do play out. And that's where the team fighting power of that Rel and MF, I think in particular, is going to be big. And does Hanwha Life make the right calls? Because one thing I do not want to see is Chovy be left alone in the side lane when Hanwha Life over-index on an objective, into him just suddenly being up like 20 CS. Because that has happened before.
Yeah. He pressed Q on the Doran.
He doesn't have Triforce yet.
Not quite. Does have a Sheen, so at least it's getting impacted by something. As Canyon was looking for Doran. Doran is going to walk as far away as possible. We'll keep him alive for the moment.
It's a good amount of stacks, Atlas. That's 220 already.
Not doing too bad. We'll have to keep our eye on it. And Viper and Delight still just chilling. Everything is kind of okay as far as this matchup is concerned.
And for me, Nasus is one of those champions that, like, basically from this point on until like what, 35 minutes, he is really hard to match. I think eventually you get to the point where Corki and Viper are gonna have enough damage when they get like 3-4 items to actually chew through, but right now that's not the case. Just need to respect, because they don't know where Peanut is. And I wonder what the trade is gonna be here, because as I say that, look at Chovy. I think they know that this Herald is being taken, and immediately Gen G fully committing to the cross map here.
Yeah, everyone is in this bottom side of the map. Lahen's already cleared out whatever vision was in the area.
This is just going to be gone, isn't it?
Yep, he can give the Primal Surge over to Chovy. And
one more wave. Oh, do they need one more wave?
Well, I think if they are going to stick around and try and take it, no, they're not going to even need to worry about too many turret shots. As yeah, Doran and Delight, they will be able to get here, but it is not enough to actually save this outer turret. So that's first turret blood. Now Extendo Beam going to be avoided here by Pays. Should be able to hold on to this mid wave. As you can see, the charge is still going to come through, and the turret will be taken out. So the Rift Herald is traded for first turret blood, but is still able to grab a turret for themselves. So Hanwha Life Esports will hold on to a small gold lead, and Peanut is also possibly able to take this dragon away as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a favorable trade for Hanwha Life, right? They're able to, yes, the gold isn't as ideal, but mid lane turret is way more valuable than a bot lane turret is, and they're going to get the dragon as well. Keen is going to get this. I don't really think there's anything that we can do about that. And that means that he's going to get a lot of gold into the pockets as a...
That's a Hex Tech, Sol. That's that's the other tech. This is the dangerous one, because now everyone's going to have to fight for all of these. Hextech Soul going to be incredibly valuable. Each Drake going to be very valuable, as Keen.
There it is.
Valuable. He does have that Trinity Force now completed. Doran did finish off his Cull. Certainly good news, but he's going even with a Nasus, and that often feels bad if you're not the Nasus. As now Lahans could be in trouble. Speaking of feeling bad, he is going to be taken out here. Permafrost a little bit too powerful, and Viper has delivered his first kill of the game. And maybe the conversation about Zeri moments and things like that might need to happen. It's been a bit of a slow start, so we haven't needed to worry about it, but could certainly be a factor in this game.
And right now, we're starting to see Gen G again. Some of these corners are being cut. The right call being made not to flash there. Again, it's one of the scenarios where even if you flash, you probably die and you lose a lot of value. But Gen G, the early games have been a bit of a step down from where they were before for Humble Life. I think it's also important not to be kind of... don't have a false sense of security, right? Like, yes, you're getting some picks, but the gold is still basically dead even. And Gen G, their team fighting is something we have talked about with great reverie very often, as we do see here the Warden's Mail done, and as mentioned, Keen probably gonna go, as you already pointed out, for go in, what, like Warden's Mail or a Frozen Heart into the Randuin straight up.
I would like the Randuins just because I like the extra CC when your Wither isn't necessarily always going to be up, but I don't really mind. You could even go third item Spirit Visage and even kind of be alright with that, just because it does synergize so well with Siphoning Strikes. Just makes you kind of feel even more immortal. But I don't know how much healing reduction there is going to be from Humble Life Esports. Not exactly going to be very many Oblivion Orbs picked up, as now Canyon not quite finding the spear. As Chovy is taking a red buff, Peanut is going to move on to Vision. And I just don't know whether he wants to try and fight the Blade of the Ruin King Chovy right now, as Doran could be in trouble. Spear is going to go wide, but look at the Q damage. It is ridiculous, and Doran does hit the Mega Gnar, but Canyon's still going to be able to pounce on top of him. Viper trying to fight this one out as the Fury of the Sands has already come through, but Keen is a monster. And he isn't going to be going down anytime soon. Canyon once again looking for these angles as the inner turret is going to get bonked aggressively by Keen and will fall down.
That's a rape boss. Atlas.
Yeah.
Well, right there. Viper's like, oh guys, no. Abandon.
It's one of the Anubises from Encourage. Those things, they're really dangerous.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with the Jackal, as it was shown there by Keen. That's an inner turret, and now for the first time, I think, Gen G actually in the gold lead, and it's just one pick onto Doran, which I can't even really fault him for it. Like, he was underneath his own inner with teammates in the vicinity.
Yep, and like he even dodged the spear.
Yeah, this
and had flash.
And his Narbar was almost up. Like, this feels like you should be fine, and then I think they make the right call to just like, no, let's not walk up to Keen. And this is going to continue. Like, this Nasus is going to remain an insanely big power point, and I'm kind of interested to see to what extent Gen G can leverage that to get these dragons, right? Because that's the real thing, is that if you do get a Hextech Soul, I think that on paper, the Humble Life comp, when it comes to front-to-back teamfights in the late game, way easier to play, right? You have enough dive to threaten the misfortune so that you just can't get free ults off, and Gen G, they have decent front line, but eventually they're going to start getting shredded through. If you get Nidalee and Tristana with a Hextech Soul, that does really change the equation.
Yeah.
And you got the Nessus E armor shred as well, so it's not even like Peanuts and Doran are going to be able to tank a whole lot.
No, I think that Keen is going to be a very, very large problem that they're already struggling to deal with.
And now he's maxing Wither. Keen.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Big fan.
I feel like Spirit Fire is just there for the first few levels to allow you to have some sort of laning phase, and then you get a Trinity Force, and then you don't really care about putting Spirit Fire points in anymore. You don't really require it. Can sometimes mess up your ability to last hit everything with Q, which is so incredibly important. And so yeah, Keen is very, very close to finishing that Frozen Heart. That is going to be available for this fight if he does want to teleport back in for it, but probably just going to stick around as Peanut going to get possibly caught out a little bit here. He is very tanky with the Frost Armor and the Aftershock as he looks for the Glacial Prison. Connects it here as they just blow up Lehens. Not going to have their Rel available for this fight. Canyon going to miss another spear as well as Chovy's taking the enemy blue buff. Of course he is. And they might just be giving this one up.
Oh, I was just thinking about this. Look at the spikes on Anwa as well. 2-item spike for Corki, 2-item spike for this area as well.
Yep, spears are still coming in though. Keen is still very scary. Teleport to come down now for the Gnar as Peanut. He's really low. That is going to be the steal away by Canyon. They're going to try and focus Keen, but I don't know whether that's a good idea, as that's another kill. And now Chovy is flashing forward, finds another reset. There's another one as the double comes in. 280 carries left remaining for Humble Life Esports. They've got no one to stand behind, and somehow Gen G just decide to win.
And Lahens, he might have slept through the alarm for this one. Not really woken up just yet, but the rest of the team, Atlas, they are very much awake, and they turn okay. They turned a pick on Lahens into a dragon, a one-team fight, and a Baron. That's not fair. That's not cool. You can't do that.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you put a Glacial Prison into Lahens. Ah, yeah, joke's on you, but now you've got Glacial Prison on cooldown. So we're going to ace you, steal the dragon, and get Baron off the back end of it. That's how that math works. Let's see how this one works.
So I got to take another look at this. One part of this is I think that Doran TP's in with the Mega Gnar, but he's not actually able to influence the fight. So the dragon goes over. And then Doran is alone in the pit. Pays had a really good zoning.
Bullet time, yeah.
Yeah, and no, they don't have any cooldowns left to stop him. And then, yeah, Chovy smells blood in the water and shows us some Tristana.
A sidestep on the grand entrance at the beginning of that fight as well. Really, really impressive stuff from Chovy. We know that he's pretty good at the gaming in general, but always good to see some examples of it from his perspective. As now Gen G with a Baron and a Nasus. Taking turrets and doing side lane stuff is not going to be an issue. Looks to me like he's also going to go towards the Spirit Visage as item number 3.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either.
Or as you already mentioned, and not only, funnily enough, it's not only the healing that you do yourself, right? The lifesteal, but it's also Canyon's heal.
Yep.
That's like a lot of value there. And yeah, now they're sieging with a Pocomp, and they can just Spirit Fire, they can use these Nidalee Spears.
And Delight cannot face check. He is going to get a ward in there, but that is immediately going to get blown up. And Gen G are going to do their very best to try and suffocate them out here as Keen's going to flash the Glacial Prison. Peanut is still looking for more, but taking so much damage from Pays. Lahens and Chovy trying to get themselves over as Harmalife realizing this is not their angle to fight right now. And Gen G, based on this, just get free reign to head towards this mid lane, and they are just going to continue to try and zone them from the area. Canyon chasing Delight out of there. And Gen G, can they get even more? Is this just going to be an inhibitor turret going down already? The Rebel Baron power play already up to 2.3k as Keen, Fury of the Sands, comes out, and the Battle Dance has to be employed. Gen G, they will be able to take down that turret. This was all because they moved on in when they didn't really have the ability to do so. Doran's going to go down as well. The inhibitor's taken out. And without Doran, is this going to be even more sieging for Gen G? It's only 24 minutes in, guys.
Yeah, they don't really need to, as the bounties are now up. And this is exactly, coming to the days when we're talking about Harmalife. I think this team is insanely strong. But I gotta say, Atlas, you can't make any mistakes against Gen G, and Harmalife are learning that. Canyon might have to flash me. No,
he's just going to turn around and activate some red buff here onto Peanut. Nothing they can really do, and yeah, you're exactly right, Chronicler. Like, I don't think it matters which team you are. If Gen G gets like any sort of opportunity like this is the problem. It looks so much worse. There are a lot of other teams that would have won a skirmish around a dragon and been like, oh cool, we have a dragon. But Gen G are like, oh cool, we will take your entire base, the Baron and the kills that we can get, and we'll also take the rest of it, and where's your lunch money? Like, that's what Gen G does when they get any sort of entryway.
Looks to be Jack Show.
Oh, I like that even more.
Yeah, it's going to make him extremely beefy. He does have 500, well, not, he has 470. 500 is a bit of a stretch, but we are only 25 minutes
in. 475 at 26 minutes is not bad at all. Make that 486.
You know, if I get the excuse to vote for a Nasus, I'm taking it.
Oh, yeah.
I had Neferi earlier today.
We voted for Clear when he played Nasus, right? That time in Challenger, so obviously we're going to do it here. Unfortunately, Morgan didn't win when he played it earlier in the season, as Peanut's going to go down. That is going to be another kill over to Chovy as Viper takes so much damage. My God, Keen stands in the front. He does a ton of damage himself, but then he's got the artillery cannons in the backline as Chovy's dancing forward. He'll find the reset on the jump as now Doran not going to hit Mega in time. The immediate explosion of both the Corki and the Gnar. 2 Yordles for the price of 1 when it comes to that ultimate. And this game is done and dusted. Gen.G, our favorites for the final, and they are looking absolutely like that in game 1 of our final match of the season. There goes the Nexus. Gen.G go up 1-0 in the series.
Really a game that Humble Life is going to look back to, and it's very, very easy to pinpoint what went wrong. But I think what you can see with the look on Peanut's face, it's a lot harder to figure out like what do we do about that.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
there's like Doran, I think, had a really rough game. That's okay. You know, the Gnar obviously being a very obvious weak point here.
Yeah.
In this one, but just the killer instinct on Gen.G, the moment that you show a moment of weakness is like the faces to me tell it all. Like I feel like the early game's going good. You have a really strong team fight opposition. You scale well.
Yeah,
and you lose the game.
Yeah, unfortunately they killed the hens, and that was the wrong thing to do. Don't kill the hens and think that you can then take a dragon because of it. I know it looks like Lehens is a large portion of this team's engage, but that's not actually how that works, apparently. Apparently, Nasus, Nidalee, Tristana, and MF, they have plenty of engage just by themselves without the rel.
I don't know who gets Pete. It might be Canyon on Nidalee. It might be
no, it's Keen. It's Keen.
I hope it's
he
Keen.
picked Susan, and he won. It's very impressive. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to reveal Keen's POG, and then we'll have game number 2. See you there.
발길 봤어.
두 마리 남았다. 아 이거 나 궁수 있네 이거.
괜찮아.
타워.
야, 페드도 물어도 돼. 페드. 천천히. 빠지지 말고. 라칸 밀었어. 빠지지 마.
나궁 있다. 이거 나 텔로 올게. 제리 클릭.
야, 대리궁 빼도 돼. 대리궁 빼다 얘들아.
야 용사 아무 있지.
끝낼만해. 끝낼만해. 해줄게. 나는 콜키나는 높을.
제리 클린저. 시원하다잉. 제리 노공해. 제리 클린저도 없어. 얘네 막을 힘 없어.
야, 대리 노공.
얘한테 수영만. 제리 그냥
이거 그냥 가버려 그냥. 오 나이스. 뭐야?
잘했다. 퍼스 모니터 올라갔네.
나 다시 올렸어. 왜? 광동전 올리고 이겨가지고. 지원전에 내리고 졌단 말이야.
타만 놓고 따지면 킹겐이 굉장히 좋아하는 수치입니다.
현민 씨, 상대 전적이 또 나 기죽이네.
너무 부담 가지지 말고 오늘 경기 알았지?
저도 돼.
그건 아닌데. 그건 아니야. 선 넘지 마.
그렇습니다만 결국 래퍼까지 잡아냅니다. 이거면 BNK죠.
BNK도 만만치 않네요. 나 캐넨 올 사람 없나?
캐넨. 야, 바텀 맞아야 돼.
가져. 내가 먼저 가. 빨리 나가서 천천히. 다 깨냈어. 천천히.
야, 이번엔 세게 하자. 세게. 쭉쭉 가자.
갈렸어. 보자. 오케이. 제리. 풀고. 캐넨.
나이스. 아, 미드 걸렸어.
야, 봐줘.
할만.
안 되겠다.
야, 잡았어.
끝내자. 미드 가보자. 끝내놓을 수도 있겠다, 이거.
근데 이거 후반은 집중력 싸움이야. 집중 잘하면 이겨.
가볼래?
야, 그럼. 아이고, 이거 천천히 해야 되는데.
야, 다 뭐냐?
나이스. 장로 바로 나고 끝내자 가자.
그래.
잘해보자 마지막.
야, 재밌다. 오케이, 얘들아, 진짜 집중만 잘하자.
집중하자.
그냥 버티자 이거 얘네 못 끝낼 것 같은데.
잘해보자.
보자. 아 별로야?
아, 별로. 야, 제리.
야 보자. 야 제리 잡았다. 야 장로 있어 아직. 장로에 쫄지마.
아, 천천히 봐. 앞에 거 봐.
야 나 2초. 야 아래 거 맞아.
천천히 해. 야, 나 본다.
바이.
야, 그렇게 지키면서 이제 잘 봐, 이제. 야, 코르키.
오른쪽.
야, 코르키 보자, 형. 코르키.
코르키 잡아야 돼.
코르키 잡아야 돼, 성훈이 형.
내가 어떡해.
끝내줘, 제발. 아, 진짜 힘들다.
와, 무슨 데인가요, 진짜? LCK 주반 예상 다 틀렸습니다.
형 스몰더는 반깍템 안 가? 걔는 트루뎀이 있으니까 안 가긴 해.
잘해보자. 아, 괜찮은데?
그냥 근데 안타 많이 좋아 보이긴 한다 그냥.
다 먹었음, 이거.
그냥 개 터는 듯? 나 지금 괴물이긴 해.
야, 진짜 잘해보자, 이거.
야 보물도 가자 보물도. 야 뜰. 여기. 야 걔네. 야 천천히.
빨리 좀 와. 야, 코르키.
잡았어. 나이스. 이겼어.
수업 때 좀 손해 많이 보긴 했다.
아 괜찮아 이겼어.
이기면 그만이야.
와 레전드.
고생했다. 나이스.
한 판만 더 이기자. 한 판만.
첫 판이라 생각해, 첫 판이라.
아 근데 두 번째 판인데.
흥분하지 말고.
진짜 딱 한 판이다. 딱 한 판.
빠질래? 접자. 야, 릴리아 물려.
나 준비했어. 나 봐줘.
빠져. 야, 빠져.
야 근데 천천히 싸움해도 돼.
이거. 야, 다야.
야 개구. 달ting 걸었어.
아, 견적 좋아. 이제만 살아봐. 이제 줄게 됐고. 지금 포지션 조금만 더 신경 써봐.
좀만 더 신경 써볼게. 긴장도 풀어라.
허여운데?
좋다.
야, 알리 노플 천천히. 견적 좋아 보여.
야 빨리면 안 돼.
바이 노플.
야 캐는 지울게. 야 캐는. 저.
야, 자야 빨리지 마. 자야한테 빨리지 마.
야 맞다.
야, 끝났다. 야, 미드가.
끝났어. 이겼다.
진짜 너무 잘했다, 우리 팀.
나이스 진짜.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space here in the final game of the LCK Summer Split 2024. Dagon alongside Ox and Wolf. Genji go up 1-0. Nasus a part of that draft, but overall still a team victory here for Genji as our top two teams go head-to-head.
And it feels like another one of those Genji victories where, the game feels close until you make one mistake and it just isn't. And you just get completely blown out. I do think that we saw, the Nasus and the Nidalee pairing up quite well, even though it's not a combo you typically expect. Punishing the Gnar quite heavily, which really suffered this matchup. Able to get some structures, but when it came into that big fight in the mid-game, the gold was even, and I think it was more an out execution from the side of Genji, but I do feel like some things didn't help on Life Esports. Like the Sejuani doesn't really have anyone to pair up with that'll help that much. Also, they banned the Leona themselves, which to me, I think puts more emphasis on the MF, and then they let it go to the other side, which I just think allows the MF to freely ult so often. Rakan kind of struggles to interrupt that if he's not in position already.
I really feel like, to me, the biggest issue for this game for Hanwha was Viper had very little agency. Doran's super behind is based on his Narbar, whether or not he can actually be relevant in team fights. The Sejuani's not that tanky. Like, it's pretty tanky, obviously, but there isn't a clear front line here because they played Rakan into this composition. Was a very risky choice in the outset of this draft as well. So even though they had a lead, their late game Zeri just didn't really get the opportunity to pop off the way you were expecting it to. And Chovy, even though he had a relatively rough laning phase, was targeted a lot, actually had a lot of impact when he got those later team fights because the coordination was just much better for Gen.G. The setup was easier. It's MF and Rel. You banned Leona, you basically walked face first into this one.
Yeah, well, we get to see that combo perfectly here in highlight number 1 at the Drake fight, where Gen.G end up coming out on top. Reset City here for Chovy.
And the thing is, it's a situation where they invest a lot of tools to take out the Rel, but they see it as being weird because, like, okay, we've limited their engage, but you lost so many tools in return. And the problem is you now have nothing to really deal with this MF who's able to channel the ult. The Nasus forces Peanut away. Nard does come in and start to make things happen, but the ult in return forces everyone off, and then resets start to come through, and Chovy capitalizes very effectively.
Yeah, there's just no punish here on Pays. He just gets to zone them all away. And it's like these one moments, right? Or these one setups where you go, okay, I got the Rel. Okay, I'm looking for the engage on the dragon, lost control of the dragon anyways, and then Doran goes in, but there's just not enough time. 1 Gnar engage and 2 lockdowns is enough to give Viper the ability to carry a team fight. He's nowhere near the enemy carries.
Yeah, so that was that one there. Hey, here we have highlight number 2, which is the final fight after Gen.G take control of this game. Already on the ticking timer here with Nasus there, and they just power through this bottom turret.
Yeah, I mean, the first play is the really impactful one where they fell behind, and it just felt from this point on it was so hard to contest. I think also the Nasus obviously picked as a counter to the Gnar, but makes it very hard, for the Zeri to operate because she walks up, she gets withered. It's that simple, and if you're hoping to get a carry performance out of Viper, it's just not possible in this game.
Yeah, a ton of tanking actually for Keen in this fight as well. And we actually were fortunate enough to get the comms right when we actually watched this one back at the end during the highlights. And they go in, Keen takes all the damage, so like back out, back out, back out. And then there's a call it's made, I think it's Lehens. Like, actually, I think we win this, either Lehens or Chovy, I think. And they turn around and actually re-engage. The Nasus comes back in with a teleport. Being very cautious there, very slow team fight. And then realizing, actually, we have the tools. They don't have anything. They have no way to stop us. We're going to get these resets on Chovy. And then they do make that hard call to end the game.
Well, now it's time for the hard call to figure out who the POG is here for game number 1 for Gen.G. We know that, Atlas wanted the Keen on top. Nope, goes to Canyon in the jungle. 1,000 POG points here, and the potential to catch his teammate Pays here for the overall POG leaderboard.
Yeah, still got the chance to catch him. That's the big storyline from this. I think Canyon did have a big impact on this game, leaning into the side lanes pretty often to punish this Gnar that they managed to capitalize on. I do think it's probably going to be a mixed bag when it comes to votes because there was really that one big fight that was the most impactful moment, and then it felt like Gen.G just won off the back of that. And I think this is a consistent thing with Gen.G where it's not necessarily about one individual so much, but the team is just performing so well as a unit.
Yeah, this Smite secure was pretty big. He had 100% kill participations, which I think is, pretty important. I think it was a pretty safe vote. I think because of the split nature of this, a lot of people just looked at KP and they were like, well, Canyon was involved in everything. He held together the top lane. And yeah, split vote. Some Chovy votes, I think, kind of warranted. I mean, he had a pretty good late game.
Yeah, I think the resets, the moment when that team fight where he got those resets going in was pretty big, and I think these 3 were the biggest factor in the win. So I think it's pretty fair.
You went with Keen. Why'd you go with Keen here?
I just think, obviously he found some good angles to set up on the Gnar, chase him down, managed to punish him, but also in that team fight around the dragon was such a big presence and continued to be beyond that. Tanking, but never really going down, but also just being such a threat. Like, I felt like no one could approach him without just getting the cane.
All right, well, with this victory, Gen.G 1 away from closing out the day. Nasus in game number 1. Let's see what they pull out here in game number 2.
Briar. That's what they're pulling out in game number 2. That's what we're praying for. Our final champion that we haven't seen so far in the LCK. Imagine that, rounding out our regular season 2024 with a Briar pick for Canyon. That would be the way.
Canyon winning POG on Nidalee. I'm asleep, Atlas.
Yeah.
Asleep. But
That's
if he
his
plays
third one.
Briar,
Yeah, that's true.
hey, that's
That's how
something
you
I'd wake
make
up
it.
for.
That's how you make it to 1,100 points. By playing
style.
Briar. And then just like ulting under an enemy turret or something like that, having no way to get out. Oh, it would be absolutely beautiful. Can't wait. But we'll just have to see. Zeka's mom right there, supporting her son here, who's going to need as much support as possible going into this next game. Genji just picking up a win on the red side. I don't think that we will have any side changes moving into game number 2. We'll see what the adaptation is in these bans to try and get themselves a better option. I think first pick Corki, not very inspiring at all. I think that going for the Sejuani also not making me feel things that are good. And so hopefully there is a different take on what the draft is supposed to look like here from Humble Life Esports.
But this is my issue, is that I agree with you. I don't think it felt or looked great. But are you okay with Chovy just playing Corki?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's better than Canyon playing Nidalee again.
Well, that definitely, I'm with you on that one. And I also do think that the Corki isn't as mind-blowingly powerful as he had been in the past, even though his laning phase obviously is still very oppressive. He's really where Tristana was before, where hard to punish, good early laning phase, and skills into a big threat. It's going to be Viper Ashe. Most likely, could of course go to the light, but most likely going to be Viper picking up the Ashe here.
So that was the ban that they had last time around. They instead decide to pick it up and ban away the Nidalee. Means that that Corki, like you were talking about, is now available if Chovy would like it as Lilia, a consideration once again. This is something that I believe Canyon was trying in their matchup against KT, and it didn't quite work out as inspirationally as we were expecting it to. But it's still something that's trying to catch back up to the win rates of some of our other AP junglers, as a Ziggs pickup here is very early.
I have been very impressed mechanically with Pays his Ziggs. I do think he looks very solid on the pick. And this has been something that they've gone to consistently into Ashe. Because Ashe obviously is a pick that struggles when you're playing into something that either outranges her, and she's a mobile. So come late game, if you're in an area and you don't have flash, at least if Pace hits it well, the outside of the ult is going to come through. I still think that it's most likely that is going to be a pickup. I don't know if it's going to be on third here, because maybe they want to get the Corki together with this Renekton and Lilia. It really is not as iconic as Nidalee Renekton, but it kind of plays to the same strengths as there is the Corki pickup instead.
Just a little bit of a Draven hover for now. I wouldn't mind it if Peanut did just go straight towards the Ivern. He's looked very good on the champion. And so it's not going to be Draven locked in or anything like that. That would be silly.
Well, it could be if you flex Ashe to support. I don't think you want to do that.
I mean, it could be, but that would be too many carries. It's just a lot of them.
Well, hey,
and so this would be pretty well-rounded.
They can't pick this time around. Chovy has a number of counter picks that he's liked to play into the Corki. Started off with Evolution. And we got the Draven. Got the Zeri in there at some point as well. Smolder is obviously one that has actually been rising in prio.
Yep. Tristana, you could just go back to again. Would not be too bad at all. And so it's going to be the Trist once more. Had a great game on it last time around. We'll see whether he can pick up a POG for it this time, or whether he is once again going to be robbed. Could be Canyon again if he has a good Lilia performance and match his teammate on 1,100 points. Him and Pays picking up that POG of the split would be pretty impressive. And next round of bans. So Rel going to be taken away. Probably engage supports down the line here for both of our teams. Things that go well with Ashe, I think, would be some good options on the side.
I was about to ask
Genji.
for the Senna. So Senna Ziggs maybe? I think Kalista lanes are still strong, and Genji obviously have a composition with a lot of early game power, but Kalista does struggle into the Ashe. Can use Lance's counter pick if you do that. MF is another one that I think still has a ton of value, especially Leona again has been taken out of the game consistently by Hanwha.
Yep.
The pick gains a lot of value as well, and I think Pace played a clean game of it. And this to me is a bit of a hint towards that MF.
Yeah, the Braum pretty good.
Maybe they just... Okay, so that's going to ban away. Maybe just pick a Rel here and then last pick for Pays.
I mean, the Rel has been banned. The Alistar could be coming in for Lehens, sort of the other option. They could pick away Rakan if they feel like it. Or they could just take the Ziggs and then go for the counter pick in Lehens' court. I wouldn't mind it. Of course, Lehens does have an extraordinarily expansive champion pool. Feels like a Shen game to me for Lehens. I just feel like it's Leshen's. That's what it's just often.
It's time.
Often it just gets there. You know, it just gets to the Leshen's time.
And then if, you know, he can leave Pays, and if he's ever really in trouble, he can bail him out.
Yeah, there we go.
If it's really necessary. What are going to be the pickups here? Cannon, Gnar, Poppy could both be support and top. I imagine it's going to be for Doran here. So I've seen the Poppy kind of come up as a counter pick into the Renekton.
Yep. I actually really like adding that bit of extra beef into the front line as well. A true tank to the top lane. When Cassante is banned, it's hard to kind of find someone that's on a similar level. I think Poppy does kind of fit into that role relatively effectively. Just, is it Rakan? Is it going to be the Alistar? That's the question.
So
never mind. Support. It's just going to be the Poppy support and the top lane Kennen coming in here.
So Poppy does already gain value playing into the Renekton as well as the Tristana, but Lehens does have the opportunity to go for some pretty nasty disengaged setups here. Because looking at what Hanwha Life have, I think the engage is pretty lackluster. Like, yes, the flanks are good. Just going to be Alistar, so nothing too exciting here.
Yep. Pole flash still possible into Poppy as well, so you do still have a fair few engage angles.
If they didn't go for Cannon, I think we could have seen something more creative from Lehens. But specifically into Cannon, I think Alistar just has so much value.
Yeah,
between what most likely will be the exhaust, combine that with the fact that you can just headbutt him away.
It's a bit of a shame that we don't get Shen though, because Poppy kind of does a number on being able to, you know, shadow dash in. Makes me a bit, I just really wanted the Shen.
Yeah.
If I'm not allowed to have my Briar, then at least give me the Shens, you know?
What about game 3?
Oh, that's true. Nah, that's a singed. We have Briar singed in that one.
Nice.
That's the angle. That's if we get there, because of course Gen G still have a lot of power in this draft. Hanwha Life Esports with another shot on the blue side. This time around though, it's Peanut on the Ivern, and he is so good at this. Last time around, he got a POG, and Daisy also got a POG, which did happen off the broadcast and on Twitter instead. But that was very impressive. It was real. It was made by the same graphics team. It just didn't make it onto the main broadcast, so Daisy picking up that POG for that phenomenal performance. We'll see whether she has a good day alongside Peanut in this game as well. I do think that Hanwha Life Esports have a lot more tools this time, and it's not like pick Corki Sejuani, have 0 permafrost synergy, and the comp looks a little bit disjointed. This feels a little bit more powerful. See what flavor of Kennen we're going to get towards the top lane as well, Chronicler.
Going to be interesting to see. A lot of AP here for Gen G. See if that's enough to get them to do 0.
Exactly. Let's jump into the Rift. Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for what could be the last game of the regular season of this year. Kind of crazy that it's already almost coming to an end.
Yeah, isn't that insane?
No, it's kind of nuts. I'm not ready for Worlds to be like just around the corner. That is crazy.
Hey. We still have playoffs. We have our regional gauntlet.
Oh, that's true. Man, what are those games going to look like? That's the real question.
The regional gauntlet has created some absolutely exquisite storylines over the years. A lot of them involving Deft, who will also most likely be...
It's like almost all of them, though, isn't it? Like,
yeah, no, it's 2021.
Like, it's Hanwha, it's DRX. Now, it's probably going to be KT, because they're likely to be losing in the first round of the playoffs in Telecom War. And it depends. Of course, DK could choose to face off against KT. Don't know why they would do that when the known quantity is definitely BNK. But what you going to do? Teams have made very strange decisions in the past, namely teams
Don't
called
do it.
KT.
Don't, no. Have to bring it up.
Hey, look, I wonder if Gen G are going to pick T1 just to prove a point. Maybe that happens. And then they're like, CKT, it's fine. And then they lose too. Oh my god.
I don't even think that one is that egregious. Is Keen? Yeah, I was about to say, just going to E out of this. Going to be fine. But we have both junglers trying to sneak away as much as they can. On the side of the jungle that doesn't necessarily belong to them. Canyon towards the bot side, as we do obviously have the lane swap. We haven't mentioned it just yet. And Ziggs, to me, as we have mentioned many a time on this broadcast, obviously should try to maximize the amount of plates. And guess what? The big wave stacking up towards the top side of the map. The Peanut can steal away very effectively. Smite's almost up.
Yeah, should be able to grab this one as Canyon going down pretty low. Keen will join them as there's the flash out from Canyon. Well timed there as well. Doesn't get stunned up as Lahens. He's going to have to flash as well. Gen G members just burning summoner spells left, right, and center and not actually being able to get too much done as far as stealing away this jungle.
That was a good amount of experience, I think, dropped by Hanwha though. So for Peanut, this is really good as the jungle is retaken and he's completely fine. Canyon's obviously going to be behind the curve a little bit, although he does hit free here, so not the end of the world. Pays throughout or in the midst of that TP towards bot to catch the bot wave. And it does look like Doran actually sitting on a really big CS lead. So Keen, definitely the one who gets out of this the worst. And actually looking, all things considered, so Chovy won out. Pays did have to expend his teleport, so not going to have that available, but is 6, so should honestly be fine, especially with cookies still available. Lands are level 1 right now.
Yeah, Hex Flash activation as well, guys. We have to remember. So he's already powered up. Delight moving over. We'll finally get down towards the bottom lane. Just checks out this brush for a few seconds, but it looks like they have just bought enough time as Peanut is making friends with Canyon's side of the jungle right now. As this controller does go in, they get full information as to what's going on here. Going to take a little bit of time for that friendship to really sink into these camps. Might give Canyon an opportunity to get in there, but Smite is up here for Peanut. And so whichever is going to be contested, might just be able to take that one down. And look at this, Canyon is actually just leaving the area.
Yeah, successful high start from Canyon. You see Peanut as well. It's like, oh, Canyon actually getting, because he started on his own wolves, so he knew the respawn timer. That was able to pick that up here. And as a result, will not be falling as far behind as might otherwise have been the case. Problem for Pays here is that because of that TP, early TP, he hasn't actually been able to make his back.
Aha.
So he doesn't have a lot of mana, and Peanut is in the area.
Yep, there are a lot of brushes now behind Gen G, as Pei's going to try and utilize them, now just waddling his way out of here. Headbutt will be able to get rid of Peanut, but this is also just going to be so many minions going missing.
Oh, Pei's?
Oh, Pei's not going to find the satchel, unfortunately. Bowling Ball going to connect onto Peanut, as Lahan's still going to burn down. And Delight comes on in here just to try and protect his tree. Humble Life, they grab themselves first blood, and Peanut's out of there. Top of the morning to you.
There from Pays. If he knocks Peanut back in, that would have been, or at the very least, forced a flash from Peanut immediately. Not gonna happen, and it's Humble Life again in this early laning phase is able to build up a pretty sizable lead. I don't know what the wave state towards bot is. Doesn't look like Pays ended up missing out on too much CS. We take another look at this. Peanut actually doing a really nice job, and this is very straightforward. Like, obviously, Peanut thinks that Pays has just made his way back and isn't currently in vision, and then he just keeps on walking.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that would have, again, I think it might have been the kill. At the very least, it would have gone with the flash. Right now, Peanut doesn't even have to flash, and unfortunately for Canyon, Lilia, she can be quite nimble, but not if you're rooted. So it doesn't actually get to extend there, doesn't get to keep the passive stacks up and continue the trade. And right now, Home Alive off to another great early game, and we're not going to let that fool us, Atlas. We've seen this one before.
Yeah, we don't necessarily know whether this means anything, but it definitely means, at the very least, that Home Life Esports are very good at navigating good early games. Not to mention, they're very good at playing around Ivern compositions. This is another one of the worries, right? Because Peanut, when he gets this champ, he tends to look pretty good. It's on that mandatory bans list that we often state for this team. So playing against Home Life Esports when you're on the red side, just gets that, that little bit harder. Now, Canyon going to be taking the first grub. Peanut in position. Arrow going to be soaked by the Alistair that doesn't have Unbreakable Will just yet. There's Delight going in. Finds Lehens, lights him on fire, but I think that he will be able to get out of there. One grub picked up here by Gen G. And I think they're going to have to be happy with that. Skeen thinking about moving back towards the top side, instead going to go for a little bit of a back beforehand. And I think getting one of those grubs definitely feels pretty good for Gen G when it was against the flow of play.
Was a pretty heavy investment from them, though. And it doesn't look like Paze is really in a position where he's going to be able to leverage this into plates. So, and a push now. I think tried to maybe deny the cannon, but looks like Viper is going to be able to pick that one up after all. Viper doesn't have his ultimate, but it's still like if you're actually getting ult out, you're obviously not going to win the trade. Viper does his barrier as well. So Paze, I think, very rightfully so, plays respectfully. MG, on the flip side, will be able to pick up this Dragon, which is, I think, a fine trade, given how the last game played out. They do need to hurry up. Peanut's on his way.
He is just going to lankily move on in here. That is going to be the Drake secured by Chovy somehow, as Delight gets the angle. Chovy going to have to flash over. The Steadfast presence is so good from this Poppy, and Zeka is going to be able to get himself the second kill for Humble Life Esports. Lehens might just need to sacrifice himself, does invest the flash, and will be able to buy enough time to get them out of there.
Yeah, that was about, what, 30 seconds of uptime on Lehens' flash before he has to use it immediately.
Value, baby.
As some Daisy micro doesn't actually get the cancel, unfortunately, there for Peanut. And really nice.
Oh, Keen, unfortunately, got a kind of caught on a flash there a little bit. He's going to press his Dominus, and it just has flash on cooldown now. It looks a little silly.
I missed what I imagine he tried to flash over the Shuriken so that he could set up the play, and then instead the Shuriken just hit him.
Well, Mega Inferno Bomb has come down. The arrow is going to go wide as now Lehens trying to get them out of there, but that is going to be a kill confirmed. Nicely done on the 1-for-1. Kill going to Lehens isn't the greatest, but now Chovy coming on in here. Exhaust just to make sure that Delight's not going to have an avenue of escape, and the Pulverize to keep him in position. That's going to be another one, and Chovy on the board now for Gen G, and that is dangerous for Humble Life Esports as Keen just continuing to try and play the game.
Walk, walk.
Yeah, it's getting tough here as Canyon moving on in here. Quadruped comes down, gonna put the little Pikachu to sleep. Watch out, Eep indeed. Canyon gonna be able to lock down that kill as well, and Gen G all of a sudden back in it.
Oh, Doran might have wanted to flash preemptively there, because if Canyon ever hits you, you just die. I don't know if he could have. Maybe the best call was to just hold on to it there. But as soon as that tags you, you are just unfortunately going to get taken down with the sleep. Level 6 has been hit. And that is, again, a very similar sequence of plays in Spirit. So what happens is Humble Life, everything's looking good. They even find a really nice player. Peanut unfortunately doesn't get it. I think it was like 4 health, so it was insanely close, which is how Chovy got it. Then a wonderful flash W from Delight. And everything looks great. The fact that they don't get another exit kill is a bit unfortunate. As we take another look at the play from the first-person view. Oh, yeah.
Man.
Pretty nicely done. So that's all great. But then they overextend, which you don't get to see, into a play on Paze, who does actually delay. With his ultimate, also gets a substantial amount of the wave. And that does end up dying, but then already Lehens gets the kill onto Viper by keeping him in turret range. Then Chovy roams over, gets a kill. And then Paze, to top it all off, TPs to mid to catch the wave.
And so it's a lot of money that just still gets picked up. So a little bit of a strange series of events. What it's going to result in is about a 600 gold lead for Humble Life Esports as everything is said and done, but it's a Drake that goes over to Gen G, and maybe they'd be happy to pay that amount for this Infernal, buying them that extra time. Next Drake going to be an Ocean. A singular Ocean actually doesn't feel too bad when it comes to singular Drakes.
Oh, it's nice. And any Swift Rift enjoyers?
Oh, that's me. Big time. Not a Drift Rift today, but yeah, Swift Rift. We have had one already, and watching Lilia's run that fast is a whole lot of fun. As Keen will be able to clear out this ward, Canyon now knows that he is not going to be seen. Throwing bowling balls around, that was a weird one, just throws it into a wall. That's fine. Ward goes down, and he's going to see whether it can be 4 grubs to go over to Gen G right now. You can see Peanut not quite getting there in time, as this ward will get turned off.
Just the one, I imagine.
Yeah. So Canyon going to be getting out of here. Chovy and Lehens moving on over. All right, some bowling ball value coming on in as Doran not exactly with the highest of health bars, but this should belong to Peanut at this point in time.
You see as well, Viper was on his way over, and then as soon as Pace showed them bot wave, immediately decided the better of it is Pace is going to get the shove, and they're going to actually contest here. Pace does have his ultimate.
Ebapov does come in. The arrow is going to connect. The buffer is gorgeous once again as the redemption coming down here. That is a dead cow and a dead Chovy as well. Viper just walks on over, and they will be able to take them both down. Plates now being eaten by Paze on the bottom side, but there's a teleport in from Zeka. Let's see whether Paze can keep himself alive here, because this burst damage is kind of obscene. There's the mini stun as Paze, I think, is just dead. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and there's the last auto. Zeka's going to be able to lock that one up.
We'll see. Keen might not be able to get him. Look, Poppy's on the way. Oh, never mind. Another TP. He's
yeah, now he's very, very big dead. As probably didn't want to give Chovy the assist. He flashed. And the explosive charge is not enough, so he's just going to back, and he's going to be fine. Keeper's verdict came out as well. I don't even think it was necessary.
It was not. Colossal wins here across the board for Hanwha, as they're able to pick up a bunch of kills, get to 4 grubs. The only thing they're going to have to give up is the dragon.
Yeah, Doran as well. Getting some plates here on this top side. Keen will eventually make his way in. He'll be able to grab that cannon as well. It's going to feel a little bit better. But Gen G, after they did have that wake-up moment, things have gone back to being a little bit rough. This is still going to be a second Drake that they're going to be able to pick up for themselves. It's going to be big, as Canyon is able to lock that one down.
Again?
And yeah, that's another Hextech Drake. Oh my goodness.
I know it's my favorite Drake in the game, but I was hoping for Swift Rift.
Yeah, Swift Rift would have been cool. But at least we get the fun teleporters and stuff, and that's cool.
I do love it when there's a cannon in the game. So,
yeah, he face checks, sees some bad guys, and he is going to try and get himself out of there. And we'll be able to hold on to this turret, at least for the moment. The gold lead that we were talking about before that was triple digits has now moved up to 4, as the arrow, not going to get buffered this time, but also doesn't really need to because he's underneath the turret. There's not a lot of follow-up. And Chovy will just absorb what experience he can, call in his brothers to come down and help him out. Doran going to be the benefactor of this, though, up in that top lane, not with too many cares in the world, as Peanut will move over to try and defend this. The redemption goes down. It's going to be avoided here. Doesn't really do anything, though, as Paze and Canyon should just be able to lock this one up. And the satchel will just come in and pop it like a balloon. Nicely done. Doran gets another wave and will finally be able to take down this outer turret in the top lane. But I would have thought that he'd be able to actually get that one first. And instead, it's Gen G grabbing that first turret blood. So that will be able to get them back within touching distance, I guess, when it comes to those gold numbers. Let's have a look at this play one more time, though.
So in theory, Gen G can fight this, right? They have a number of people, but Lehens goes in way too early. That alone isn't enough, but yeah, even with the buffer, Lehens just can't create space. And Viper, if he was still towards the bottom half of the map, could have been enough. The big thing here for me is that they're not actually, Gen G isn't actually able to trade cross-map, really. Space ends up going down. Really nicely done by Zeka to move up there so that he gets knocked into the wall as opposed to move back. Because otherwise, that final auto might not have come through. Could have been the difference maker. And then here, the fact that he actually makes it out is kind of remarkable.
Yeah, I think they just kind of thought that they definitely had it.
Yeah, that's how we felt. So I think that is very understandable. That is now a 2k gold lead. Mid lane turret, I imagine on the cards here, because yes, there is a Ziggs with great wave clear, but there is also a Herald, and Peanut, he's drifting.
He's going to be able to make his way in there, and there it is. This outer turret, not long for the world. So that is going to be Viper helping pick that one up. HLE doesn't survive for very long, but that doesn't matter. She did her job.
Okay, Hanwha, I want to get a game free. Come on, don't get Gen G'd again. Make this a cool series that's going to build suspense for what will be most likely an inevitable matchup at some point.
This
most likely winners.
Will be a matchup,
but we're gonna see this in the playoffs one way or another. Even if we take into account like the craziest KT DK shenanigans timeline, even then, at some point we're going to see, I want this to go to 3 games, Atlas. I don't want it to be done. This is the last series, Atlas, of summer.
We need at least for Life Esports to not lose their first match in the playoffs. If they did that, that would be catastrophic, because then we won't get this.
Unless Gen G loses as well.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. So that's fine.
Well, I know that, but I'm trying to build suspense. We don't have a lot going on, okay? We all know it's T1 Gen G again.
Yeah, that part we just don't even, we try not to talk about. We celebrate the fact that we have a lower bracket now, so there's theoretically another final. All right, King going a little bit aggressive here, as Chovy going to jump in on top, and that was a flash that you could do. Not the greatest of ones, as Canyon's going to be over there anyway, so I guess the consolation for Doran is the fact that if he had have made that flash actually work, he would have still been really dead.
It's not the best day for Doran. And it's not a great day for Doran and his Yordles, unfortunately. First the Gnar, now the Cannon. Both of them have been on the receiving end of a lot of hurt. Hasn't really been able to make his mark. And I think Doran has actually come up with a great summer. There weren't a lot of exactly these moments. And unfortunately, in the final series, they are coming to fruition. However, Zeka and Viper in a really solid position. And actually getting on top of this backline is a nightmare. The only thing I'm worried about is that eventually there will be enough range with specifically the power of the Ziggs. Yeah, display very straightforward, right? Doran's on the turret, feels safe, Chovy TP's in, Keen sets up the Strike Breaker, and nicely found W. And this is a big one, because if Pace gets Hectac Soul, things become a lot harder for Humble Life. Because yes, you have a really good disengage comp, but if there is a 6-item Ziggs with, it's not going to matter. I don't think it makes a big difference.
It's just going to be a very rough time. As Lehens is taking a lot of damage. Chovy looking for a bit of an angle here, as that's 50 gold going over to Paze. Canyon is in the bottom lane. We'll be able to at least pull that wave out. As
we're letting this one go.
Yeah, it looks like this is not going to be the one that they're looking for. Still.
No, I think they're just threatening so that Home Alive don't send someone over too soon. And there we go. TP comes in. Yep, Chovy gets some damage down, but not going to take the turret. Nice TP there from Doran.
All right, Canyon thinking about a little bit of an angle here, as they do have the option of putting Delight and Peanut to sleep. They're not exactly priority targets here, as Zeka is going to be able to help this wave move up. And by help this wave, I mean the wave isn't there because Ziggs. They're going to vacate though, so that turret is not going to be here for very much longer. Still only 2,000 gold. I mean, this gold lead, it's so hard to extend leads against Gen G. I swear. Like, it's the most impossible task, because oftentimes you can find a few advantages and then you can use that to try and suffocate your opponent out of gold. It just doesn't work against Gen G.
It's this Tristana, man. Because Tristana, you know, before was, again, a lane bully, but you can also just look at it as just another form of Ziggs that you it's a Yordle, you put it in the side lane, and then it gets turrets, and it gets them very rapidly. Yes. Unlike Ziggs, though, Tristana's almost impossible to punish, and now Chovy said his 2-item power spike. So if you leave him alone with a turret for seconds, it is going down. And I mentioned the disengage your whole life, top tier. You have 2 AD carries, both of which are in a really good spot at the moment, right? 2-item spike just now hit for Zeka. Viper, I imagine, is getting very close. Actually, kind of shocked that he hasn't finished his Triforce yet, even with the blade already being done, with how far ahead he is, but that's going to be a really big spike, so that's looking great. But outside of Delight, Flash Go, you don't have that much engage, right? Like that's kind of the main thing, unless you can hit an arrow, but I do think that when there's an Alistar on the enemy team, when there's a Renekton on the enemy team, that is a bit harder. So you need to be to every objective first, and to their credit, they have been so far, which is why I think they've looked so good. Look at the control as well here towards that dragon. They've denied Soul Point, but after last game especially, I can't just help but feel that we're one mistake away from Gen G somehow acing them, getting Baron and like 3 turrets and ending the game. And I don't want that to be the case. Unless I don't like, it rubs me the wrong way.
And it's not how it should go. That's absolutely true. I feel like Humble Life Esports should have an extra mistake in them if this is going to be a loss, just because they have built up such a great early game so far. They also have an Ivern, which can really help delay things. And Peanut with his Redemption Moonstone as well as the Oblivion Orb. Like, this is a big spike in power that he has available to him. As Daisy pops over the wall, they're not able to stop Lehens from going back home. And 2 minutes on this next dragon. That is likely the next port of call for things that could happen, unless Delight decides that he wants to kill someone right now. That is going to be Canyon tanking the first salvo. He's going to flash away. Light goes down to half health, but they get the flash out from Canyon. That's probably what they were looking for.
That's a really big win. They don't invest too much themselves, only using the Ignite and the Arrow, which both, or the Arrow at least will be up. But Canyon not having flash available, I think, is actually a really big deal.
All right, well, there is Lehens making his way in. Good satchel there as well onto Viper. Mega Inferno Bomb to take him down. And now we're slicing forward. Keen looking for Peanut, doesn't get him, but they get so many flashes out of this play. Only Doran and Zeka with those available. Oh no, Genji, don't do it again. It's not Baron time.
I don't actually. This time, I think they really can't do it.
All right, well, maybe they just kill Delight instead, as the satchel was gorgeous. Still Delight making his move out the flash forward, and Chovy says you are not getting away this time. Him and Pays, they're the yordles on this rift, and Doran, he's trying to get himself out. More explosive charges being thrown around, donated towards this little cannon. And let's see whether Doran can actually get out of here. Keen might be able to find a stun on top of him. The teleport will get him out. And Genji, I don't think they're going to be doing Baron, but they are going to win the fight.
Disaster averted, but still a very bad trade, because the one advantage you got there, immediately gone, and it's just a big mistake from Viper. Walking up to try and arrest Pays, even with the Ivan, that's one thing. But Lehens is right there!
Yeah.
That's an Alistair! And then, yeah, luck gets invested, but they get the kill. So it's 100% worth it. Now, what was a really big win. Again, I want to reiterate that, because no flash on Lilia means that it's so much harder to set up these aggressive sleep plays. Ends up being multiple flashes invested. Doran has to use his flash, which is a really big cooldown for the upcoming fight.
Okay, so Soul Point is being picked up here by Genji. Looks like that's going to be given up on, though, because Humble Life Esports trying to take this Baron. Chovy is almost here. But Genji, they're looking for a flank angle. We're going to try and get Keen in here. Yeah, and it looks like it's not going to be 50-50able. Especially with these minefields that can be put down, things like this. Is now Chovy going to try and transfer this into a push in mid as Viper once again caught out of position. Mega Inferno Bomb going to take him down. And Genji will have them corralled. Doran in trouble. It's Yordle v Yordle. And Doran will be taken out of this one. That is Chovy finding another reset. Hops back over the wall. Keen might just be dead, but they still have to try and flash away. Canyon walks forward, spins around a little bit. It was a cute pirouette, but now it's time for a cute Baron for Genji.
History repeats itself, Atlas. All Genji need are a single fight. And it looks like the Baron not going to go.
Not going to be Baron, okay.
But the Soul Point's still going to go. And I want to see, is it just the Blast Cone? It's Zeka. I think it's Zeka with the auto.
Wasn't it Doran? I feel like Doran did like a fadeaway auto on it. I don't know.
It was one of the two.
I don't want to give blame unless I'm entirely sure.
But regardless, that might be it.
Yeah.
That might be the game.
That is not a Blast Cone that they wanted to take.
Oh, and your Ash as well.
Yeah. And it doesn't feel fantastic, so that is going to be Genji locking down Soul Point, like you were talking about.
Because I was thinking that it was like a Satchel, or like someone on...
Yeah.
It was Zeka, actually getting confirmation from Ox here.
Got
it was indeed... Yeah, I think it was the... Because the Corki looked like... I must have just been a misclick. And Zeka, I think, has been so much more consistent. So he's going to feel very bad about it. It's not done. They still have a gold lead.
Yeah.
Humble Life still have an amazing front-to-back teamfight composition, but if they do end up losing this game, those are the moments you're going to look towards. As now we are K-ramming Atlas.
Yep, Daisy is going to be taken down first, so it's an honest 5v5, not a 6v5. Humble Life Esports had access to before.
Oh, Pace. I know what he wants to get with this back.
I think he wants to go to the hat shop. Hat shop, maybe?
Oh, yeah. and get a cool, classic style, you know, none of that newfangled stuff.
Oh yeah.
Good old classic
The
witch
wizard
hat.
cap. You love to see it. That is going to be completed now. See what house he's going to get sorted into. As Genji will catch this wave. Life Esports have had a lot of control on this Baron side river. As the arrow going to be buffered there once again. Chovy has been excellent at that. And that was even with Keen kind of moving out of the way so that he had to do it quite late. But still, nicely done.
Definitely the right call, I do think. If they turn on Keen, he's not that tanky.
No.
He is if he's, you know, if he's in the back line and he's queuing people and he's kind of moving in and out.
Bargain bin.
Yeah, he's not actually finishing items because items are not cool.
They're expensive as well.
They really are. And Chovy and Pace, they have money. Keen, unfortunately, a bit of a...
Yeah, Chovy's got... Pace has got a lot of money. That's, once again, like, it's the same build as we saw earlier, but like just minus the tier.
Okay, that's just... I was about to say, like, are they just clearing? Which it is the case. That is going to make this a lot harder because the zone control and the denial of area that Genji have is really big between the bowling balls and between the threat of this Ziggs and his E, his mining, or his mine rather. I want to look at the pressure that's being put on Genji here. There's going to be a turret at the very least to the outer. I don't think Humble Life rather really want to invest at TP, sending people over for the inner, but that's still more gold going in. And now it took Genji a lot longer, but the gold lead has been reclaimed. Just slight, but they do have Soul Point, Atlas, and that is a pretty big deal when you have this combo of champions in Pace and Chovy.
He's gonna blow up a cupcake on his way out. Oh, that's very cute. Okay, yeah, I think nothing's gonna be decided until a Baron actually goes down. I think Genji have gotten pretty close, haven't wanted to risk too much. But Humble Life Esports, if they get the setup, they are still very dangerous. Having a look down the line, I mean, CS numbers still very, very even in the jungle. As, speaking of the jungle, Peanut could be in trouble here. Mega Inferno Bomb, and that is Peanut staying alive! Never mind. It's all too easy. As Doran just gonna get jumped on. Oh god, that's a jump scare. That scared even me. That's a solo kill for Chovy. And sometimes you're just not allowed to be walking there.
Doran just wanted to help his buddy, man! He saw Peanut in trouble!
Yeah. I reckon, you know...
He just wanted to help!
And we know Valdez, he's from New York, and he knows that people are sometimes just walking here. And he was just walking there, but then he wasn't allowed. It's so unfair. It's going to be the Baron now started up. Let's see whether Humble Life Esports can actually find an angle here. There's a teleport up for Doran. That is a big deal because he might be able to affect this player's Keen. Already out of here. He's already teleported in as well. And he buffers the Keeper's Verdict. Are you kidding me? The Baron is going to be secured here by Genji, but now...
OTP.
This could be the TP angle as Keen. Mega Inferno Bomb. He's going to take him down in the turn. It was just not good enough. They take out Pace, but Chovy's like, oh, you want more, good sir? Yes. Don't mind if I do, as unfortunately Zeka a little bit too late to this one. So the Baron does go down, and Chovy showed us that you can indeed buffer a Keeper's Verdict.
Atlas, I have a feeling that Chovy will not be robbed in this one.
Not this one, yeah.
I don't think it's happening. Oh my god, Doran. The ward there, I think, being the big thing. Chovy averts his pathing. And then right here, it looks like Humble, maybe even Ankle Keen is out of the fight right from the get-go.
Oh my god!
Buffers.
He rebounded himself off Baron's forehead so that he could stay there. That's what it looked like to me.
That's reverse bungee jumping, Atlas. And then, oh my god, the fact that Ivan tries to take down the Renex and then Pace gets the alley-oop from a distance. Doran, yeah, they use double TP as well, which means that they can't contest the Hextech Soul. And that's Hextech Soul for Genji, and we were afraid this was gonna happen, and it happened right in front of our eyes, Atlas.
And the game 3 is slipping further and further away from us.
This was a 6-game day.
And instead, are we just going to be 4 gamers? That's not what we want on the final day of the regular season. And you know what? Maybe, okay, playoffs can make it up to us, right? If we get only 5 gamers, then I will forgive you, LCK, for this day of not 6 games. That's how they'll earn it. Oh god, Zeka taking so much damage here. Lahens finds himself alone, and Daisy's getting annoying. A circle does come down behind them, but Humble Life Esports do that walk strategy, and that is going to get them out of the way. This
Look at that!
is disgusting.
That's not fair!
What is going on? The lilting lullaby comes on down there as well as they're looking for Peanut, and they'll find him. Not able to buffer it is Chovy, so he's going to be traded. But look at the Hextech Soul, man. It doesn't matter if they lose multiple members. They still just can't stick around.
They're getting pelted by orbs and lightning.
There's
That's
so
not fair.
many orbs. You are so right about the orb problem.
Another orb!
Yeah, another orb. Zek is going to have to go home. He's going to write an angry email about the spheres. All right, Mega Inferno Bomb, that's a circle. That's not an orb. It's still very scary, though, as Viper is going to get exhausted. That's not going to keep Lahens... Oh, never mind. It is going to keep Lahens alive, because of course it does. Viper is going to show mercy to his former teammate, as this inhibitor is also going to go down. So Genji, 2 inhibs. Elder is going to be up in 4 minutes' time, but I don't know whether the game is going to be up in 4 minutes' time, because Genji really have put their foot down on this one.
Look at this.
Look at the fun and interactive gameplay that Humble Life Esports are dealing with now.
That's after they have dodged as Delight. Again, he's trying so hard on this puppy, man. After they already dodged the Zigzag, which is supposed to be like the big thing.
Yeah.
That you dodge and then you're not in trouble. Pace has been so funny with these builds, man. Oh, just consistently using Keen and Lahens as a setup. They do the layup, he dunks it down.
I like to imagine that this is all based on the team having really good coordination and Pace being really good at pressing his F keys. So that he can always just find the guy that's talking so that he can just throw an ulti right on top of him.
It might be, I don't. It might be also that Lahens is just like yelling at him.
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
Bro!
Yeah, bomb! Bomb, 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 bomb! Maybe we can, it might be on one of the shows later.
I hope so. I love
hear about it.
I love the mic checks. As now, Humble Life trying to hold on. Do note.
We hex flash it. Lahens kind of regrets it. Or does he? Actually, I don't think so. As Daisy going to get a double knock-up. That was pretty cute. Redemption going to be avoided. Circle, a little bit less scary when it's coming from Humble Life Esports.
There's no flank ward.
Or
we can't get a big door and flank, and look at this. Thank you, Observer, showcasing that the waves are shoving in. There's 2 supers in the bot wave. They have to be answered, and Genji can play it slow and steady. They're taking down the turrets is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zig's just done a pretty good demolishing turrets.
Oh, Atlas. It's dire. It's dire. It's really not great.
And you're looking at this and you're like, oh, they lost an inner turret and like that's bad, but like they can hold on. They can't. Their base is already destroyed. And the thing is, it only gets worse because in under a minute you've got the Baron coming up, and then a minute after that you've got Elder coming up. And so this is the easiest time for you to possibly find a fight. As Chovy not going to risk it against Delight, actually showing him a lot more respect this time around, as you can see there.
He just got his opposition procced by a lightning bolt from Pace.
Oh no.
It's not good.
That's not very celestial of him. Mercurial Scimitar is actually already completed here by Chovy. He used it in the last fight to cleanse a Mark of the Storm stun. That Thorin managed to get out. Okay, Humble Life, they have at least exited their base somewhat. They've pushed out the bottom lane a bit. They might be able to team fight if the cannon can actually get there. Teleports at the ready. As Genji, they're going to start the fight. No Pulverize going to be found here as Lahens already going down low. The Redemption does a lot of work, and into the backline goes Doran. No exhaust to come in really at the beginning of that one, but still just no damage. And Chovy going to stand his ground. Look at the health bars. They are still up. They're alive, but it just feels like for not that much longer. The most dangerous cupcakes are raining from the sky. And Genji, they push them away, but not actually able to get any kills. Just almost every flash and summon a spell under the sun.
This is why we value Hextech Soul so highly. Every single time you can see the chip down. Ah, what? What? Yeah. It's level 18 Ziggs, Atlas.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Did he actually, was he in auto range for a short fuse? Was that what made him go boom? As all right, Headbutt Pulp is going to connect there onto Doran. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Doran might want to, oh God! Thankfully, he's so short. He's able to walk underneath the bouncing bomb.
He saw it go above his head!
Yep, and I do have to let everyone know that even if he was a taller champion, it still wouldn't have hit him. That's just how the ability works, but that's still fine. It's what it looked like to me.
Oh, and wait, yeah, you got it. You have to, well, it's not going to work, but you have to try.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go for the cheeky Eld angle. This is the cheeky win the game. That's the strategy that they're looking for. Another teleport to come in. Another teleport to come in as Canyon. Watch out, Eep. And Zeka turns up almost dead. He does have to cleanse, but he can't cleanse death as the Nexus turrets are going to be going down once again. Gen.G looking like another 2-0 in the books here. And it's looking like they're going to successfully break their own record when it comes to game score as well. 32 at the end of this season.
If you took away the nameplates, I don't think many people will be able to tell you that this is the #1 against #2 in the LCK.
What would they say it is?
I don't know, Atlas.
Like 4 versus 5?
No, like 3 versus 9. Like that's how and
you're saying the gap is quite wide.
I'm saying the gap is quite wide. I'm not slandering our teams. Although after that order from Zeka, maybe they deserve to slander a little bit because you're gonna go back to that moment and I'm going to be completely transparent.
Oh, the blast gun, yeah.
I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game. I think that Gen.G right now, they're just on a different level. But if that auto didn't knock your immobile AD carry into the enemy team, it could have probably made it a little bit more manageable.
Well, Chovy, a lot of Prage needs to be in the chat for him to be able to pick up this POG that we're kind of hoping he gets. This could be another Pays one, though. Oh, man. It's going to be hard for... I just really kind of want Canyon to do it as... Lahens, I don't think he made it to 5,000 assists just yet, but he will be very much just around the corner as Chovy giving everyone a good bow.
Yeah, I don't know who it's going to be between Chovy or Pace, but those two are, I think, definitely going to be the front runners. I don't think Canyon...
He had some smites.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good game. It just wasn't about
Chovy did buffer a keeper's verdict, and it looked like he rebounded off the backboard that is Baron's head. So that looked very, very cool.
What's even bigger to me is the fact that Pays and Lahens, as a duo lane, have grown. So I don't think this was Lahens' best day. Let me get that. I think he was fine in the second game. First game was obviously quite rough from him. But this bot lane have gotten so much better in the 2v2, and the fact that now we have added Ziggs to the line creates so much more space in what this team can do. And Hanwha Life, unfortunately, it just feels kind of the same in that it's close, but at no point did it feel like they actually had Gen.G on the ropes.
No, and it was also a lot of the stuff that they really liked, right? Like, this is Peanut playing Sejuani and Ivern, two of his better champions. His early games looked great on both of them. The problem is that we had back-to-back Tristana into Corki matchups where the Corki wasn't able to find the value that he wanted to. I think Delight had a day out on both of his picks, although I guess the Rakan didn't feel that great, but his Poppy looked super good. And... like, this game as well, Doran, I think, had a little bit of a roughie as he probably could have had a few better moments in this, but he was also just kind of denied any real access into this game after that first team fight was lost by Hanwha Life Esports. And that is the thing that's so hard. It's you have to pass every single test, and there are like 11 different tests in every single game against Gen.G. And if you fail any of them, you lose. And if Gen.G fails any of them, they still win. Like, this is the thing that's really, really hard. It's like the deck is stacked against you in every match against this team. Unless you're KT.
Unless you're KT. Or DK, then you get within one game of beating them. Every time.
Yeah.
Somehow. It's Gen.G. This is exactly the type of performance you want to have. And outside of the Nessus, they didn't really give anything away. We've seen all of this already countless times for this team.
And they're going to count it down as Peanut, he just explodes.
They're all teammate?
Yeah. Everyone's basically an old teammate, though, on this particular team. As Keen didn't do a lot of damage, neither did Canyon. It was all about Pays and Chovy. 1,200 points, man. Imagine. I expect there is probably going to be a vote or two towards the Boom Boom, but it's got to be. Chovy can't be robbed in this one. And he's already won, right? Like Pays doesn't need any extra votes.
I've tried to make sure that Chovy didn't get robbed. I did my part.
The balance.
I don't know, whatever. I think, I'm never going to be mad about a Pays vote, Atlas.
It's true, and he did do a lot of the Boom Boom damage. Just to remind everyone, we do have full team interviews as well. It's going to be great to hear from absolutely everyone from our top 2 teams heading towards playoffs. This game was all about just trying to see what we had in store for us in the playoffs, and if we get more of this, I'm going to be pretty excited.
Genji in finals.
Yeah,
that's what we
are you looking forward to how T1 gets there? As now it's time for us to throw it over to the space for them to break down this 2-0 for Genji.
Thank you very much, guys. And Genji looked the part, the best team in the league, the best team in the world as they take care of business here against Hanwha Life Esports. 2-0 in our final game of the Summer Split. Digon here alongside Ox and Wolf. And Ox, we get to see more of your favorite champion, Ziggs, being piloted by Pays, and he's looking dang good.
Did you notice he kept running out of mana? Oh, he didn't? Oh, crazy. You don't even have to build tier. We've had so long where people build on like Archangels, and it's like, oh, I need the mana, otherwise I'm going to go And then Ziggs, here, Pays doesn't even need tier, and had plenty of mana, did tons of damage, went like the maximum, I'm going to one-shot people. And I'm actually thinking that if you're playing something like Ashe, I talked about in the last game how his short range, the fact she has to consistently auto, can be a challenge into some champions. Ziggs is that champion. I just feel like, the Ashe is struggling so much. When you walk up, you get hit by a Q, you lose half your health. If you dodge the Q, you have to back away to try and kite it out. And I think we might see the Ziggs more and more into picks like Ashe, who have to be up close and personal to get the damage off.
I think Genji's comp was very explosive, and it didn't really need a lot of setup to find success once the Ziggs got to the late game. Hanwha Life had a pretty nice early game with this comp. They have the Ivern, very oppressive for objective control. They have the Ashe, so they have a ton of setup for picks, right? The Poppy play from Delight was fantastic. You have this Kennen, you have Ivern roots, right? Like, there are amazing tools to be oppressive and push that advantage. But it felt like they just really didn't know how to do it when we got to the mid game. And Genji are so good at just saying, look, Tristana, yeah, she's a little bit nerfed. Her health's a little bit, or her cooldowns are a little bit affected. The Q's got mana and stuff. Doesn't matter. He still kills turrets, still put it in the side lane, still going to get money, still going to get eco. Kind of just avoided Hanwha Life until the Ziggs scaled, until the Tristana scaled. Genji know their win cons so incredibly well. I think a weaker team would have gotten desperate on some of those objectives, really messed it up, or would have fallen into the Ivern trap. But Genji were just super patient, and I think that Hanwha Life needed to find more picks, needed to be more aggressive. The Kennen pick is really falling down in win rate right now, and I don't think it's an issue of the champion in this game, but I just feel like Doran just didn't find those opportunities.
Yeah, I think people have really been struggling. We see occasional moments, like Claire's had some good games, but also here, the Alistar last pick, so good in the Kennen, because you can just head them away. You basically have to have flash to get over the Alistar, and the Alistar can also just be a bit more patient, not lead with a headbutt until you get closer. The Tristana as well with the Buster Shot, I just think makes it so hard for the Kennen to do his job.
Yeah, I think a fascinating point there on the Kennen, given the fact that neither of these teams hard trolled or had extra fun here in the drafts. Maybe the NAS is coming out a little bit, but seeing that priority drop and getting a preview on what could possibly be happening here towards playoffs. Let's take a look at the highlights here. At 22 minutes in the mid lane, we get ourselves a big fight.
Yeah, and in this situation, it's just the fact that whenever Genji find an opportunity, they're so good at following up with the damage, the resets of the Tristana, but also Pays can permanently reach targets so effectively. They end up getting a pick here and then move towards the Baron. And once again, HLE step up. They expect Genji to be moving in a little bit deeper towards the Baron so they have some space. And they just keep finding opportunities to chunk them out. Chovy's been fantastic on Tristana this series with his resets, finding kill opportunities where you might otherwise not see them.
A really good satchel there from Pays as well to kind of split Delight off there, make sure that they could pick him off. He had some pretty good satchels overall, outside of the bit of a mistake we saw in the bottom lane against Peanut, of course, but beyond that, just a really good Ziggs performance. Not the super early plate gold or advantages like that, but his accuracy of his poke, his times when he decided ultimate, just knocking Viper out of that fight instantly was the big picture.
Yeah, and because Genji were so dang good at following up on engages, they were constantly looking for them, which leads to moments when you're walking by yourself and Doran gets caught out, blasted there. That gives Gen G then position to head on up towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and Chovy really playing this Tristana like an assassin, finding that window. And then
this is so sick.
Yeah, typically kind of hard to approach the Baron. Typically quite hard to do the Baron on red side when you're trapped in the pit, but FaZe is doing a fantastic job zoning away. They try to focus down on the Renekton, and then Chovy, this buffer, really, really well done. Does obviously see it with the control ward, but the timing's great, stays in the fight, and just means they can keep working on the Baron and then get away with it.
I think if that doesn't happen that way, there's definitely a world in which they're not able to secure the Baron, or they end up losing out on the team fight, and it ends up being very awkward. There's a lot of chase potential with that comp for Hanwha Life. Chovy plays it well, zoning really good. Bit of a tunnel on Keen there, but it does get Delight into range. But it's just Gen G. Their comp is so oppressive when they have a lead, and the Ziggs can just go bye to one person or multiple people if they're all grouped up.
Yeah, well, let's see who the POG is here. The final one for the split, and it is Chovy taking it with the crazy resets and the buffer of that ult there on Poppy that, again, was crazy.
Yeah, I think there was two mentions for this, which was Paze and Chovy. Paze doing 1 million damage, consistently hitting a ton of skill shots, but Chovy really had that killer instinct, looking for opportunities to get picks, which isn't really a thing you necessarily attribute Tristana to. Like, she does get the resets, but normally it comes down to her team setup, but he just found so many windows to punish, particularly the Kennen. I'm noticing a lot of these replays.
Sorry, Doran.
I mean, unfortunately, Doran didn't have the greatest game.
And more?
More Doran. Sorry, Doran again.
I mean, he was often, when the team was losing fights early, just a bit left out to dry. You and I were Ziggs voters because we thought the boom boom there at the end was just too much to deal with. Just putting Viper out of the fights consistently was a big problem.
Oh, we're missing. Maybe VNCast would have sided with us. He likes voting for bot.
Yeah, that's right. The VNcast missed their vote, but we could assume
it was an awesome dude, so they got confused.
Yeah, that's what it was. So the bot lane votes didn't go through. With that though, that means Paze is our overall POG champion. Congrats to Paze there. I'm sure we were talking about it. We knew that Canyon was one away. We were like, oh, that was a great smite there by Canyon. But there's too much damage going through, and great job by Chovy for getting that one done. Now it's time for our Mushinsa Stylish Play of the Week. And this week, it goes to T1. That's right, Keria, helping out his buddy Faker in the face of death with the magical journey to life.
Yeah, I think they considered giving it to BNK for chasing through here, but I think ultimately the timing of the ultimate was much more impressive from Keria. BNK definitely shouldn't have chased here. Yesterday's series left a lot to be desired from BNK, but you can't deny that one opportunity they found, this one angle on a Faker, is just completely shut down by Keria. Beautifully played. The timing is insane.
I feel like it's one of those plays where you'd be forgiven for just letting Faker die in this situation. You know, they commit a lot because they see the angle to save him, but so many teams are like, you know what, they got to pick, it's fine, it's whatever. But they find the window, and it's such a slim margin, but they end up getting so much value out of it. Definitely a good choice for the stylish play.
Congrats to Keria for getting this Mushinsa Stylish Play. He'll get his Mushinsa Sports set. Thanks to our friends over at Mushinsa. Now it's time for our weekly best ceremony for our celebrations. And this week, little special because we have some special guests here. Let's start off with Guma, the big one, the gun, just pulling that one out. Then the Ezreal. Boom, okay. Great there by 80 carry. Oh,
Him blowing a kiss made Valdez jump out of his seat. And then Gangnam style, kind of.
Yeah,
he's quick.
But then Kingen came in with this one. The bow, but more importantly, where's the flex?
Oh yeah, there's in the interview.
Thanking his family, his parents who were there in the audience.
Oh, yes. The double love signal plus the flexing parent.
So what he said was basically, bro's never going to give up until the end. And it was pretty hype.
That's Degon's kindred spirit.
That
right
is.
there.
That is it.
A big bro leaf, or like the face of bro leaf right there.
Never seen a
bro
bigger
never
bro
gave up
leader.
until the end. You know, thanks to him.
He is the Giga Chad.
Man, as much as I would love to give it to my fellow kindred spirit Giga Chad, it has to be the parents, right?
I think it's between those.
No, it's the Giga Chad for
I think
me.
it's the Giga Chad for me, but I think those two are the winners in my opinion.
All right. Well, you guys can let us know who wins and who you guys think should win. All right. Interview ready now with both the squads here. Hanwha Life Esports and Genji. Jisun's on the translations.
2024 서머 정규 시즌 마지막
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the post-match interview translation. And first up, we are going to be joined by the entire Genji players as they close out the summer regular season. Please welcome Keen, Kenyon, Chubi, Pace, and Leehan. Congratulations on the win today. Thank you.
네, 기인 선수 먼저 이야기 나눠보도록
To start
하겠습니다.
off,
정규
Keen.
시즌 마지막 대결 한화생명과 1, 2위 대전이었습니다.
It was the
승리하셨는데
first
소감
and second
들어보고
place
싶습니다.
showdown as the last match of the regular season. How was it? I think we are ending the season on a very good note with a clean 2-0. It feels amazing.
나서스를 꺼내셨는데요.
And in that series, in the first game, you brought out a pocket pick, Nasus. And finally, he was able to get a win after more than 2,000 days. How did it happen? Well, we were not actually planning for a Nasus game, but somehow we were in the situation where Nasus could be viable, and we shoot our shot, and it kind of worked. And your first championship in the spring finals is still fresh in our minds, but what are your thoughts and resolution heading into summer playoffs? Yeah, winning my first title in the spring finals was amazing. I hope I can repeat it.
이어서 캐년 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Now moving on to Kenyon.
플레이오프에서 다시 한번 만날 가능성이 높은
Today was
하나생명과의
we are going up against Hana Life, a team you might face in the playoffs as well. What did you and Genji focus on while preparing?
경기할 때 하나생명이 좀 뭐를 좀 좋아하는지 좀
We
많이
wanted to
생각했고,
analyze what kind of
거기에 좀
play
잘
Hana Life prefers to make. So we wanted to kind of come up with the right reaction or right kind of play to deal with those.
니달리 지금 10승 1패 중인데요. 또 나서스와 함께
And you also won a POG on Nidalee, and your Nidalee now have a 10-1 record here in the summer season. What was the synergy with Nasus to get together today like? It was easier to lend my spears because of the weather. So Genji has about 10 days left until your playoffs match. How do you plan to prepare? So we are heading into a new patch. So we have about a 10-day period. So we will make sure to come up with the best strategy and kind of drafting with the new version of the patch. Now moving on to Chovy.
LCK 최다 득실차 기록까지
Along with winning the final match of the regular season, Genji also set a new LCK record for the game score. How do you feel? Of course, winning feels amazing. Also, I heard that we broke the record about game differential, but it doesn't really have much to do with our ultimate goal. So I just want to keep moving forward. Genji picked up a solid 2-0 win up against Hana Life today. What do you consider to be Genji's biggest strengths right now? I think all 5 players are good at League of Legends, and we are all on the same page. So map play and macro decisions are also one step ahead of the opponents. Also, our team fight is so on point, so I think everyone is so well-rounded, and that is our strength. Then what is Genji's goal with this playoffs? So we managed to write new history by winning 4 straight titles in a row. I hope we can continue that to 5 titles.
이어서 페이즈 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Now let's hear from Paige.
페이즈 선수에게도 굉장히 뜻깊은 시즌이었을
This summer must have been meaningful for you as well. You reached 1,000 kills in the LCK and also won the Player Up the Split award.
정규 시즌 돌아보면 어떠셨는지.
Looking back, how do you feel?
이번 정규 시즌 내내 뭔가 게임이 잘 되는 느낌이라서
I think throughout the entire regular season, everything went so smooth. So I had so much fun, playing the matches, and it's amazing that I get to also hit a lot of milestones. Today's match was, first place versus second place. So what were the key points that you focused on? As a bot lane player, I focus on the bottom lane matchup, and I'm happy with how it turned out. Then what is your mindset going into the playoffs? So we are going to be playing on a new patch, so I think finding the right tier list will be the key. I hope we can do our preparation correctly and continue the momentum in great form in the playoffs too.
마지막으로 리엔즈 선수 만나보겠습니다.
And last but not least, Lihan's. How do you feel about the 2-0 win up against Hana Life?
일단 하나생명이 최근에 강한 기세를 보여주고
Recently, Hana Life showcased a great momentum, so I was a little nervous heading into the match, but it feels amazing to get a 2-0. So, with the playoffs approaching, how much confidence have you gained throughout the regular season? To be honest, same as usual because playoffs is a whole new kind of tournament. So I think we have to, be fully prepared and, still play with our confidence. So you are just 5 assists away from achieving the milestone of 5,000 assists in the LCK, becoming the first support and only the second player in the LCK history to do so. Well, I guess I've been playing for such a long time, but I think we will keep working hard and doing our best, and I will look forward to our fans' continuous support. And before we go, Lihan's as the team's captain, anything you want to say to the Jeju fans? So we are, continuing a great run, but personally, myself has a long way to go. So I will keep working hard. Also, I will be looking forward to the fans' continuous support as well. Thank you. One more time, congratulations on the win today, and I will look forward to seeing your performance in the playoffs as well. Now, shortly after, we will be joined by the Hana Life Esports players who just had their final match of the summer regular season.
마지막 경기까지 정말 멋진 모습을 보여준 하나생명 선수분들 바로 이어서 만나서 인터뷰
Please
나눠보도록
welcome Doran,
하겠습니다.
Peanut, Zeka, Viper, and Delight, who have been working their best until the very end of the season. Thank you so much for joining the interview, and please give them a warm round of applause.
네, 도란 선수 먼저 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Doran.
자, 오늘 이제 정규 시즌
Now,
마지막
today
경기를
marks
마무리하셨고요.
the last
2위로
day
최종
of the summer
마무리를
regular
하셨는데요.
season,
소감 들어보고
and
싶습니다.
Hana Life secured second place. How was today's match, and how was the summer season? So we just had our last match right before the playoffs, and I wish we could have won the final match, but sadly we were underperforming. I'm not really happy with how it turned out.
정규 시즌 내내 정말 좋은 모습들 많이 보여주셨는데
However, your regular season performance was so on point. So what areas would you like to improve as you head into the playoffs? What stands out the most is, some of the mistakes that I made in the series today, and I really have to get rid of those mistakes.
플레이오프에서의 더 멋진 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 피넛 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Now
자,
moving on to
정규 시즌
Peanut.
마지막 경기를 마치셨습니다. 1, 2위 대결이었기 때문에 더욱더 중요하게
Today's match was the final one of the summer regular season, and it was first place versus second place. What did you focus on the most? Pretty much everything, Today was a very important match, and what happened is what happened, And this match didn't really have anything to do with our final standings, so I hope everyone can just move on, not to rethink about what happened today too much. And I think based on the mistakes and weaknesses that we displayed today, we will be able to kind of improve on those aspects and come back with a better performance in the playoffs. Then looking back at the summer season, what stands out the most to you? Well, this summer, I think everyone worked so well and played at their best level. So because of that, we were able to secure second place already, even before the match today. So I think everyone did their best. And I believe, regular season and playoffs is a whole different tournament. So you really have to do your best in the playoffs. So I want to make sure to, advance as much as possible in the playoffs.
이어서 제카 선수 만나보겠습니다. 자, 제카 선수 정규 시즌 마무리하셨습니다.
And now Zeka.
돌아보면 좀 어떠신지
The summer season has come to an end. How do you feel looking back at the season? We had so many stuff happening starting from the first week, but I think we were able to kind of close out the regular season on a very decent note. So I want to say good job to everyone. You guys also have long days until the playoffs, so what are your expectations? Whoever we get to face, we still have to kind of display the best performance we've got. So as we go back to the team house, I want to kind of go over to the match we had today and trying to spot any mistakes and weaknesses that we showed and get rid of those. Now, Viper, how do you feel looking back on the summer season? I think it went by really fast. Thankfully, I was able to play with such a great teammates and had a great time together. Everyone is so good at, good at it. So I hope we can all keep up the good work. So Hana Life finished the regular season in second place. What are your goals heading into the playoffs? So regular season just ended, but playoff is just about to start. So we have to wait and see who our opponent will be. But whoever it's gonna be, we have to play better than we did today. I hope we can do better than today for sure.
바이퍼 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 그리고 딜라이트 선수 만나보도록
then moving on to
딜라이트 선수 정규 시즌 마지막 경기를 마치신 소감 먼저 들어보겠습니다.
You just had your last match of the regular season. How was it? Too bad that we lost the last one, but we have time to kind of go over it. So I hope we can come back stronger for the playoffs. You've been exceptional all season long with your flawless initiation. What can we expect from you and Hana Life in the playoffs? We will make sure to come back with a cleaner performance, I hope we can get rid of all of the mistakes that we made throughout the regular season. And finally, as the team's captain, Peanut, anything you want to say to the Hana Life fans before we go? Thanks to you guys, we were able to have a great run throughout the summer season despite the bad start. So I really appreciate your continuous support. Thanks to you, we are ending on the second place, and we are, having a head start in the playoffs. Actually, we're starting from the round 2, and the season is not over yet. So I will look forward to your support, and we promise to also showcase the best out of the Hana Life. Now that will be the end of the post-match interview from the Hana Life Esports players, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for those translations, as we have our final standings of the 2024 Summer LCK Split. Gen.G and Hanwha Life did battle there in the last game, and they are on top of the season, along with D+, T1, KT, and B&K Fearex are playoff teams. And Kwangdong Freaks, Nongshim, DRX, and the Giga Chads close out our standings.
Plus 32. New record here in the LCK. Gods of Fortunes. I got top 3. If Ox and I actually were aligned on a lot of preds, to be honest. If he had just done one or two different, I had done one or two different, maybe.
There he is. He just appeared after you won the POG, not the POG, the predictions.
Yeah, he was not very subtle about it. He kept going around saying, like, I'm 100% going to win, by the way. This was so easy.
It matters so much to me.
If it matters so much, I'm glad you won, buddy. But for us, it's just a bit of fun, right?
I heard about it, so,
Here's the bottom side of the prediction standings. Hi, everyone. Yeah.
I took a lot of risks.
Wow, analyst versus play-by-plays.
Actually, I'm top of this side, so I'm like, am I the winner over here? There we go.
Yeah, there we go. We're always going to find ways to be positive as we take a look at the playoff brackets. D+ and T1 will play against whoever in the first round, as D+'s decision is due in, I believe, less than an hour and a half. 9:30 p.m. KST. So that will be out on socials. Who they decide will be out in less than 2 hours.
Yeah, do you pick the team who took down Gen.G or the other team? I feel like I have an idea of who they're probably going to pick.
Yeah. Well, that match will be on the 23rd. Best of 5 here in round 1. That'll be our next match. Season's done, guys. It's been a great season, and we're all so happy to have shared it with you all at home. Thank you so much for being a part of the LCK regular season. We hope to see you for the playoffs and beyond. Until then, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on Friday.
SK 피어 X 동부의 왕으로 다시 올라갑니다.
한 단계씩 밟아 나가는 운영이 예술이었습니다.
이게 KT의 고점이고요. 나이스! 왕자마 올라간다!
가족 사진 좀 같이 찍어.
부진은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요. 뉴네오디아 플라스기야! 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다!
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
한 번에 쓸어담습니다.
갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리.
화약 향이 막대 자욱합니다.
젠지가 가는 길이 곧 LCK의 길이다.
새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.